can, but you need to get Scott on the radio. So let me just check. Is he getting something now? Give him a little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 once I caught a fish alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I'll let it go again. They getting it? Lovely stuff. Brilliant, thank you, Terry. Me and Claire get going and then you swap in after me, maybe sort of 5 in and we'll do it. Maybe sort of 5, 10 being here and then, like I say, we can get, Rachael and Terry and I think I've got Mike as well, so we can have both graphics sort of on the beach. Yeah, it should be. Fingers crossed.
I'm sure it'll be fine, mate. We'll just make it up as we go along.
Yeah, well, that's it. There we are.
Well, folks, over towards the start this morning. If you weren't here a few moments ago, as always, the Sparks won the toss and are batting. The Thunder team today: Emma Lamb, Georgia Boyce, Ellie Rachael, Pippa Cleary, Natalie Brown, Rebecca Duckworth, Laura Jackson, Laura Marshall, Danielle Collins, Alex Hartley, Hannah Jones. And for the Sparks today, Eve Jones, Heyhoe, Gwen Davis, Steph Butler, Sarah Glenn, Rhea Fragnall, Izzy Wong, Liz Russell, Claire Boycott,
Well, hello everybody, and what a delight it is to have you with us once again. New Road, the setting today. It looked rather lively down at Edgbaston yesterday, so it's been we've come to the relatively sedate New Road, it has to be said, for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy game between Central Sparks and Thunder. News of the teams, I suppose, is the place to start, because of course England's selection comes into the equation here. Emily Arlott, of course, called up to that squad after an excellent 5-29 in Sparks' victory over Vipers last week. Should tell you as well as the Central Sparks live stream via their website and YouTube. We're also on BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire via the BBC Sport website. So absolutely fantastic to have you all with us. My name's Mike Perkins. I'm with Claire Jenkins. We also have Scott Reed from the aforementioned BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester, and there's plenty of people in the press box as well, so we'll be getting one or two of them to come on. But as I say, the team news is probably the place to start today, and, well, Central Sparks go like this: Eve Jones, Millie Holm, Poppy Davis, Gwennon Davis, Steph Butler, Sarah Glenn, Ria Fackrell, Izzy Wong, Liz Russell, Claire Boycott and Georgia Davis. So 4 into that lineup. Poppy Davis, the late call-up we're hearing due to an injury to Marie Kelly. We will get more detail on that, but we also have Claire Boycott, Georgia Davis coming into the lineup as well. So changes in that lineup for the Central Sparks. So it's the 3 alterations, in fact, Marie Kelly, Amy Jones and Emily Arlott. Amy Jones and Emily Arlott on England duty. Marie Kelly, as we say, we believe is injured. As for the Thunder, they go with Emma Lamb, Georgie Boyce, Ellie Threlkeld, Piper Cleary, Nat Brown. Then the 2 changes are Rebecca Duckworth and Laura Jackson coming into the side for Sophie Eccleston and Kate Cross, who are away on England duty now. We have Laura Marshall, Daniela Collins, Alex Hartley and Hannah Jones completing the lineup. Alongside me is Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire cricketer, veteran of the Malvern Cricket Festival, Characters 11, which is rather appropriate when we're here at New Road and from the era of sleeping on people's floors before games and that kind of thing. It's looking very professional out there. We have the Thunder players in the field. The Sparks won the toss. They will be batting. What do you make of the teams? The big news this week is Emily Arlott's selection for the Test team, of course.
Yeah, and that's great, isn't it? I mean, that was an exceptional bowling performance in terms of a hat-trick and 4 wickets in one power play over. So let nobody think that was the tail end. That was the top order batters that she was getting out there. So yeah, fascinating and great for Emily Arlott, and proper wild card in Lisa Kiteley's picking there.
Now we've a little bit of a appearance of a wild card here, because we have Ellie Threlkeld stood up to the stumps early on, and that seems as if Thunder maybe think there's going to be a little bit in it for the slow bowlers here to begin with. Eve Jones is just taking her guard. It looks at a fairly worn wicket, it has to be said, so we will wait to see exactly what that means. And it looks as if Hannah Jones, who did this last year, is considering coming on and opening the bowling, although actually she's down here at 3rd, so it will be interesting to see who Thunder have chosen to go with. In fact, Threlkeld is making her way back from the stumps now, so it's going to be Piper Cleary from the Diglis end after all that anyway. So actually it's going to be far more orthodox than that first appeared. Ellie Threlkeld just throwing us a bit of a dummy by standing by the stumps there. We were wondering, were we going to see a slow bowler on a warm wicket, but actually it's going to be Piper Cleary who partnered Kate Cross to open the bowling last week, and she's on her way now from the Diglis end, and Eve Jones flicks at a ball down the leg side. Ellie Threlkeld gathers. It is a wide. It's 1 without loss. After, well, I say the first ball of the game, of course it doesn't count as the first ball of the game because it'll have to be bowled again, but 1 without loss. We're underway here at New Road, which is looking a picture.
They're checking that we're watching, aren't they, to make sure we've got the right players now.
Well, Piper Cleary turning at the end of her mark. Georgie Boyce is in at slip, and she's coming around the wicket to the left-hander Jones, who's slapping that one away into the offside, but no run is on offer on this occasion. Jones wasn't, even last week when she got a half century, was looking Eve Jones-like, really. She sort of, she was struggling away and kind of just working her way to a total, rather than the fluid shots we're used to through the offside. She says she's been working on playing nice and straight, and she's facing up now for the second delivery, although it's the third given the wide, and that's still the only run to the total as Jones is back on her stumps and defending.
Yeah, because she got 55 versus the Vipers with 8 fours, so that was more Eve Jones-like. I think that's let's hope she's got a bit more of that from Sparks' point of view.
But even
this game,
that, what I saw of it, it wasn't as fluid as you may be used to Amy Jones. You often see her get one away square of the wicket on the back foot. Will that be what she's looking at here from Cleary? No, it's too straight, and she has to prod really from the crease into the onside. No run on off at Claire Jenkins.
Because you and I were here last year for this fixture, which bizarrely was actually Thunder's home game, so that sort of throws things again. And Eve Jones made, lots of runs, a run out. She did just about everything, a proper skipper's innings, if you like. So let's see what she's got on offer today.
Here's Cleary coming around the wicket to Eve Jones. Rachael crouches with the gloves, and Jones is playing one square of the wicket. Doesn't quite get as much as she would have liked on it, but it's going to run away for 4 runs, the first boundary of the game. 5 without loss for the Sparks, and Eve Jones, we say she likes to get one away square of the wicket. It's very often off the back foot. That one was off the front foot, but the result is exactly what she would have hoped for. 5 without loss the total. Eve Jones has 4 of them.
Yeah, she got last year, the Worcester game, she got 90 off 113 balls, including 13 fours, which was brilliant innings.
Yeah, she really set that up, didn't she? Thunder perhaps didn't feel they had the total they wanted to defend. They were going the opposite way round this time, and have the chance to try and bowl the Sparks out, and it will be Piper Cleary to try and do that, but she meets a firm defensive stroke from Eve Jones standing in the crease, and that will be a dot ball. Relatively sedate over from the Diglis end to get us underway. As we say, we've got the Cathedral away to our left-hand side. The clouds just moving across the sky. I was told there'd be a few of them to burn off this morning. It was actually looking very, very sunny indeed. They've actually built up, if anything, but I think by mid-afternoon we'll have mid-20s in terms of the temperatures and clear skies as Eve Jones is driving down the offside of the wicket, and that is a no ball signal. So 6 without loss, although it's turned into a power play signal as well, just to remind people of that this is a free hit, and Eve Jones will have a chance to add to those 4 runs she's got, 2 extras as well. And Piper Cleary a little bit ill-disciplined in this first over. The Western Australian turns again at the back of the mark from the Diglis end. Jones waits back raised. It's short. Eve Jones goes for a huge swing into the leg side and has a bit of a laugh about it because it ends up hitting her on the body. I think there was a slight bit of pace and a slight bit of length taken off by Piper Cleary there, and it did the job she needed it to do.
I think she wore that a little bit. I think it was going all the way to Malvern if she got hold of that.
Yep, it had been bothering them at the festival there. Obviously not taking place at the moment, and it's a thing of sort of years gone by, but it'd be nice to see it sort of come back. It's still around, isn't it, the Malvern Festival, but perhaps not in quite the form it used to be with the England internationals.
No, I mean it's still going if you want to look it up, and but yeah, I mean, women coming from all over the place, but in its heyday there were 11 or 12 full teams, all of whom were captained by the then England team, and they would be, and you'd get selected for a team, and you would stay with that team all week, and there would be beginners, but as I say, captained by current England players, and you would stay with that team all week. So you would, sometimes you'd bat, sometimes you'd bowl. If you opened the batting, you'd be down the order the next day, but everyone had to have a go at everything, and they were declaration games, so pure cricket for cricket's sake.
A reminder, you're listening to Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy commentary with Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins on BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, and the Central Sparks website and live stream. Claire Jenkins.
Jackson straight through to the wicket-keeper, no run.
Millie Home just unable to get a touch on that one on the leg side, but strangely enough, not a wide ball signalled.
Laura Jackson in, right arm over to Millie Home, who just defends that down to point, and it's no run. Straight to the fielder, unfortunately. Just sort of getting used to the line, I think. It was a sort of, I need a bit of confidence, let's get a bat on ball there.
It's an interesting dynamic sticking Millie Home up to the top of the innings. Made 33 and 88 in her opening T20 game of the season in the county competition.
Jackson into Home, who puts it through point again, but the fielder manages to scrabble about and stop the ball, and they get through for one run.
Excellent bit of work out there. I think it might be Laura Marshall who got her hand to the ball, scrabbling away, as you say, towards the point region.
And the score moves on to 7 for no loss. And they're busy moving the field here. There's a big change of field for the left-hander as they move across to the offside to cover that shot that Eve Jones has been putting out through the covers. Alex Hartley marshalling her troops and busy sending folks out to boundaries out here and deep cover. Yeah, right on the rope.
Danny Collins going out there, Emma Lambs at backward point, Piper Clear at cover. And we still have Matt Brown up here at mid-off, so a packed offside.
Jackson coming round the wicket to the left-handed Jones, who puts it out through point, and they come through. It's going towards the boundary, but the fielder cuts that off. Just the one run.
Excellent work by Collins, and a valuable position that Alex Hartley had put out there on the boundary. So clearly the plans were right on that occasion, because they've saved themselves 3 runs.
Mm. Jackson into Jones this time, who knocks it down defensively, and there's no run. It goes straight out to the point fielder again. Piper Cleary, I think, out there. Is it?
Might be Marshall, actually.
Marshall,
I think on the point side. Yeah. Cleary's moved over to cover. Obviously, he's got the duties with the ball at the opposite end.
Jackson into Home, who knocks it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. And the field take their positions for a change of over. So we are 8 for no loss here at Worcester. The very sort of Simpsons-esque clouds here. We've got lots of big fluffy clouds covering the back of the cathedral. It's a very distinctive view of Worcester New Road across the green field to the spires. We've got some spectators in today, which is lovely again. And we'll see. I'll give you some updates on those as we go along.
Eve Jones then settling into a stance to face the bowling from the digless end. Just looks over her right shoulder briefly to examine 3 fielders on the leg side. Hannah Jones down at long leg. There's also a square leg and a mid-on as we go through the early stages of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. Sparks are 8 without loss, and the field continues to be just fiddled with slightly. Georgie Boyce moving the fielder at third there, Jackson a little wider. So here comes Piper Cleary from that digless end, right arm around the wicket to Jones, who's playing into the leg side. There's no run on offer on that occasion, and Jones is quite happy just to settle into her work. Reminder, the Central Sparks top of the table currently after their win over the Southern Vipers, so they've won all of their games so far and have 13 points. Thunder have 1 win, which came in their second game against the Sunrisers. They were beaten off the last ball against the Western Storm and also lost by 134 runs at Chesterborton Hall last week to Lightning. As around the wicket comes Cleary, and that's dug out well by Eve Jones, and there won't be a run on offer as across comes quickly Rebecca Duckworth to do the fielding. She will be needed to come in and do a bit of bowling as well, with the absence of Eccleston and Cross in this Thunder lineup today.
Yeah, they let me out of the Central Sparks region last. We were up at the Thunder Lightning game, or at the Georgie Heath says the Bohemian Rhapsody game.
Round the wicket comes Piper Cleary and bowls. It's short, it's off the edge, it's gone through exactly where second slip would have been stood. It would have been quite a difficult catch because it would have been head high, maybe even required a little bit of a jump to get it, but there was nobody there, and it's 4 runs, 12 without loss. We have a smattering of spectators as well, we can see at the Diglis end, which is absolutely delightful.
That was flying off there, wasn't it? It's not that long a boundary behind the wicket here, so it flew down here.
They've brought in a surprising amount actually on the offside today. I thought they would have left it slightly longer than that. They generally have when we've been here at New Road. The pitch, as we say, is looking a little on the worn side. I think it's evidence of a longer form game having taken place on it already this season, as Cleary comes around the wicket and bowls just back of a length, or certainly that was the appearance the ball was given by the way Jones played it from the crease. Happy with her 4 runs from the previous delivery, settles for a scoreless ball on that occasion, so she just settles back into that stance and is looking relatively comfortable, although the nature of the last boundary will have given Thunder some hope here. As Cleary turns again around the wicket, Jones waits and driving fairly expansively in the end. There was a big old gap for a moment between the bat and the pads, but she didn't connect with quite the vigour that the swing looked as if it was going to provide. 12 without loss is the total. Eve Jones has 9 of them. Millie Home has 1. As we say, mentioning Millie Home, 33 and 88 against Berkshire in her opening T20 match of the season, and the 88 came from just 63 balls, so you can see why the Sparks have backed her at the top of the order.
It's good to see.
Here's Piper Cleary around the wicket now to Eve Jones, and has to stoop down quite low to get bat on ball, but then finds there's a single on offer, but Home's struggling. She's run out. Surely she's run out. The finger goes up to confirm the dismissal. 12 for 1. Home was slow setting off. It looked a tightish single anyway, but Home didn't look as if she had much interest in it at all, and Eve Jones, the skipper, has run out Millie Home in the 3rd over of the game. Just one more ball of it remaining, and well, that's a big moment at the start of the innings. It's not the sort of wicket that you want to lose when you've won the toss and chosen to bat as Eve Jones has, and she's, well, put herself in a really difficult position by running out her opening partner Millie Home.
Yeah, and the semaphore obviously didn't get down to Millie Home in terms of there's a run there. I mean, she really should have been watching a little more closely as her captain came burgling down the wicket to try and get a single there. There's a lapse of concentration, perhaps.
Well, a lapse of concentration, a lapse of judgment maybe from the skipper Eve Jones. She's such an important figure in this side, of course, playing against a side that she has big connections with in because of the Lancashire captaincy that she had. She won the double with Lancashire of the 50 over competition and the 20 over competition, but she's now back in her native area. She's a Shropshire born player as Eve Jones, but she's made a mistake there, running out the Worcestershire favourite Millie Home for just 1 run. It was good fielding, well taken by Rachael, knocked the bails off, but Home was well short. It's a real bonus wicket. 12 for 1 is the score after 3 overs, and it was in fact the end of the over, so we will see the second one to be bowled by Laura Jackson.
Yeah, it's just a moment of madness, but like you say, lapse of concentration at best. So Jackson is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones, who's surveying the field. She comes in, and Jones has a waft at it, and it goes down towards the boundary, but there's a fielder there who's cutting it off, and they run through for the 1 run. Is he getting a signal? It must have been off the bat.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was just, it seemed as if she'd kind of got away from her body, but was just struggling to get her hands through the ball there, and it came off the edge down to third, and a single taken.
So Davis gets to face her first ball. Jackson changing her action now to come right arm over, and Alex Hartley, or the ever entertaining Alex Hartley, is moving her fine leg fielder onto the rope as Jackson comes in to Davis. Davis knocks that back. Oh, and it's out. It's given out. And that must be LBW. We're at a slight angle here from the strip. So there was a big cheer, and the finger went up pretty quickly from umpire Rob White there. Seemed very certain about that.
The sound, the noise it made,
no, it made
made
bat
it think
sound.
it sounded as if it was batting,
confused.
but I think it might have just hit a bit of pad on the way through onto that. It might have been pad first, and that was the reason the finger went up. Poppy Davis looks disconsolate walking off the pitch. She was a late call up into the team, and she's out first ball here. So it's a horror start, it has to be said, from the Central Sparks. They're top of the table, but they're in real trouble here. They've lost two wickets already for just 13 runs. The captain, Eve Jones, has 10 of them, but Millie Home and Poppy Davis now both back for low scores. One for Home, none for Davis.
Which brings, I think, Gwen Davis to our other Davis, Gwen Davis. We've got three. Central Sparks have three Davises. This is Gwen Davis, the wicket keeper, coming to the crease. I think Eve Jones just saying, let's have a little bit of calm here so early on in the game.
Well, very difficult to restore calm when in 20 minutes 2 wickets have already fallen in such short order.
Yeah, Thunder will be well pleased that they're on top of this. So we now have the 2 left-handed batters for Central Sparks. In fact, I think we've got some more down. There are some more down the order. So Gwen Davis just making taking a mark there.
And these two were the two who made the bulk of the runs when we were here for this game last season. The other one was played at Edgbaston, of course.
Yep, it's almost like 2 home games last season, wasn't it? Just because of the COVID logistics, we ended up playing both in the West Midlands. Jackson coming into Gwen Davis, round the wicket, this time to left-hander again. And Gwen Davis sort of pops that on the head, and it goes through to the rope, and it's over the rope for 4. So we're going to get 4 byes here. Ball went through, and it's gone straight, right behind the wicketkeeper, straight over the rope.
It must have hit a foothole, I think, because it looked as if Davis had popped her bat down on top of the ball, and it had popped up out the ground and over the head of the wicketkeeper, which would have been a very strange shot indeed. I think she just failed to get the bat on it, and it must have hit one of those old footmarks or something, and it's popped up over the head of poor Ellie Threlkeld, who could do absolutely nothing about it, and 4 more to the total. Well, bonus runs for the Sparks there.
Yeah. Jackson round the wicket to Davis, who knocks it down very defensively, and the point fielder comes straight in and scoops the ball for no run. And the score is 17 for 2. And we're into the 3rd over. Already much excitement, 2 wickets already, which Central Sparks will be shaking their heads about in terms of just sort of moments of lapse of concentration as Jackson winds herself up to come to Davis into the pitch, and Davis knocks that just straight through to the cover fielder, and there is no run.
Lots of excitement from Thunder here, and quite rightly too. Listeners to BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire will be quite happy with the way their side has started this one. You're also watching via the Central Sparks website and live stream.
And Jackson just pops one straight through Davis, and it just goes through to wicket-keeper for no run there, just shooting through. I think we might have a bit of uneven bounce on here, because that one really did not get up at all, just shot straight through.
We've seen the one out the footmarks go over the wicket-keeper's head for 4 byes. It really gives you an idea of the potential for variable bounce here, although, to be honest, balls pitching in the footholes shouldn't be getting batters out, but there we are. So 2 wickets down already, just 4 overs of the game gone. A lot of responsibility already falling on the captain, Eve Jones, who you have to say, well, Poppy Davis didn't respond to the call very well, but you'd say it was the skipper running her partner out, really, as Jones is waiting once again. Cleary around the wicket, Jones driving firmly. It's a pleasant drive, but it brings no runs on that occasion, straight at the fielder Emma Lamb, who has been in decent touch herself. 42 last week, but also 2 scores this season of above 100, 121 from 105 against Western Storm in this competition, also 119 from 73 balls against North East Warriors in the T20 county competition. As round the wicket comes Cleary, bowling to Jones, who's again chopping and examining the end of her bat there. She did well to reach that one, but was unable to add to the scoreboard, which still reads 17 for 2. The Cathedral, with its light brown brickwork and grey slate roofs away to our left hand side, the trees in good green form, as we have definitely moved into summer. It's a warm day here. It'd be nice down on the banks of the River Severn away in the distance, as in comes Piper Cleary, bowls to Eve Jones, who's driving down the offside of the pitch. There's no run on offer there. We also have Scott Reed with us as part of our commentary team, so we'll be bringing him in relatively shortly as well, and he can give his opinions to listeners for BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester. But so far it's been a struggle for the Sparks, and it's the Thunder who are on top despite the varying positions in the table. Remember, it's the top team goes straight to the final, the next 2 play off for the other spot, as Eve Jones is back into her crease and defending that one down the wicket, and finds Piper Cleary's hand, and the bowler is quite happy to do the fielding once again.
Yeah, I think that run out just as a lesson to watch the batter who thinks that they're running to the danger end, especially if they're your captain, and if they're running at you, it means that they're taking a run. Unfortunately.
Well, when it's the captain, you think, I better go here. Dot ball from the previous ball, and Jones will again not find runs as she is driving into the offside. As you say, Claire, it's a pitch she likes well. She was 90, wasn't it? She got here last season, so she will be quite at home in that crease, but the issue will be whether she can find an innings of that ilk again today, because already it's feeling as if her team are going to need one. Gwen Davis is her partner at the moment, as she was for much of that game last season. As round the wicket comes Cleary, this one is played into the offside, and there's no run again. So we've reached the end of the 5th over of the game. Cleary has bowled 3 of them, and the score is 17 for 2. So the Sparks just having to all of a sudden take stock and just try and build an innings, having lost home run out for 1, and Davis, Poppy Davis, that is, LBW for 0. Gwen Davis now at the wicket. We also have Georgia Davis in the lineup, who's been good enough to not include an E in her name to at least differentiate herself in that respect.
It's difficult when you're doing it verbally, though, isn't it? Because you're not seeing whether there's an E or not in the name. But, Jackson once more into Gwen Davis, who's crouching low, ready for the ball. And Gwen knocks that to cover, but straight to the fielder, and no run.
Again, an expansive, relatively square drive, but a dot ball the result.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Central Sparks will need these 2 to really kind of dig in at this stage. Jackson once more into Gwen Davis, and that's dotted down again to point, but the fielders managed to get their body behind that. They're running through, and it's going to be another run out. It is another run out. Oh goodness. Central Sparks are having more than a moment here, and another mad run. There was definitely indecision from both sides, so that's what it's felt like from the position that we're sat at here. And Gwen Davis, well, I don't know, running to the danger end there, as it happened, the fielder had covered the ball really. I mean, yes, she had slipped, so they always say don't run to a misfield. However, yes, there must have been some hesitation for that.
A disastrous
Just
start gets
awful.
even worse
Yes,
for
I
the
mean, just
Sparks
said-
here. There was never a run there.
No,
Simple as
no.
that. Eve Jones had no interest in
Madness.
it, and Gwennon Davis went scampering off towards the striker's end, and then had to turn around and try and get back. But I mean, I looked up and I just thought, where on earth is she going? It was very, very out indeed, that one. And as I say, I just couldn't tell where she was going, what she was trying to achieve there, because they just never looked as if there was going to be a runner on. She finds herself out for naught as well.
I mean, this isn't a T20. It was a kind of, the sort of madness that you might expect from a shorter form game, and there was no time pressure at all, and it just madness. So it brings us a new bat to the crease, and Eve Jones is now facing, having had that mad run.
Well, the first one was Eve Jones's fault. That one definitely wasn't. Steph Butler is the new batter. He's at the non-striker's end.
So Jackson to Butler, another left-hander. Oh, of Jones knocks that through the cover, and it's going towards the boundary, but there's a fielder who's swooping down to pick that up, and they get through for an easy single this time. So that's a slight nerve settler from Eve Jones, and Steph Butler, yet another left-handed batter for Central Sparks, takes her guard and has a quick survey of the field and takes some sort of debris off that, and Jackson comes once more around the wicket to another left-hander, and she knocks that down straight to the fielder at cover, and that's no run. Cover fielder's very busy there.
Piper Cleary, she's bowling the overs at one end.
She's examining her nails. I think there may be a finger issue there, stopping various stops, but they've got wickets out of it, so.
The Sparks, I think it's 57 for 3 against the Vipers last week. Well, they're in real trouble here at 17 for 3 this time.
Jackson to Steph Butler, who knocks that to fine leg, and they go through for one run. Third. So, yeah, oh my, 18 for 3, 19 for 3 now with that single. I'm in shock, Mike.
Well, it's been a shocking start, certainly from a Sparks point of view. Reminder, you're listening via their YouTube page and website, as well as on the BBC Sport website.
Jackson into Jones, who knocks that down and sort of backward of point, and they trot through for a simple run. And that's the end of the over, so we've got 20 for 3 off the 3 overs, and it feels like, I don't know, they've had too much caffeine or not enough caffeine. I'm not sure which way round it is.
Well, a long discussion going on in the middle of the pitch between Eve Jones and Steph Butler, and I imagine part of it will be go easy on the running between the wickets.
Yes, plenty of time.
Falling on 12, 13 and 17 so far in this stuttering start to the Sparks innings. There was also the LBW of Poppy Davis to the bowling of Laura Jackson, who's come into the attack and bowled very well, I think, actually. Just quietly gone about her business and not offered anything. Cleary now from the Digmas end, bowling, and it's a Yorker that's dug out and actually goes past the stumps on the leg side, and a diving stop is required from the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld. She does that particular bit of business very well indeed, though, and prevents the run being scored. But yeah, Cleary affecting the second of those run-outs, the one we saw in the previous over, and then the other one affected by Alex Hartley as Eve Jones waits again. The left-hander facing bowling from around the wicket from the Diglas end. It's hit uppishly, and I think it actually went into the turf. There wasn't the sort of excitement you see from a catcher who's about to dismiss a batter there. Emma Lamb gets the high five for the effort to get to the ball, but it felt to me as if that had gone into the turf first.
Yeah, it's sort of, from the angle that I'm looking at, it almost looked like slow motion, not for the field, but I think there's a sort of there's a bit of Hessian there as well, which I think possibly makes it harder to judge the ball at that point.
The cathedral bell tolls for the first time as the field is adjusted, and the Thunder bring up a second fielder just to the edge of the ring. Laura Jackson seemed quite keen to get in at about second or third slip there, which is where the ball went off the edge of Eve Jones's bat earlier in proceedings, but she's now up at short third. It allows 2 back on the leg side. Reminder, a power play for the first 10 overs of this game as Piper Cleary around the wicket to Eve Jones and plays it into that vacant leg side area. She'll pick up an easy 1. They will think about 2, but perhaps wisely, given proceedings so far this morning, they decide against it.
Just a single, I think. Yeah, Central Sparks will be wanting Steph Butler to channel some of the batting that she was doing against Western Storm, where she hit 27 and a 6 in that game.
Facing up now, the voice you're hearing alongside myself, Mike Perkins, is Claire Jenkins, the former Somerset and Derbyshire cricketer. We also have Scott Reed, who will be in around about the 10 over mark, I think, as round the wicket comes Piper Cleary, and that one's hit a foothole again and bounced over the head of Ellie Threlkeld. And we say it's a warm pitch, and we've seen 2 occasions here where the ball has hit a foot mark and gone flying over the head of the wicketkeeper for 4 byes, and absolutely not. Even if Ellie Threlkeld was twice as tall, she wouldn't have got to that one. It's making life very difficult for the wicketkeeper of the Thunder here.
Well, the batters and the wicketkeeper, yeah. When you don't know quite whether the ball's going to pop or just scoot through, because we saw one on the other end that just didn't get up at all.
Davies tried to jab a bat down on that one. Butler had just left this previous one as this one's driven up to mid-off, and poor Ellie Threlkeld, who has 2 4s in her column, will not be happy.
She's looking at the wicket there like, what the...
Well, she's very philosophical, is Ellie Threlkeld. We had her on commentary a couple of times last year, and she's good to chat to, and she seems to be taking it in a stride and with a smile on her face, but yeah, you could forgive her for not doing so, it has to be said. It's been quite a dramatic start for the wicketkeeper, a dramatic start for the Sparks batters who've been run out. There's no run on offer there as Butler was trying to work into the leg side. It brings the over to an end, the 7th of the innings, 25 for 3 the total. As we mentioned, run out so far of Millie Holm and Gwennon Davis. Poppy Davis also out for naught. LBW to Laura Jackson. Those 3 wickets had left the score 17 for 3. The Sparks trying to recover and just muster something from this power play. They were so good in the power plays last season, but they're in real trouble here.
And against the Vipers, but that was with the ball, not the bat. Got Jackson still from the end that we're commentating from to Eve Jones. Jackson coming in round to Eve Jones, left-handed, and just knocks that to fine leg, and it's going towards the boundary. I think that's going to be an easy 4 there. Just a little flick off a leg there, straight down for 4 runs, and the score goes through to 29 for 3. Yeah, those run-outs have kept all the fielders, up on their toes, and then, as you said, the crease is causing Ellie Threlkeld to really keep her concentration going, because she's not sure what's going to happen next, really.
Yeah, Hannah Jones is up in the ring there, and I think all Eve Jones are trying to do is put it one side of her, and ended up getting 4 for it.
Yeah, Jackson into Jones, who knocks it down for no run, just onto the pitch, and it's tidied up by Alex Hartley. Back to Jackson. It's sort of slightly gloomier now. I think these clouds are looking a bit greyer than fluffy white at the moment.
Sun just having a battle with 1 or 2 of them, isn't it?
Jackson into Eve Jones, who has a wild swing at a very loose delivery, and they run through for a single run, and the umpire signals a bye. It was a sort of, I don't know, we're at an angle, so I can't see the the angle the ball's coming in, but Eve Jones took a sort of wild swipe at it and managed to not hit the ball there. And
it was on the drive, wasn't she? But it seemed to keep a bit low.
Jackson this time into Steph Butler, who knocks it down to point, and that's straight to the fielder and no run there. And both teams in different kit this year, so we've got this. I quite like this classy sort of grey that the Thunder have. Very, very nice, very sharp. And the Central Sparks. I know you weren't a big fan of the Central Sparks, but they had a odd kit last year.
You said that. I didn't mind it at all. I liked it. I think there's lots
Jackson
to it.
to Butler, who crouches and then knocks it down, sort of leg-esque. There's a noise that sounds like a bat from where we are, but we're obviously picking up some odd sound because with the LB sounded like a wood noise as opposed to a leg. Not to say that it wasn't, it's just that we're getting an odd sound here. I'm not quite sure.
Could have just been a bit of bat on pitch there on that occasion. Reminder, of course, the test match just getting underway.
Jackson to Butler, who knocks that past the point fielder, and they scoot through for one run as the fielder scoots the ball up to Rachael, who has to stretch to catch that one.
New Zealand closing in on England's total with plenty of wickets in hand. They are 234 for 3, 69 runs behind, so they will have the opportunity to build a big lead potentially there down the road at Edgbaston. Good opportunity today to make sure you've got maybe that one on the TV screen and us on another screen as well, and you can listen, of course, through the BBC Sport website today. That commentary being brought to you by BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester, and as I say, you're also with us on the Central Sparks live stream as Piper Cleary comes around the wicket, bowling to Steph Butler, who is there defensively. Didn't have to move a great deal to play that one in the end, and is just happy to push it to Emma Lamb, who's at a short extra cover position. Picks the ball up, gives it a rub on the trousers. The sun, as I say, doing its best to work its way past these clouds. We sort of almost have one half of the pitch in sunlight and one in more cloud cover as we head over towards the Graham Hick Pavilion and the Ladies Pavilion as well. As round the wicket comes Piper Cleary, and Butler is driving, and Cleary just almost dismissively puts a foot in the way of the ball and just deflects it up to mid-off. Once she knew she'd got a dot ball, she was quite content there. The Thunder players this year, it was sort of, last year they were on kind of two levels in the Graham Hick Pavilion, with the home side up on the top and the away side at the bottom. Actually today it looks as if the Thunder players are more in the hospitality marquee over there towards one of the larger trees on the ground, as this one is played down the onside, a very similar area to where the run out happened, but on this occasion it had been hit more firmly and the run was on offer, and Steph Butler takes it gratefully and moves on to 3. 32 for 3 the total. Eve Jones preparing to face up now with a fielder at long leg, a fielder at mid wicket and mid on the leg side. We have mid off, short extra cover, a more conventional cover, a backward point, a slip, and a fielder at third on the boundary on the offside. Piper Cleary, the Western Australian, is racing in to bowl, and Eve Jones has chopped at it and made absolutely no collection whatsoever, and it's gone into the gloves of Rachael, and she will be scoreless from that delivery.
Yeah, we should remind people that there is only one power play in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over trophy, just the first 10 overs. There isn't a second one, so you might see it in other competitions, but for Rachael Heyhoe Flint it's just the one power play, that first 10 overs.
The voice of Claire Jenkins alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Scott Reed will be joining us shortly, around the 10 over mark, I think. So just a moment. Two other games going on in this competition at the moment. Sunrise seems to be a huge amount of batting involved in that. Seems to be 1 for 3 and 7 for Jones. There seems to be a huge amount of batting. Round the wicket to Butler, who is driving awkwardly into the leg side behind square, will pick up 1. Duckworth off the boundary to do the fielding. 34 for 3 is the total at the end of the 9th over. Let's say with Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins, and we'll have some of Scott Reed on the way shortly as well at the end of the next over.
Yeah, so when you and I were here last year, Mike, it was behind closed doors, and we had the cardboard spectators in the ladies' pavilion seats, and so it's nice to see some actual spectators dotted around the ground this time.
Yes, they were more for aesthetics than personality. I feel those cardboard.
They didn't add much into the atmosphere.
No, they
noise.
weren't up for much of a chat.
Jackson into Butler, who lets that one go straight through to the wicket-keeper for no run. Again, it's sort of shot through again, and Steph Butler had an easy leave there as a pigeon. It makes its way to... We've got some FX mics outside, and we're just waiting for some... If there's some very loud cooing noises, it sounded like it had indigestion.
Well, thankfully, the rather brown, I have to say fairly ugly-looking pigeon has moved from just underneath the rafter, which is good of it.
Jackson to Butler, who swings at this one, and it goes to point, but there is no run. Was a sort of wild throw at the Eve Jones is batting in, but that mentioned that the fielders were on their toes, and they're up for everything now. These first few power play overs as we go to the last of the power play overs.
Yeah, had quite a beak on it, that pigeon. It was very noisy indeed.
Jackson to Butler knocks that straight to the point. The cover fielder for no run. Michael Cleary again, busy at cover there, controlling that part of the square there as Jackson examines the ball. And Steph Butler. Jackson into Butler, who knocks that thumpingly to Alex Hartley at mid-on, but there's no run. Got hold of that one, but it's straight to the fielder again.
2 players involved in affecting the run-outs there, fielding the balls from successive deliveries, Cleary and Hartley, although they did it the other way round.
Jackson coming around the wicket to the left-handed Steph Butler. And Steph Butler knocks it down defensively, just down the strip again to Alex Hartley, and Alex Hartley does the clearing up back to the wicket-keeper. How good was Alex Hartley's catch last week? I'm sure she's still winding Kate Cross up about that.
You know what though?
Running backwards over her head.
This is controversial.
Controversial.
Because the team I'm about to mention aren't playing here today, but I thought Lucy Hyams to win the game was actually...
Oh, that was a good one as well. Jackson into Butler, who tickles that down the leg side, and it's running towards the boundary, but there's a fielder coming round and cutting that off, so it's just the one run to Steph Butler as the total moves on to 34 for 3. Yeah, I mean, Lucy Hyams' catch was good. It was like a point catch as an ex-point fielder, and we had a good view of that. It was a really, really sharp catch to her left-hand side, very close to the ground, scooped off the ground. That was a good catch. But Alex Hartley's, it was Tammy Beaumont. She'd lobbed it up to sort of long off, and Alex Hartley had to cover quite a lot of ground and catch it over her shoulder. So it was a Jenny Gunn-esque, if you've seen the game at Headingley, catch. And I don't know who was more surprised about all of that, the teams or Alex Hartley. But we've got the end of the power play here. So Yvonne Dolphin Cooper giving us the end of the power play signal there.
Now, what I'll do is I'll leave you to start off this over from Emma Lamb, Claire, and we'll bring Scott Reedham from BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire.
Welcome, Scott. Somebody new. I've only ever worked with Mike. You're letting me loose with somebody different now. We've got a change of bowler from the far end. Thunder bringing on Emma Lamb. Lamb into Butler, and there's no run. Lamb coming around the wicket to the left-handed Steph Butler. Again, straight through to the wicket keeper. The ball's gone round the back, and they got through for 1 run there. As Eve Jones just wipes a bit of debris off the strip and gets herself settled again for taking a guard again. And Emma Lamb's tossing the ball from hand to hand as Eve Jones gets herself set. Of course, Eve Jones will know a lot of these players as ex-Lancashire player herself. Emma Lamb into Jones, who just digs that out from underneath her feet, and they don't get a run there. It's just defended.
Good morning, Claire. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can.
Have I plugged in
with a
properly?
bit of fun with the various technical things, because I think some of the little schnorgels are a bit loose, and I'm losing my sound through my ears occasionally, so that's just dotted down, and there's no run still. Lamb into Jones, who takes a swipe but straight to the cover fielder, and there's no run again.
Things seem to have settled down after a slightly frantic start, didn't it? It was
I think
a little out of character, really.
yes. Lamb into Jones, who knocks that just to mid-on, and again there's no run. I think somebody needs to be fanning Laura McLeod with a wet towel somewhere. Maybe point her away from the pitch at this moment and just come back to her later.
Well, there's certainly at least a sense that things have calmed down and a partnership developing.
Yes, 36 for 3.
Having lost those early wickets.
Yeah. 11 overs down.
Dismissals of Millie Home for 1. Run out very well by Alex Hartley. Good
But
piece of
yes.
work.
I don't know whether to describe Alex Hartley as a batting all-rounder just to wind Kate Cross up.
I think she'd quite like that description with Alex. Yeah.
Yes, batting, fielding all-rounder, and then, the bowling comes later, maybe.
I heard you mention the catch. It was an absolute stunner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good.
Superb.
Shocked me.
Yeah. There's Laura Jackson, the right arm around the wicket, and just angled across Butler into the gloves of the keeper, Ellie Threlkeld, and there is no run. It's a Millie Home run out for 1 by Alex Hartley. Poppy Davis, LBW to Jackson for 0. And Davis was run out by Cleary for 0 as well, so it's a little bit frantic at one stage, but things seems to have settled down. 36 for 3. We're in the 12th. Follow ball, which is driven, but straight to point. Emma Lamb fields, and there is no run. 36 for 3. Butler on 4 and Jones on 17 from 35 balls faced. Sparks have themselves a partnership here, which we'll try and build on. It is steered down towards third for a single. Think of a second.
Well, they've got back for a second, because there was a bit of sort of, the fielder wasn't really bringing that in particularly quickly, was it? So there was a chance for that second.
Yeah,
fortunately an easy one.
Even with a bit of hesitation, there was still a comfortable second there, wasn't there, with that?
Yeah.
38 for 3. Butler to 6. 1 slip in place. Fine leg. Deep third. Point. Cover. Extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. It'll dab away into the offside, but perhaps a little fortunate that wasn't chopped back onto the stumps. Picked up by the keeper Threlkeld, and there is no run.
So nice. I mean, it's proper classic cricket backdrop, isn't it?
It is. It's one of the favourite grounds to come to, New Road. A little clip through the onside. Nice enough shot, actually, to the left of Alex Hartley was at mid-on. Time well enough. Low full toss in the end, but clipped away neatly through wide mid-on for 4 runs.
Nice shot there from Steph Butler. Confident. We're like, Central Sparks will be happy that she's putting the ball down and through that shot. Alex Hartley was not going to catch that, I don't think.
Coming into this game with 33 runs from the competition so far, highest score of 27 for Steph Butler. Now on to 10. 42 for 3. Jackson in again, pressing forward, the ball through to the keeper, and there is no run. So that's the end of the 12th over. 42 for 3. Butler has 10. Jones on 17. Yes, it is a terrific ground to come to. I always look forward to a trip to New Road. I've got a double header because I'm here again tomorrow for the men's game, for the T20 game.
Oh, yeah.
Any excuse to try and get down to New Road. It's a lovely venue, isn't it? As you say, it's a beautiful backdrop, and the weather's gorgeous for the weekend, which is excellent.
This will be good. So, Rapids. So, it's Moeen Alley, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Moeen's playing tomorrow. Joss Butler's playing for Lancashire as well. So.
Ooh.
Yeah, looking forward to
Something
today
for
tomorrow.
everyone there.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
We've got Emma Lamb into Eve Jones. Emma Lamb coming in around the wicket to the left-handed Jones, who knocks that back defensively straight to the bowler, and there's no run.
Turning into a very fine all-rounder for Thunder is Emma Lamb. Yeah,
use some of the ball on the bat. Lamb into Jones, who tries to makes a rather exaggerated shot, I think, to make the point that she felt that it was a little bit wide of the mark, perhaps. And there's a rather dramatic swing of the bat as Emma Lamb comes back in round to Eve Jones, who sweeps round on that, but it just goes short, and Ellie Threlkeld scoops the ball up and round back to the bowler again. There's no run, still on 42 for 3. Lamb into Jones, who knocks that towards the point and thinks about taking a run, but then comes back again, a little more pessimistically about there being a run there.
Yeah, picked up nicely by Laura Jackson.
Well done. Yep. Lamb into Jones, and she goes down the leg side, and there's a puff of smoke as the ball catches the bat, and then we've got a wide ball there, so 1 to the total. We're at an angle here, so it's hard for us to judge how far the ball is going wide of the batter. Lamb into Jones, who knocks that down again towards point, and the point, and Jackson picks that up, and there is no run. We'll get through the overs very quickly with the short run up, don't we, with the spinners. So Lamb takes aim again. Jones crouching ready, knocks it straight to Piper Cleary, who has plenty of time to get down in various instalments to make a long barrier and stop the ball. And that's the end of the over, 43 for 3.
Yeah, just looking at Emma Lamb with the bat and with the ball this year for Thunder, leading run scorer, 121 highest score.
Yeah, of 105 balls and a 6.
Absolutely. Chipped in with a couple of wickets as well. So Thunder without Sophie Eccleston and Kate Cross, who are top of the wicket taking chart. Sophie with 8 wickets and Kate with 6. See a bowling change with Natalie Brown coming into the attack. So Laura Jackson 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. 5 overs for 13, and Emma Lamb just completed her second over. So 43 for 3. In fact, 13 overs. And here's Brown, right arm around the wicket. Ball just eased away off the hip. Down to 4, a leg by. No bat on that, little deflection off the 5 pad. Score ticks along by an extra run to 44 for 3. Still with a slip in place. wide third, deep fine, and then the offside well guarded. Mid off, extra cover,
Full
cover and
start.
punt. Tries again, yes, Brown, and again just down the leg side, so umpire signals are wide. Score moves on to 45 for 3.
And that Brown, I noticed, started playing when she was 9 and made a debut at 14.
He's punched to mid off, but for no run.
I wished I'd played at school.
Yeah.
I didn't get to play till I was at college, so I was a late starter.
And was the sport on at school as well? Was it there as an option for you to?
No, it wasn't an option.
Okay. Brown, yeah, this worked her way off the pads into the onside by Jones for no run.
I suppose I'm a bit jealous of those people who started playing much younger, because you think all the things that you could have learnt in those time. But I didn't fall in love with the game until I was sort of early 20s, and we managed to get a game against, well, actually Worcester, what is now Worcester University, against the side that I was at, which is now Wolverhampton University, so only down the road.
Brown again pushed into the onside by Jones for no run.
I can safely say we were hopeless. We were ex-hockey. They said it was the usual story of, they say, get the hockey players together, we'll get a cricket team. Well, you can hit the ball. I mean, we had no idea what was going on, but we loved it, and absolutely fell in love with it.
Brown balls again. This is Jones off the back foot, just pushing it back towards Natalie Brown. No run.
We had an American girl who was on an exchange, and she famously, against Worcester, hit the ball and then dropped the bat as they would do in softball, and then took a run, but the field was so boggled that she had time to go back, fetch her bat and still make the run.
Did you find the two sports, as Brown comes in and balls to Jones, but down the leg side, a slow ball but down the leg side to signal the wide again, did you find the skills transferable, hockey to cricket?
Yeah, I mean the eye to ball is much easier for hitting. I mean the thing that's just very odd when you first start playing, as anyone will tell you, is the bowling action front. You can either do it or you can't really to start off with.
Down in and just off the back foot again, trying to force it away through the offside, but straight to Piper Cleary, extra cover, no run. End of the over, a couple of wides in that, so slightly elongated over, but. Score moved on to 46 for 3 after 14.
Yeah, I suppose that batting is a natural thing, isn't it? It's something that if you hit a hockey ball, then you're going to pick that up pretty naturally. But the bowling action is an unusual skill to do, isn't it? Regardless of the slow or fast, but it's the thing that you need to be coached to do, unless you've been doing since you were very, very young. So and then the field positioning, which since I was captain, because I'd pulled the team together, I had no idea what was going on there. Umpire said, "Well, I've never seen a field set quite like this." so got some resetting of the stumps this end, where Steph Butler's batting and Rob White is just supervising, making sure that that's all okay. Emma Lamb still from the far end to us, into Steph Butler. We've both left-handed bats here, so Lamb into Butler, who misses that down the leg side, and the umpire signals a wide. That's 1 to the total. As Steph Butler sets us off again, Lamb coming round the wicket, and Steph Butler leaves that outside off and goes straight through to the wicket to keep her no run.
Much better line and length that, wasn't it, from Lamb? Slip in place as well, so that's the type of line she wants to be bowling.
Lamb to the crouching Butler, who knocks it down. Well, there's a bat noise, but we can't see from the angle that we're at. And that's no run. I don't want to mention the sound of a bat because we we're getting some odd noises out of the microphones here. So Lamb into Butler. It takes a big sweep and it goes, unfortunately for Sparks, straight to the fielder again at mid-on. No run.
We've not yet heard the sounds of the pigeons, but that
No,
can't be too far away.
I think he's working himself. He's gone for a little break, I think. Lamb into Butler, knocks that down, and it's tickled down to fine leg, and the fielder is running round to the rope and was going to scoop that up easily, and they come through for a second run. They've obviously decided they want to speed this up again, sort of making the Central Sparks people a little nervous, I would imagine. But they get through for 2 runs, so that's 47 for 3 as they approach, or 49 for 3 as they approach that first milestone of the 50 runs, which I think they'll be very glad to see tick over if we see that. Lamb into Butler, knocks one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, I think they'll be glad to see that 50 up, Scott, when we see that.
Yeah, after a slightly wobbly start, definitely.
Yeah. Lamb into Butler, nice and calm at the crease. She takes a big swing, and the umpire has to do an Olay movement to get out of the way. It's square leg, and the fielders managed to stop that very close to the rope. There's some rather exaggerated. Oh, I think I might have pulled something from the fielders as they go round for that. Rebecca Duckworth making some odd movements with the body there. I think she didn't quite time that right. But I like the Olay from the square leg umpire, who had to move pretty quickly out of the way for that shot there, and we get the 50 up. So we've got 50 for 3 off the 15 overs. 35 remaining. This is 50 over. So this is the regional centres of excellence across England, the 8 regional centres of excellence playing in their 50 over competition, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, which started last year, and they move, I think, after this round into the T20 format. So it'll be interesting to see how they manage with that.
It's Brown for the Thunder from the New Road end, but down the leg side, taken by Rachael, but there's no run. Yes, there's a break for quite a lot of T20 cricket, isn't there, coming up over the next month or so.
And then we'll get to the 100, which is
Indeed.
Winding its PR up as well.
Yeah, we'll see with us. Round in, full of ball, driven. Well stopped inside the circle by Danny Collins. No run. So just on the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and the weight set up, Claire, do you like the format? You mentioned it's the regional kind of teams, aren't they? As it's punched through mid-off, but no run. This next delivery from Brown. Are you a fan of that kind of setup?
Yeah, I mean, I gather that last year they had to do it very short notice because of COVID, and I think there was some sort of discussion about what format they should make it, given that they weren't going to be able to do very much. And they had to split it into 2 regions last year, and the 50 over gave everyone a chance to use all their skills. So
Brown again, bowling nudged away by Butler into the onside, picked up at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I think there may have been some short discussion about whether they should do a T20, but the issue with T20 is that sometimes it can be dominated by certain players. At least with the 50 over, everyone gets a field and bat and bowl potentially.
Wide of the crease bowls, that's hit back over ahead. Nice shot, scooped over ahead of the bowler.
There's a good noise there. That thump of the ball on possibly brick wall there. We can't see where it went down, but it certainly hit the picket fence with a decided thunk.
Takes Butler on to 17. The score moves on to 55 for 3.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see them play to transfer then to the 20 over and then see how that works out.
Brown past the umpire, bowls again. Defensive push into the onside, no run. I think it'd be quite nice as well if the competition has a chance to develop and to grow. You know, I was quite a big fan of the Kia Super League. Yeah. And covered a lot of Super League games on BBC Radio Lancashire over the course of the 3 or 4 years of the competition. Felt like that was an established competition of format. Swatted away over mid-on. That's a good-looking shot. 1 bounce up towards the rope for.
Do you know what? I think I think that was Alex Hartley thinking, I'm doing that catch again, because it was the same sort of longer boundary, I think, at Chester Broughton Hall. But yeah, I think she thought, oh, I'm going to have this one again.
Ended the over with that as well. 59 for 3. Butler to 21. Jones is on 17. So yeah, I thought the key of Super League was kind of an established competition. It seemed to develop a bit of momentum. It had a narrative. It had something to base.
Yeah,
it on,
I'm not involved, but looking at it from the outside, it was that, it was just starting to develop some momentum, and then suddenly, okay, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to do something else.
Yeah.
And of course, some of them have been able to take that momentum into this, because we've got Vipers again, and we've got Western Storm again. So some have kept their branding, and some have had to establish new ones as Lamb comes into Jones, and Jones just knocks that down respectfully, and there's no run. Yeah, so it's a sort of mix of keeping that momentum. So you've got so some have stayed exactly the same, Western Storm and Vipers, and then Central Sparks having to establish themselves from nothing. So Lamb to Jones, and there's a sort of swipe at the ball, and Ellie Threlcombe was very interested for a moment, and they scamper through for one run. Not quite sure if that, no, that's a bye. That's umpire Dolphin Cooper just signalling that to us. So it didn't actually touch anything, but it sort of felt like it might have done, and I think Threlcombe was just thinking, could have had a catch there. No, not for the bat. Yeah, so Central Sparks have had to establish a brand and a team from nowhere, in terms of image and what are they going to call it, and what's the graphics going to be, and how we're going to promote it and stuff. So they did very well, I think. My opinion is they did a really good job of the branding from starting from scratch last year. I mean, I'd have to say that because I was partly involved in some of that before it was Central Sparks. But yeah, establishing from nothing, and then also getting the social media profile and the digital stuff, because that's really important to get the fan engagement, to get them involved with something brand new. They're having to kind of engage with that. So Lamb to Butler this time, who knocks it down, and there's no run, and Ellie Threlcombe has to go running out of her hutch to go and fetch the ball, and as it goes back to the bowler. We're still on 60 for 3 here, as Lamb comes in around the wicket to Steph Butler, who knocks. There's an appeal for caught behind, but I think it was just a mild house out from the wicket keeper. There's no run. Butler knocks a bat down, and Lamb comes in round. Takes a big swipe and a miss, and it's straight through to Ellie Threlcombe, who's watching to see if Steph Butler steps out of her crease at all. Talking of wicket keepers, we've got Sarah Taylor back.
Absolutely.
Playing for Diamonds, and I think that's encouraging people to be watching several screens here to see these live streams. Chance to watch Sarah Taylor keep for Diamonds for the first time. Lamb into Butler, who knocks that down defensively, and the cover fielder comes trotting in. There is no run, and we move on to 60 for 3 off 17 overs. Yeah, it's interesting. They've some of them had to go from scratch. Some of them have got the momentum from before, and there is that fit that the standard is so much better this season. You know that. It's and remember that they're not all contracted. A lot of these players are still having to do day jobs, etc. But you can see the increase of the standard. It has gone up and up over because they've had a whole lot off season to really hone that, and I think everything's going to come up, and you can see then why you might want somebody like Sarah Glenn playing in this standard of cricket and getting ready for the next series. You know, we've got India and the Test match starting next week, and then there'll be ODIs and T20s. If I were Lisa Kitely, I would want Sarah Glenn playing at the top level that she can possibly play at, competitive, and fighting her way into the team for the ODIs and the T20s, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps helped by the increase in professional contracts as well. I'm sure that will have a knock-on effect. That was a terrific move, wasn't it, to increase up to 41 professional
41,
players?
yeah. Western Storm have put their hand in their own pocket to have an extra, so they all have 5 contracted players, and then Western Storm have 6, which might help them when the England players have gone off to test bubbles, etc. Team environments.
Hannah Jones from this new road end replacing Natalie Brown. First delivery's defended by Jones, and there is no run. We've got Hannah Jones to Eve Jones. The bowler into the batter, shuffles back and pushes into the offside, no run.
You see, last week you didn't have to do Bryce to Boyce and Boyce to Bryce.
I can imagine that being quite confusing, yeah.
And Bryces, there was lots of Bryces. There was a brace of Bryces.
Too many B's for me, that. Eve Jones just going back and nudging the ball into the onside, no run.
It's sort of gone a bit becalmed, hasn't it? It's like, sort of stopped a bit.
Into the 18th over, Hannah Jones bowling, clubbed back over her head.
Having
1
said
bounce,
that,
4 runs. Yeah, that'll do. That'll ease the sense of becalming, won't it?
Yes, I think Eve Jones must have been listening. No, I'm gonna have a go at this. So if I can see this is a new bowler. Central Sparks happy to see that one sail over the boundary. Convincing 4, back up over the bowler's head there.
Score ticks along to 64 for 3. Eve Jones on to 21, defending this next delivery, pushing it into the offside, no run. Yes, I mean Thunder have retained Thunder from their name. They were the Lancashire Thunder, now the Northwest Thunder, but so a little sense of continuity with the Thunder, and that works well with the men's team, the Lightning as well.
Yeah.
She's driven.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely shot for 4.
You see, almost as if she'd been listening to me. No, Claire, we are definitely going to be on the attack here.
Yeah, pierced the infield, didn't it? That rattled its way to extra cover for 4 runs. Nice way to end the over. 18 gone.
Yeah.
68 for 3.
That makes it easier, doesn't it, for spectators if they're seeing Thunder. You know, they're seeing that continuity there, understanding that. Yeah, and of course we've got the Diamonds as well for Yorkshire.
Yeah, they've retained their name. Actually, you just kind of hope the competition's allowed to grow. You know, not kind of start again with something different in a season or 2 time. You want it to establish and develop over a period of time, don't you? Really?
Gosh, you give me a worry I hadn't even thought of then, that they would not. Yes, let's hope we get some. This is set now. We've got this now. We're okay. We understand 8 teams, 50 overs, and then 20 overs in the middle, and we understand that. Yep. So we've got Lamb to Butler, who just adjusts a mid on fielder, and Butler just dabs that down. There's no run. Yes, let's hope we've got this now. We understand this now. 8 regional teams. Oh, the eyes. Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Can talk about that for ages. Lamb into Steph Butler, who knocks that just to mid on, and there is no run.
Speaking of the Northwest, the Northern Diamonds.
Oh, yes.
They're playing the South East Stars today.
How are they getting on?
South East Stars 83 for 2 after 22 overs.
Lamb to Butler, who makes as though she's going to make a huge swipe at that, and then it's given a wide ball. She's thought twice about having a big swing at that, but the sort of gully fielder, because it's a bit more than a slip, I think.
Bounced a bit, that as well, didn't it?
Yeah. Lamb into Butler, who knocks that down just to the track, and the cover fielder comes in and just scoops that ball back up again.
Katie Levick and Jenny Gunn were the 2 wickets for the Northern Diamonds. Sarah Taylor is playing, keeping wicket. Fantastic.
Lamb to Butler. Another big swipe, and it goes straight to the point fielder, and there's no run. Some dabs that down, but easily picked up on the ring there by Laura Jackson. Lamb coming round the wicket to Steph Butler, who sort of dabs it onto her foot, and it's down to fine leg, but they go through for 1, and I suspect that yes, we're going to get a wide ball there. Maybe didn't get any bat on that, so yes, just straight down to fine leg for just a single there, and that brings Eve Jones to strike, and the Thunderfield disappear back off towards the ropes wherever they are allowed to, the fielder restrictions. And Eve Jones has a quick look at the gaps, and Lamb comes in around the wicket to the left-handed Jones, who dabs that off her hip down to fine leg, and they go through for 1, and she turns for a second, but then thinks twice about it, as Rebecca Duckworth does the fielding down here at fine leg. So we've got now Lamb to Butler, low crouching stance, and she knocks that just back down the track straight to the bowler, and that's no run. And so we are on 72 for 3 off the 19 overs, 31 to go. Still, look, the weather's a bit gloomy. I mean, it's very pleasant, and it's certainly very warm. Certainly warm in the commentary position, because we're effectively behind a sort of greenhouse here.
Always gets toasty
Lot
in this
of
box.
glass,
Yeah,
but
it
not
does.
much windowage here. Proper old-fashioned commentary box.
Even in a cold, chilly day, it's never cold in this commentary box.
Yeah, well, it's just as well I put my shorts on today then.
There's another game taking place as well in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Lightning against Sunrisers. Sunrisers 77 for 3 after 21 overs. And it's a fourth match due to start at 1 o'clock. Western Storm against Southern Vipers.
I think that's slightly later start. And I think that's the first day-night game that we've had in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, if I'm maybe wrong. I think that's right.
So it's a 1 PM scheduled start.
Yeah, we've not had a day. They've all been day games. So
Hannah Jones continues. That's a punch into the offside, but for no run by Eve Jones. That game taking place at Taunton.
nice.
Under the lights. Yeah, be a lovely venue. Game of day-night cricket. Jones bowls again. That's played neatly through mid-on for a single.
Laura Jackson just tidying up. About 10 yards in from the rope.
73 for 3 now. Eve Jones moves to 27. Brings Steph Butler back on strike. Slip in place. Short third. Backward point. Cover. Mid-off. Mid-wicket. Square leg. Deep mid-wicket. Long on. Oh, this loops off the shoulder of the bat with perhaps a little bit of turn there for Hannah Jones. And the ball just loops away into the offside. No run.
Yeah, we can't tell if that was a sort of odd bounce or movement from the bowler there.
Left arm around the wicket, just pushed away, back beyond her reach by Butler. That's okay, because mid-wicket, Georgie Boyce comes around to complete the fielding. Picks it up, hands it back to Hannah Jones. He'll skip and comes in and bowls. Nudge down into the onside, think of one, decide against it. I think the Thunder fielding's been excellent close in, inside the ring.
Central Sparks kept them up for that, though, didn't they? Those run-outs at the beginning. It's easier when you've got some interest with the wickets going, I think.
Forward defensive back down to Hannah Jones to complete the overs. So 20 gone. And the Central Sparks 73 for 3. Jones has 27. Butler has 21. I shall leave you. I think Mike's going to come back.
Yeah. Come back, Mike. Thank you very much, Scott. And they bring on the sanitizer break. Just they get the clean hands all clean, and we've got what's coming on with drinks, and everyone just having a bit of a breather. More of a changeover in the comms as Mike comes back in and Scott gets a cup of tea. Just pick up some of the PA going on in the background, which is just a really nice reminder that we have spectators in, because of course when we were behind closed doors last year for this equivalent game at Worcester New Road, there was no PA because there was no spectators, so they didn't need a PA. And we've got some folks enjoying the sun in the seats opposite us as Lamb gets ready to bowl to Eve Jones. Eve Jones is surveying the field after the short break, so it is just dab down for no run now. Just checking the result wasn't a change of bowler there. It is still Emma Lamb from the far end to us as they scoot the ball back to the bowler, and the bowler just adjusts a ponytail and throwing the ball from hand to hand. Lamb into Jones, takes a big swing and it goes to mid-on, but there's no run, straight to the fielder, and the bowler just sort of misfields that ball almost, and it goes through to Piper Cleary. Tidies up behind her.
Yeah, hello again, everyone. Eve Jones starting to look a bit more settled all of a sudden, which is never a great thing to say.
Lamb into Jones, who swipes one through the point region, and it's going out towards the boundary, but it's taken by the fielder coming round, and they just go through for the 1 run.
In fact, the partnership has built quite nicely actually in those last 10 overs.
Yeah. Some consolidation, as they say, I think. The fielders just taking their place, and Lamb's just checking her fields in the right place, and Rachael moving the mid-wicket fielder in slightly, and the cover being adjusted. Lamb into Butler, who posts one through the gully region, and it's going towards the rope, and it's beat the fielder. So we've got 4 runs there for Steph Butler, neatly posted. I think she meant that, through the gap in the sort of slip stroke gully.
Posted was actually a very nice description, because it was like she put it just through the little hole of the letterbox there between the slit of the gully.
Very neatly.
Feels a risky option to me at this stage, I have to say,
yes,
with 2 catches
yes,
there.
There was a bit of
a
from the Central Sparks. Lamb into Butler, comes forward to that one and just dabs it down straight to the incoming cover fielder, and then back to the bowler, who again just adjusts her ponytail and takes a stance ready for right arm spin bowler round to Steph Butler, who comes forward again, and that just goes through to the gully fielder, who just pops. It's Piper Cleary there, just easily scoops that up, and there is no run. So we move to 78 for 3 off 21 overs. So what do you make of that then, Mike? What do you make of the play while you were off there?
As I say, I feel the partnership's built very nicely actually. It doesn't feel like a pitch that's going to have huge amounts in it today, but we will see how many runs are on offer. But it's a very useful partnership, this one so far, but it needs to build some more, and we'll see how far it will build as Hannah Jones is bowling to Eve Jones, who hits it nicely down the track. It's one of those strokes that was actually so pleasant on the eye, it probably deserved more than the one it got. 78 for 3 the total moves on to, which becomes 79 for 3. I'd actually got ahead of the board for once there. It's not often I'm ahead of something, but I was on that occasion. Nice to have around 500 of you watching at the moment on the live stream, and there's a stumping. Butler has just walked past one from Hannah Jones, and well, dearie me, the Sparks, just as the partnership was looking to build and as if it could become something, Butler has gone straight past one and is out, stumped by Rachael off the bowling of Hannah Jones for 25. It was a well-worked innings to that point, but it was a real misjudgment, and Hannah Jones didn't have to do a huge amount with that other than pull the length back ever so slightly. Butler was just left reaching for the ball, couldn't get it, and Rachael so sharp with those gloves she was never going to miss a chance like that. Butler run out for 25. The score is 79 for 4.
That was a real shame there, because you felt like Steph Butler was really kind of starting to feel more confident in the crease and use it well and start to just dab the ball about. And we've got, looking towards the cathedral, we've got some seagulls wheeling around. I was thinking, picking up something there in the thermals and things as they dance around the spire that we're looking at.
Yeah, there's plenty of birds been flapping around in the sky today, and Steph Butler there left rather reaching for a ball that she'd misjudged the flight. Now Claire Boycott, this feels relatively high for Claire Boycott, coming in at number 6 here, but she's somebody who certainly can bat, certainly knows how to build an innings, and actually Boycott's one of those batters who you do feel just needs a little bit of time to ease herself into her work, and this perhaps isn't a bad idea to have her at number 6. She will be required with the ball as well. Took 4 for 49, I believe it was, here last season. I'll have to double check that, but I'm pretty certain that's correct, and she's taking her guard here. You're listening the BBC Sport website and on the Central Sparks live stream, and Hannah Jones is being pulled away down to fine leg, and that's a pretty good place to place that ball,
there it goes,
because there's no fielder there, and it's 4 runs, 83 for 4 the total goes on to. What a lovely way for Claire Boycott to get off the mark.
Yeah, it's her first game this season, Rachael Heyhoe Flint, so I'm sure she's played some perhaps some Worcestershire games, but yes, and she wants to be, she says in the notes that she wants to be known more as a batter, so this is her opportunity.
It certainly is a chance, and she's facing her second ball, and again she would have had the opportunity to work that one away down the leg side. She pulled the last one, didn't make contact here, but does pick up a wide ball, so she will be quite happy to have done so, and she remains on 4, but the total moves on to 84 for 4 as Hannah Jones bowls again, and Boycott's forward defensively into the onside it goes, and there is no run on offer on that occasion, and Jones just walks back to her mark, contemplating the next option. She has one sweeper back on the leg side as she bowls to Boycott, and this is played away into the leg side to Cleary. I feel we're going to see a lot of spin today, partly because you always do with the Thunder, but I feel also this pitch is one that will offer plenty.
Well, we've certainly seen some uneven bounce regardless of the pace of the ball.
Here's Jones, left arm around the wicket, and Boycott is watchful in defence and just plays it out into the offside. But that boundary gave her a bit of breathing space at the start of her innings, and she will make use of that. 4 from 4 balls so far is Claire Boycott. 84 for 4 the score. The wicket in the over was Steph Butler, stumped by Ellie Threlkeld for 25 off the bowling of Hannah Jones.
Yes, now Central Sparks need to really reset themselves, and let's hope there's no more rushes of blood to the head from the Central Sparks point of view. And change of bowling. You can hear that going off in the PA in the background.
So
got the
again,
skipper coming on. The ever entertaining Alex Hartley is coming on from the far end to us to bowl to Eve Jones. What did you say?
I was just going to say, she entertained last week, didn't she, with the catch and
yes.
With the batting as well.
Yep.
And she's got a chance with the ball in hand.
Scott agreed with me. I should describe her as a batting all-rounder who can bowl as well. Just a 1K cross-up with the no balls.
I said last week she rates her batting more than she lets on, I think.
Yeah, I think she's, like you say, she's better than she'd give herself credit for. Yeah. So Hartley this time into Eve Jones, and Threlkeld is just surveying the field, and Hartley in to Eve Jones, who pops it to the point region that Ellie Threlkeld was waving at as she came in. I love Alex Hartley's real kind of wave with both hands as she comes in. It's a very distinctive action, and Eve Jones just knocks that to mid-off, but there is no run, and we're still on 84 for 4.
Yeah, the hands almost come up and meet at the top, almost like a bird sort
wave.
of
I love that.
displaying
Hartley. Yes, it is. Hartley, and Jones like a big swipe at that, and it goes out through mid-wicket to the fielder, and they get through for 1 run. It's a very distinct action, isn't it? And
it can, on a worn wicket like this one, produce an awful lot of turn and make things very difficult for batters coming to the crease. The sun seems to be winning the battle. The outfield is now illuminated, and it's in its full fine green form now.
Yeah, so this time it's Hartley to Boycott. We've got a slip fielder in. We've got Hannah Jones moved to mid off. Hartley to Boycott, who knocks that down just defensively, and there is no run. Yes, I'm swapping in the field here, because now we've got a left-hander, right-hander, because Claire Boycott is the right-handed Worcestershire player. Hartley into Boycott, who knocks that just a short square, and there's no run. As we hear more, obviously Mike's turning the FX mic up so you can hear the wonderful bongs from the cathedral there in the background. And Hartley, left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Boycott, who taps a bat and knocks that down into the ground, and the Piper Cleary just does the tidying up there, straight back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over.
Yeah, there's not much ceremony, is there really, in a Claire Boycott forward defensive stroke as we saw there. She just gets the bat to exactly where it needs to be and allows the ball to hit it. It's very, very simple technique from Boycott in that respect. And
like a nice simple technique. So 85 for 4, and that's 23 overs gone and 27 remaining.
If you weren't with us earlier, Millie Home run out for 1 by Alex Hartley. Then Poppy Davis was out for 0 LBW to Laura Jackson before Gwennon Davis was run out by Piper Cleary, and this is a nice drive into the offside, and the aforementioned Piper Cleary slides away to her right hand side and makes a very tidy stop indeed. So she ran out Gwennon Davis for 0 off 6 balls, and then Steph Butler out in the previous over as this one's driven into the offside to Emma Lamb at backward point, and there's no run on offer once again. Steph Butler batting 58 minutes, 56 balls, hitting 4 fours and making 21 runs before being stumped by Ellie Threlkeld off Hannah Jones, who's delivering again and gets it through outside the off stump. It was a fairly wild drive, particularly by the standards of Eve Jones, who's usually such a competent operator. Another dot ball. 85 for 4 it remains, as it was at the start of the over. Jones into the pitch this time, and that allowed the cut stroke to be played, although it stinks the aim was in front of square, and it ends up going for 4 behind square. So the total is increased once again to 89, but a poor piece of bowling that by Jones, really putting it so short and into the pitch, but then perhaps a fortuitous piece of batting for it to slip off the face behind square for 4 runs. Here comes Hannah Jones once again, and this one's played out into the offside. There is no run on offer, and Cleary tidies up at cover. The pigeon flaps away to our left hand side, and Jones is bowling. That was the ball she was looking for when she bowled short the length. Without the width, it's a much more tricky proposition, and Jones had to settle with a back foot drive that did not produce a run. She has 34 from 70 deliveries now, so is ticking along very nicely indeed. 89 for 4 the total. The sun's starting to shine off the white top of the marquee, which is housing the Thunder players just past the ladies' pavilion there. The Graham Hick pavilion is where the Central Sparks players are housed, and we will be seeing some more of Alex Hartley, who waited quite a while, it has to be said. She's been the 6th bowler that's been used today.
Well, Ali Threlkeld just pointed out a gap in the field, and Hartley comes into Boycott, who knocks it straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. Ellie Threlkeld, you're a wicketkeeper. Ellie Threlkeld's gloves look enormous. Hartley to Boycott, who has a swing and a miss straight through to the gloves that I just mentioned of Ellie Threlkeld's. I think it's because they're white, possibly, also makes them look larger, and also because that lovely kit of Thunders is very kind of, makes it very lean. Hartley into Boycott, who just knocks one to mid-on, but straight to the fielder, so there's no run.
Certainly big hands and big gloves help wicket keepers, and Ellie Threlkeld is one of the finest. We've mentioned, of course, Sarah Taylor back in action.
Hartley to Boycott, who takes a swing, and it goes down the leg side, and there's an appeal for, I think, probably a catch down the leg side there, but umpire Dolphin Cooper not interested. Yeah, I think it's probably exaggerated with the fact that there's no kind of traditional wicket-keeping gloves, so the gloves look that much bigger, perhaps. Hartley to Boycott, And Boycott just knocks that down straight to mid-off, and there's no run. Emma Lamb just tidying up there. Hartley deciding she's going to go around the wicket, be left up, be over the wickets for Hartley to Boycott, who again knocks it down again to Emma Lamb, and there's no run there, so it's 89 for 4 off the 25 overs. So we're at the tipping point, Mike. 25 overs gone, 25 overs to come. 89 for 4, and they bring on some drinks. So we're just at that point, and Central Sparks had a very kind of madness, is the only way I can describe it, in those first power play overs, and needing to recover and do some sort of rationalising what they're doing. And Jones, as you say, 34 off the 70 balls she's faced, and then Boycott 4 off the 13 she's faced, and there's been, according to the board, 25 extras as well, so they've have gifted those, if that's
yeah, I mean, the 11 buys, there's not a lot Rachael could have done about them, frankly, because
that's right.
2 of them hit footholes and went about twice her height over her head, so that's obviously contributed to that factor. 89 for 4 though, from 17 for 3, I think they'll be quite happy with where they've got to. They're in a sort of similar kind of position to where they were at in the game against Southern Vipers before they kicked on to around about 210. And you feel if they could get up to something like that today on a very worn pitch, that could well be enough. I mean, you look at scores in 4th innings of games in the county championship, 200 is a real challenge on most occasions, and that looks as if it has had a decent Lancashire Championship game played on it, I have to say, at some point earlier in the season. Obviously it will have been tidied up, and it will have been worked on, but it looks a very worn wicket, and that's why we've seen the uneven bounce, and that's what will make batting difficult today. I don't think Sparks are going to get up anywhere near 300s, so obviously we're not going to see a game of sort of 250 plus 300 plays 250 plus 300 here. It's going to be one of those games where the more you can get past 200 the better, but something around that will be very competitive.
Even the games you and I have done, some of those have been fairly relatively what might feel like low scoring at the halfway mark, and then things have kicked on, so Central Sparks will be hoping that happens again today.
No, there's definite power to add, and Sarah Glenn, of course, is
still got Sarah Glenn to go
in the Central Sparks lineup. She's not been retained in that England squad. There was a sort of bit of a nod, I felt, though, to this competition in Lisa Kitely's comments, saying that they were looking to sort of balance between giving people cricket and also the need to have a big squad for COVID reasons. As Jones comes in to bowl from the New Road end, it's short of a length and pushed away into the offside. Nat Brown will have to come off the long off boundary to do the fielding. Gets all the way up inside the circle in the end, 90 for 4.
Yeah, remember that it is only the test squad at the moment. They, as I understand it, they will have different team environments for the different formats potentially. So it's only the test team environment that Sarah Glenn isn't in at the moment.
Emma Lamb comes over to short cover to the right-handed Boycott. Jones will come around the wicket left arm and spear it in towards the stumps, but the bat was there solidly, and just as things are very simple in defence on the front foot for Boycott, they're equally so on the back foot on that occasion. Jones again looking for another dot ball and finds it as it's driven to that short cover fielder in Lamb. 90 for 4 the score remains. You're listening to Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins as in comes Hannah Jones, floated up this time, tempting the drive, gets the drive. There'll only be one. It looked as if it was going a little bit quicker through the covers for a second. It interested Lamb, but it was off the ground, and that's what took the pace off it eventually and meant it was only one. 91 for 4, Boycotts on to 5. This game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy being brought to you via the Central Sparks website and live stream, as well as via the BBC Sport website on BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester, as this one is driven into the offside. Piper Cleary is now the cover fielder to the left-handed Jones and prevents the run being taken. We have a gully fielder waiting for the catch, but won't be interested by this one. It's fiercely struck by Eve Jones, but straight to Nat Brown at long off. 1 taken, 92 for 4 the score moves on to. A productive over, but not a big over in the context of this game. Just taking the score on with singles in that over. The pigeons flap away to the left hand side towards the hotel there with its white front and little they call them Juliet balconies, don't they, as in sort of the Romeo and Juliet story, rather than the kind of the full ones that you can get your little table and chairs out on.
You can't sit outside, you can wave. Wherefore art thou? Esque.
Important day though in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy before we convert into the T20 stuff.
Yep.
Central Sparks will start that competition.
Hartley to Jones, who makes as though she's going to make a big... Oh, and Hartley goes rolling spectacularly and misses the ball. It ends up back at Threlkeld again. Goes back round again to Hartley.
Yeah. Southern Vipers, the visitors, first to Edgbaston for a day-night match against the Sparks in the T20.
Oh, the big swing from Eve Jones, and it goes straight through to the fine leg field, and there's no run.
Nearly done in the flight as Steph Butler was, in different ways there, but nearly the same result of a stumping. As for Thunder, they started headingly against Diamonds.
Hartley to Jones, who puts through the covers, and there's a gap there, so they get through easily for a single there. There's 526 people watching the stream at the moment, which is great for the game.
Yep, lovely to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining us. I won't bore you with the pressing the like button, you know the drill by now, but I do often hammer on about that. But I'll give you a day off today, but it's always nice if you can just give it a little click.
Hartley to boycott this time, and she the edge to the slip field, and the slip fielder's just head buried in the ground, knows that was an opportunity, and thumps the ground with her fist. That's Georgie Boyce there. She definitely had an opportunity then, and she heads now almost punishment-like back down to the boundary.
Maybe that was why she was beating
It's
the
like,
ground.
if you miss a catch, you're going to go down to that long on. So this time to Jones. Jones takes a big swing, and Hartley has a chance this time, and it would have been a hard chance, but it went straight to her, and there's Threlkeld's demolishing the stumps at our end, as well as all sorts going on there. So Eve Jones gave a catch chance. It would have been a good catch chance to Hartley, and then the fielders then thought they were in for an opportunity to get a run out there, and as they repair the stumps at our end, and the umpire does supervise what goes on. What did you make of that, Mike?
Well,
it's all sorts going on
for
there.
one, it's more evidence of the pitch being quite dry, the way the stump came out the ground. But then 2 chances and 2 balls. The Georgie Boyce one, she's gone back to slip now, was a real genuine edge. It was a tough chance. It went quick and high, but it's one, as you could tell from her reaction, that she would have expected to catch. The Alex Hartley one was a lot more difficult.
Yeah, Hartley to Boycott, who just respectfully just dots that back to Alex Hartley, I think, just to take everyone taking a bit of a breather, and that's 95 for 4 as Sparks approach that 100 milestone off the 27 overs that's been bowled to them, and the 23 that are remaining. So Jones is on 38 off 77 balls, and Boycott is on 6 off the 18 she's faced. I think those extras we were talking about, they're almost extras to the strip. They're extras to the pitch, as opposed to kind of.
Yeah, she could quite easily change the word extras for pitch, couldn't you? But
pitch bonuses to.
How crucial those drops will be, we will see. Boycott on 5 and Jones on 37. They could well be made to pay. Thunder could well just pick them up like nothing. 4 runs this will be. It's hit really nicely through the offside by Eve Jones. Dissected the extra cover and long off fielder and that's what she's been looking for a few overs, it feels like. Takes the Sparks onto 99 for 4. They've nearly brought up their three figures here, and from 17 for 3,
yes, looking a lot.
Beginning to look like they will set a total here. Here's Hannah Jones, left arm around. No room really to work the stroke. Had to just settle for playing out into the leg side for no run. Jones turns again, waits to see what's on offer at the other end, and finds that the ball she delivers is just prodded out into the offside of the back foot this time by Eve Jones, who adjusts slightly and then will look to go for the cut shot, but can't make any connection there. And it's into the gloves of Rachael. Another dot ball, 99 for 4 it remains. We continue to await the three figures for Sparks. It's hit down the ground. Here they will be. 1 to the total, 100 for 4. Eve Jones moves on to 43, and having run out her opening partner Millie home and then been involved in a mix-up with Gwen and Davis, she's really taken responsibility here and moved the score on to 100. She has 43 of them as Boycott just surveys the field. The cover sweeper coming up to back point. We also have the short extra cover and a more conventional cover, as well as a mid-off and the catcher at slip, as Boycott makes a mockery of me giving the offside field because she's played it into the leg side. No run on offer on that occasion. End of the over. We've had 28 of them so far, and the Sparks are 100 for 4, so they need to add some runs here, which I think is going to be difficult on such a sticky track.
Yeah. However, I think we can possibly get Laura McLeod back out of that darkened room she went into earlier, because we can just say to her, "You've got 100 now, Laura, you can start watching again." Yeah. So we've got Hartley from the far end, just checking that she's got her field in the right places, and she's bowling in around over the wicket to Eve Jones, who just is confused by the flight of the ball or the pitch or possibly both, and just knocks it down straight back to Alex Hartley, and there is no run. So still on the 100. So Hartley over the wicket to the left-handed Jones, who makes as though she's going to make a huge swipe at that and then changes her mind and just dots it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Hartley into Jones, who moves her feet and just knocks it easily down to long on, and they trot through for the single. And now we'll have the field. We'll have to have a think now, because it's Boycott on strike, and we're going left and right hander here.
Neatly struck, but that's what they've got to try and avoid, really. 2 dots and a 1.
Yeah. Hartley to Boycott this time, who carves it out through point, and they go through for an easy single as the fielder, is it Marshall out there, just tidies up on the boundary. Danny Collins out there, just tidying up.
More than 500 people watching on the live stream. We also have people on the BBC Sport website.
Hartley to Jones, who knocks that straight to the cover fielder, and that's no run.
Obviously there'll be some quiet periods in the Test match, I'm sure. New Zealand 262 for 3.
Hartley to Jones, who again seemingly confused by the bounce of the ball, and just dabs that down, doesn't even think about a single there. So there's no run there. So that's the end of the over. 102 for 4 off 29 overs.
So do keep us on your screen if you're flicking onto the Test match as well, flicking between the two. It's a lead of 41 for New Zealand against England. Elsewhere in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, Sunrisers have begun to just sort of start to recover themselves as well. They had a sort of similar-ish start to the Sparks, but they're 113 for 4, so good to see that they are making a bit of progress, but just the 20 overs left in their innings, and 133 for 3 is the South East Stars score. They have 16 overs left as Hannah Jones bowls here from the New Road end at Worcester and brings a forward defensive from Claire Boycott. So scoring seems fairly difficult wherever you are going in the country at the moment. 294 for 4, sorry, New Zealand 9 runs behind with 6 wickets remaining as the screen updates, and well, things rather updated in front of us there as Boycott went for the cut stroke but couldn't connect with the ball. So another 2 dots to start the over with. It continues to be slow progress and it remains 102 for 4 as that one is prodded into the offside. It just doesn't feel as if there are too many opportunities to score for batters here, certainly not easy ones, as Jones is short this time, and that is where it's easier to score, and this one could be 4 runs. It was whisked away with the wrists by Boycott that took it towards square and away for 4 runs. 106 for 4, so 2 neat 4s into the leg side by Boycott, but not a lot else for her so far. Of course, was the Sparks leading wicket taker in this competition last season, so we'll see her with the ball no doubt, but doing her best now with the bat as in comes Hannah Jones, floats it up and it's driven into the offside, and Emma Lamb is there, so it will be a dot ball recorded as Hannah Jones comes in. We'll have a little switch at the end of the over. We'll get Scott Reed back in to update listeners from BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester, but the over comes to an end with the score on 106 for 4. I will leave you with Claire Jenkins. You may just lose a little bit of sound in your ears at some point, Claire, but do carry on is probably the keep calm and carry on, as the saying goes.
They can hear you, they keep telling me. We gather that we might be able to get some guests in to speak to us, one of whom might well be Marie Kelly, to have a chat with us, which would be great. We can perhaps ask her if her sister is watching in South America or whether she's back yet. So Hartley to Jones, who takes a swipe and just goes through to the mid-wicket fielder, Piper Cleary, for no run. And Hartley coming out of the sunshine at Eve Jones, who takes a swing and it goes through cover there, through for a single. Easy single there as we move on to 107 for 4, and the field has to restructure itself, ready for the left and the right hand combination. So we've got Claire Boycott, who played a lovely shot for 4 in that last over. Hartley into the right-handed Boycott, who swings at that and straight to the cover fielder for no run. Hartley coming in from the far end to us, to Boycott, who knocks that through point. Oh, lovely gap between the 2 fielders, and it's racing towards the ropes. Yep, that's a 4. So that's a couple of really nice 4s from Claire Boycott. She's timed those lovely. The last over, the one off her feet, and this one more traditionally is sort of cut and straight through the gap. I used posting before, and that was more, I think, apt to the last one, but that was straight through those 2 fielders, and Hartley comes into Boycott again, who knocks it down this time, and it does go out to the point fielder, but they don't get through for anything there, so there's no run there. It's just defensively down onto the pitch as the point fielder just comes in and tidies up. So Hartley into Boycott, who again knocks it down defensively, and again it's just straight to the cover fielder. Rebecca Duckworth busy in that over, and a couple of nice 4s there, Scott, from Claire Boycott.
Some lovely shots, yeah, and this is a terrific innings from Eve Jones. Goodness me, Sparks needed this, didn't they? 45 of the 111 runs scored so far from the skipper.
We need that. I mean, Mike and I certainly saw Eve Jones play a real captain's role. It wasn't just the runs that she got last year, it was also I think she effected a run out from the boundary, if I remember rightly, so she was well involved last year, and she ran out Rachael, and she caught Dyson, So to add to her 90 off 113.
Good game then.
Yeah, it was. She wasn't letting anybody else play that day, so
It was all
she was
her.
doing everything. Yeah, bat, bowl, catch, run out.
Gets a run here as Hannah Jones continues from the New Road end. Just worked her way through mid-on for a single. So she moves to 46. 90 balls faced, 7 fours in this innings of 46. To bring Boycott back on strike, 112 for 4. Jones left arm round the wicket forward, pushes back toward the ball with no run.
It's a nice mix with Boycott. She's at the moment, on calm days of course permitting, knocking them down for defence and then hitting those nice fours.
Jones into Boycott, plays from the crease, just steers it safely into the offside, no run. Picked up at backward point by Laura Marshall. One slip in place, short extra cover, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg. And just pushed away towards the bowler once more. The dot ball, no run.
Because Boycott is a Worcestershire county player as well, so sort of home ground as it were.
Jones in to Boycott, beaten this time. Looking to try and cut the ball, but a playing a miss taken by Threlkeld, and there's no run. Be extra special and have the chance to play at New Road. Worcestershire girl.
Cracking.
Absolutely. Going back and just dabbing it safely, calmly into the offside. And there's no run. End of the over. 32 gone. 112 for 4. Jones 46. Boycott on 15.
We have a sanitation break. Sanitizer coming onto the pitch from the players' hands every 6 overs or so. Yeah, 6 overs. These COVID times will bring us different ways of behaving.
Yeah.
And Nish Patel brings on drinks for Eve Jones and Boycott, and no doubt some messages to the skipper, potentially from the side. The sun's breaking through quite nicely now. Message delivered to the captain, I think. Central Sparks.
Be pretty content, I think, with where they are. With 6 wickets in hand, 1 batter well set. Boycott's looking in decent touch as well, and
fingers crossed for Central Sparks.
Yeah, should be a good score.
Lovely sunshine here. So Hartley coming in from the far end to Jones, who's tapping a bat. Jones takes a swing at that, and it goes through to the deep mid-wicket fielder, who just throws that ball into Ellie Threlkeld and then go through for 1 run.
Little unfortunate not to have a wicket, I think. Alex Hartley, obviously the drop catch, but I think aside from the drop catch, I think she's bowled really well.
Yeah. Not bad for a batter. Just one for Kate Cross, sorry. Hartley into Boycott this time, right-hander, who knocks it down, and there's a no run. Yes, their No Balls podcast has now gone BBC.
Oh, it's gone big time.
I know, big time. Hartley into Boycott. Ooh, and there's an appeal, and they're looking at both umpires, and neither umpire looking like they're making any. Ellie Threlkeld is just reconstructing the stumps, and Rob White's just going to go and supervise that, I think, just to check that it's all put back together again in the right way.
She's pretty emphatic with the gloves, isn't she, Ellie Threlkeld?
Yeah.
When she takes the bails off, she means
like,
it.
Yeah, it's a groundsman's nightmare, I think. Hartley, this time to Boycott. Boycott just carves that again out through the point fielders, and they're chasing it. I think they're going to catch that as it gets to the boundary, and they get through for 2 runs. Again, really nicely. Oh, and there's a chance of an overthrow, but it doesn't. There's some dancing about on the Hessian mat on the strip that's a few overs over, as it were, from where they are. Yes, nice shot there from Boycott again through the fielders, and they've pushed the sort of forward point fielder right onto the boundary now, having seen 2 of those shots from Boycott. So Hartley into Boycott, who just knocks it down defensively straight to Piper Cleary at short mid off. and that's the end of the over. 115 for 4 off 33 with 17 remaining, and the sun's coming out here. It's looking lovely.
Beautiful. Absolutely does. Temperatures are good, sun shining. Lovely day to watch a bit of cricket.
Mm.
And play a bit of cricket. Good day to bat.
Yeah, and Central Sparks will be hoping so. It didn't feel like we were, I didn't feel like I was going to be feeling this confident on behalf of Central Sparks at this, where we are now from where we've been in those first mad power play overs.
Yeah, 17 for 3 in the halfway into the sixth over. So
yeah, we've had to have Laura McLeod in a cupboard somewhere till now.
It's Hannah Jones in a ball, and that's driven neatly but straight to
I imagine.
Cover.
I have a good imagination, that's the problem.
In the cupboard, close the door, come back when it's improved.
Yeah. Tell her when it's safe to come out of there again. It's calmer.
115 for 4. Jones on 47, playing a miss at that last delivery. Eve Jones with Hannah Jones bowling from the New Road end. Driven, burst through the fingertips up towards long on. That could
she's
be
holding
sore.
her fingers, I think.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a hand warmer there. That would have been. She got hold of that one.
She did.
Would have been sore.
Gets a run for it, moves to 48, not out. Boycott back on strike. Field changes. Still a slip though, but it's now a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. Hit down the pitch, hits it straight back to the bowler, and that's a smart catch from Hannah Jones. The previous one burst through her fingers, and I suspect the fingers will be a wee bit sore.
Yes, but sort of happily saw her with the catch. But yes, she had the warning the one before, didn't she? And then when it came to her, I think she wasn't going to miss that one. It was hit smartly by Boycott, who's played a really nice innings there. Some really nice shots, and her wish on the player profiles to be recognised as more of a batter this season, because this is her first game in this season as Rachael Heyhoe Flint. I think she's proved a point there, that she's played some lovely shots, some nice fours into gaps, and we've got Sarah Glenn coming in now to bat. Oh, there's the PA just making sure that I've got that right there. And of course, against the Vipers, you got the 40 off of 37 balls with 5 fours and a 6. I think I hear, and a 6. I think I've written this very small writing. I wish I'd bought it. I should have made it bigger now.
Yeah, 118 runs in the competition so far.
Yeah, she got 6 sixes and that 71 off 52 balls at Headingley. Yes.
71 not out, wasn't it? Give it a bit of a bosh then.
Yeah.
Glenn on strike as Jones comes in and bowls, just trying to work it into the onside. The ball in the end just trickles back down the pitch, and there's no run.
One hesitates to build a batter up,
yes.
Especially as they're facing the first ball. Accused of commentator's curse.
116 for 5. Jones bowls. Fullish ball, just an off stump, just squeezing it out into the offside, out towards point. End of the over. A wicket taking over for Hannah Jones. 116 for 5. With 34 overs gone, so 16 remain for Central Sparks. 116 for 5, and Eve Jones, Claire, clearly the key here.
And approaching that milestone, isn't it? That 48, tethering on the edge of the 50 off the 96 balls that she's faced, and Sarah Glenn yet to get off the mark. And we're going to have a change of bowling. They're just deciding now, I think, what's going to happen next. There's a discussion between Alex Hartley and Piper Cleary about what's going to happen next, but I think we've still got Alex Hartley, and she's taking the ball back off umpire Dolphin Cooper.
This will be a 7th over. I think all on the spin, aren't they? I think she bowled 6 overs on the spin from that Diglis end.
Literally on the spin.
Yeah.
So, Hartley into Jones, and Jones again deceived, I think, either in the flight or the pitch of the ball there, and just knocks that down, and there's no run. Seemed to be some... I didn't expect to do that movement. Hartley into Jones, who takes a bigger swing, but just dug out of the footmarks straight to Piper Cleary at mid-wicket. Hartley into Jones again, who comes forward and just squirts that to the point fielder, but again there's no run. Just defensive shot down across the square straight to the fielder at point, which I think is Marshall. Alex Hartley in from the far end to Jones, who knocks that straight to the cover field, and it sort of bursts the cover fielder's hands, but there is no run. And yes, Jones just on the edge of that 50 potentially. Hartley into Jones, who knocks it down and thinks about a run, but then decides very much not to take the run there, and retreats to her crease again, just surveying the field. And Hartley in to Jones, who takes another swing, but again straight to the cover fielder there, and there's no run again. And Eve Jones and Sarah Glenn have a conference now about how to take this next in terms of the game position. So we're at 116 for 5 off 35 overs, 15 overs to go in the sunshine here at New Road, Worcestershire. The pear tree not yet in fruit, and a bit early for that. Last time we were here there was huge, because nobody had been in to scrump them, so they were still on the tree this time, when the equivalent fixture next year, so last year rather.
It's Hannah Jones continuing on the New Road end, bowling, pushed away into the offside, no run. So that's the word you use to describe when you're picking pairs, is it?
Scrumping?
Just scrumping.
Well, when you're stealing potentially somebody else's...
Oh, I see. I'm with you.
Got
you. Well, it's kind of technical, kind of gardening term.
Is that right? Yes. Maybe when you're taking somebody else's fruit from their fruit tree. I would call that scrumping. I mean, maybe it's an old Brummy phrase, perhaps.
I quite like it. I'm going to adopt it. Jones in the bowls, and Glenn again pushing into the offside, no run.
I suppose with a pair as well, he's scrumping for scrumpy. If you had enough of them, you could make some brew out of them potentially.
That'd be quite nice in a warm day like this.
Yeah.
Jones in again, a little bit flat, drops a little bit short, and that's pulled to mid-wicket.
Right to the field.
And Glenn's gone for naught. 6th wicket to fall, 116 for 6 now. And Cleary with the catch at mid-wicket, and a relatively comfortable one, went straight to her.
Yeah, straight to her, unfortunately, and not. I suspect that was one of those ones where you kind of connect and then think, oh no, that's going straight to the fielder, and maybe take some of the sting out of that. But yeah, straight to the fielder, regulation catch there for Piper Cleary from Sarah Glenn. And having said, don't build her up, don't build a batter up, and, just in case. And Central Sparks now sending in Izzy Wong. Yeah, confirmed by the PA. Yeah, Izzy Wong coming in now, joining her captain at the crease. And of course, Izzy Wong has been involved with the various England squads as well. So interested to see how these two work together. Eve Jones having a good conference with her about how to play this, and no doubt mentioning that the deck is a little interesting occasionally.
Yes, it's a bit uneven at times, isn't it? to say the least. Well, we mentioned that Eve Jones has got a big role to play now. 48 not out, significant role now really, with 4 wickets remaining. New batter out there again. Little rattle of wickets in the last 3 or 4 overs for the Thunder. So Jones the key for the Sparks. 116 for 6. Here is Hannah Jones and the balls to Wong off the back foot, played away back down the pitch, scooped up by Hannah Jones off her own bowling, and there is no run. Spelled this though by Hannah Jones. Left arm around the wicket, balls left alone by Wong and into the gloves of the keeper, Ellie Threlkeld. It's the end of the over. I make that Hannah Jones has 10 overs bowled out. Yeah.
Ah,
Yes.
give us a stats.
Right.
You got them there, Scott?
I have.
10 overs, 1
Oh, yeah.
man, 3 wickets for 33 runs.
There we go.
Was it? By magic.
Yes, by
The
magic.
PA.
Brad is on the PA next door. Reads them out. 10 overs, 3 for 33. Is excellent return by Hannah Jones.
We've got Hartley still from the far end to us, and Eve Jones still tithering on that 48 off 101 balls, and Hartley coming in from the far end. Jones takes a swing and it just goes straight to mid off for no run there. It's pegged in the crease there a little bit this end, so Hartley into Jones, who takes another swing, and it's almost a repeat of the previous ball, straight to the mid-off fielder, who has a comedy juggle of the ball and sends it back in again. Nat Brown down there, long on. So Jones again prods it back, and there's no run.
Can't beat a comedy juggle of the ball, can you? Everyone loves a comedy juggle.
Yeah. Alex Hartley around the wicket to the left-handed Jones, who moves her feet and puts it down the pitch and straight to the fielder, but they go through straight to the fielder at long on, but they go through for a comfortable single. At least changes the score now to 117 for 6, and Alex Hartley decides that she's going to go around the wicket to Izzy Wong, who's busy taking a guard from umpire Yvonne Dolphin Cooper. The far end to us, and Rob White at the square leg at the moment. Hartley into Wong, who leaves the ball, comes forward to it and just takes a bat well out of the way. No run, and Izzy Wong just spinning the bat there. They reckon this is to kind of keep a loose grip on the bat, saying yesterday. Hartley to Wong, who comes forward textbook styley and just plays a defensive shot straight to Piper Cleary at cover, and that's the end of the over. 117 for 6 off 37 overs, 13 to go, and sort of finally poised. It feels like it could, something's going to go.
Yeah.
Are they going to go for some big runs? Are they going to try and keep some wickets in hand? I think we might have a change of bowling. Yes, there goes the PA again. We've got a change of bowling from the near end to us. And we're going to see another bit, or another spell from Emma Lamb this end.
I suspect they'll just try and push it around them here. If you can tick along 2.5, 3 runs and over, and then keep wickets in hand for the final, maybe
final burst.
Yeah, 5 or 6 overs. Give it a bit of a bash if they can later on.
Great news today about Ebony Rainford Brent getting an MBE in the birthday honours, which I think is just brilliant news. Great role model.
Could not agree anymore. Enormous fan of Ebony. I've had the pleasure of working with her quite a lot on commentaries duties over the last few years, and yeah, she's an absolute star, really. There's Emma Lamb in bowling. It's a wide ball that's chopped away through extra cover, and that'll be a single, and that will be a 50 as well.
Yeah. Well batted.
Excellent knock from the skipper.
Yes, if you've not heard Ebony Rainford Brent do what she thought was a wheelbarrow story a couple of years back, it's worth listening to the whole thing. I think it's Dan Norcross or somebody who's with her, and he's obviously got no idea what she's going to say next, which is hence the magic of Ebony's commentary. But all the things that she does for cricket is just brilliant role model in every respect.
Wong on strike, and Lamb comes in and bowls forward in defence and pushing it back down the pitch, and there is no run.
You've worked with her, have you? I mean, I know
yeah.
her vaguely, but
quite a few times at different cricket matches down the years. This is chipped over. Point it is. Yeah, scooped over the umpire's head to point. Come back for a couple. Off the mark with that as well. Izzy Wong up to 2. Score moves on to 120 for 6. Yeah, she's a fabulous ambassador for the game, isn't she?
Yeah, every respect.
Lamb over the wicket and balls. Clattered away to extra cover. That's 4 runs.
Lying in the field there, nearly.
Georgie Boyce it was with that leap.
It's great. Nice cricket all round there. Great shot from Isabel Wong.
Would have been a pretty spectacular
It would have been
stop, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would have been a spectacular catch.
It's 4 for it, moves to 6, 124 for 6. Lamb fizzes this next ball in just a wee bit quicker, having been slapped away through extra cover for 4. This is just defended into the offside, no run. Bowling with the sunglasses on, Emma Lamb. Spins the ball from one hand to the other. In again. Clattered
Again.
for 4 more.
Same result.
That's a smart way to end the over as well. Moves up to 10. We're wondering whether they might kind of push it around and be careful and cautious. Well, Izzy Wong isn't. 10 off 9 balls face. 128 for 6.
Yeah. I mean, she tends to be that sort of bowler, very batter. That's very positive. Not gonna leave it wondering. Gonna have a go at things if she can see it. We've got people from all over the world. I've just seen a message from Rob Harvey in Australia is watching, saying nice things about the live stream commentary, which is great. Thank you very much, Rob. And we had the Brazil captain Roberta watching the other day. Hartley into Jones, who takes a big swing and it goes back over the bowler's head. Hartley's not going to be very pleased with that, I imagine. And the batters exchange a bat tap straight over the bowler's head for 4 there, as the score moves on to 132 for 6, and Jones moved on to 54 off 107 balls that she's faced. So Hartley's just deciding she wants somebody on the rope behind her, and she's bringing in the square leg to the square leg umpire. Hartley into Jones. Jones has to dig that out from underneath, and there was obviously some deception there from the ever entertaining Alex Hartley from the far end, and Jones had to kind of just dab that down defensively. Hartley into Jones, who takes another swing and it goes straight through to Ellie Threlkeld, and that's a dot ball, no run. Deceiving Jones, I think, here in the flight and the pitch, I think, of the ball. So Hartley into Jones, who goes through, and there's an appeal for a caught behind, and Ellie Threlkeld can't believe it. Very dramatically, and throws the ball away. Maybe some extra action for that. She may regret doing that, potentially. But there was obviously, we're getting some excitement here. Hartley's definitely got Jones confused about the flight and the pitch of the ball here, and Ellie Threlkeld just collecting herself and getting her gloves back together again, and Hartley's doing a slight teapot at the far end as Eve Jones just collects her thoughts, and Hartley comes in over the wicket to Jones, who takes a big swing and it goes out towards the boundary. Is that a 1 bounce 4 there, Scott? I couldn't quite. I've just lost that with a stanchion there as the batters click bats again, and huge response to that appeal previously. It's a good shot, up and over.
Right out the middle of the bat.
Yeah, right cow corner, but slightly more cultural. Hartley to Jones, who finds a gap the other side of the wicket, this time on the offside, and just trots through for a single. And it's always handy to get 10 in 2 balls, and that's the end of the over, as the score moves on to 137 for 6 off the 39 overs bowled so far. We've got 11 left, and the Eve Jones and Isabel Wong have a good conversation in the middle of the pitch.
Take a look at the Test match. New Zealand have lost a 5th wicket. The man out is Henry Nicholls, ball by Mark Wood, caught by James Bracey for 21. So New Zealand 318 for 5. That's a lead of 15 runs. 2 wickets for Stuart Broad, 1 for Mark Wood, 1 for Ollie Stone, 1 for Dan Lawrence as well.
Yeah, that was yesterday, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Dan Lawrence one.
A decent test match, hasn't he, Dan Lawrence?
Yeah.
And the Lamb twirling back in. Looking to sweep it, but half an appeal from the bowler, no run. In the 2 other games which are currently ongoing in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the Sunrisers now 169 for 4 after 40 overs against Lightning. Lamb bowls, the back foot pushed away to the offside, no run. South East Stars 188 for 4 against the Northern Diamonds. Seeing if Sarah Taylor had taken a catch. She hasn't yet.
Still time.
This is a little uppishly off the back foot, little tentative prod really into the offside, but Johns will come back for a well-run second. Yeah, I'm not surprised Emma Lamb's kind of waving her arms around. We shouldn't really have been 2 there. But,
no. There was a lot of them, but they just didn't seem to get to it fast enough.
So Jones moves to 61. Score moves on to 139 for 6. Jones from the New Road end comes right on around the wicket, bowls a bit wide, pushed deliberately a little bit wider. Going to try and cut the ball, but a play in the miss, taken by the keeper, no run.
Dramatic. Are you sure, umpire? I had to swing my bat there.
Yeah, she was flirting with those lines, weren't she? The guidelines the umpires use.
Yeah.
It's tighter, straighter delivery this time. Jones goes back.
Again, we're at an angle here, so we can't comment on how wide that was.
On the ball of the over. And there'll be 10 remaining after this. 139 for 6. Here's Emma Jones to complete the over, in and bowling. And that's forced away back down the pitch. Well cut off actually, off her own bowling. Good low dive.
That's it. That's keeping her figures nice and tight there. I'm going to stop that one.
So 40 gone. 139 for 6. Wong has 10. Jones has 61. And I shall leave you with Mike Perkins.
Thank you,
come
Scott.
back in.
Yes, we're finally poised here again. 10 overs to go. What's going to happen in the last 10 overs? Will there be fireworks? We've got Eve Jones on 61 off the 118 balls that she's faced, and Isabel Wong off the 10 off the 9 that she's faced. The scoring runs of Izzy Wong have been very kind of positive, decent thumps, and Eve Jones has had to consolidate from early mad fireworks that Central Sparks seem to have had a sort of mad pill for the first few overs during the power play. So we've got Hartley again from the far end, this time to Isabel Wong. Hartley into Wong, and back, a big swing, and it goes. Annie Threlkeld have to do a bit of tidying up there. There's no run. So Isabel Wong tries to get an idea of what Alex Hartley's doing with the ball. Hartley into Wong, comes forward and just defends it, prods it down to mid-wicket, and there's no run. We're on 139 for 6.
Runs needed here, aren't
Yeah.
they? It's struggling along the whole way, this innings.
Hartley to Wong, who knocks it down in front of her and to long on, and they go through for 1 run. Rotating the strike and also making the field think about the left and the right hander as they restructure themselves, ready for a left-handed Jones, who's on a 61. Slow start for Eve Jones. But
These two looking to put bat to ball, though.
yeah. Hartley into Jones, who swings and just clips it down onto the floor, and it goes through back to Hartley for a dot. Ponytail swinging in the sunshine at the far end. Hartley into Jones, who knocks it straight to the cover fielder for no run, unfortunately. So knocked it down into the ground, looking at it as though not sure how much bounce there's going to be when it comes through to her. Hartley into Jones. Another swing, and it's going through to sort of cow corner there, but let's just go through for the single there. And that's 140 for 6 off 41 overs, 9 left. We're into the last 10 overs now, so 9 to go.
It would be out of keeping with the rest of the innings what they sort of need to get anywhere near that 200 mark at the moment, but it's just been a struggle the whole way through. And as I said, they're clearly trying to put back to ball in these latter stages, and who knows, hopefully they can do that and get up to a total that will set up a really competitive game of cricket in the second half. Of course, it could be a very low-scoring competitive game. That would be the other way that this could go here. Here's Emma Lamb to bowl from the New Road end into the pitch. It's clubbed up in the air, not where where it was intended. Jones. It was Jones with the shot, and it just went very, very straight in the end. I think she was hoping it was going to come onto the bat a bit nicer, and she could have gone sort of square into that mid-wicket region, but it didn't happen. It just went straight down the ground. One was taken, 142 for 6, and Wong comes on to strike. Lamb spins herself a catch. Right arm around the wicket, and this one is played into the leg side, and there's a single on offer here with Claire Jenkins, the former Somerset and Derbyshire cricketer, and Mike Perkins on the Central Sparks YouTube channel and website, as well as on the BBC Sport website, thanks to BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. As Lamb bowls, it's back in towards the pads, played into the leg side, and that's a dot ball, 143 for 6.
Yeah, over 600 are watching it on the YouTube, Central Sparks YouTube channel at the moment.
Very good to have you with us, as in comes Lamb, and this is a big slog sweep into the leg side by Izzy Wong, and it takes a bounce that just took it on. It skidded off the turf and away for 4 runs, 147 for 6. There's more of that need. Sorry, Eve Jones it was with the stroke into the leg side. There's more of that is needed here by the Sparks to get up to this total. That they've been looking for it noticeably almost since probably about 12 overs to go, since Eve Jones went to a 50 and 106 balls with 7 fours. But it's been difficult to do. What can Jones produce this ball from Lamb? It's shorter and it's cut away into the offside. Now this is going to be a chase. This might be successive fours. It is. It's greeted with applause in the Graham Hick Pavilion. It's the 150 as well. 151 for 6 the score moves to. Jones has 71 of them, Claire Jenkins. Is she able to just drag her team to a total here?
I don't know. I mean, she certainly likes this pitch, judging on the game that we did this time, well, the equivalent game last year.
Waiting again, and this one is played into the leg side. Georgie Boyce is at a straight mid-wicket position and does the fielding, and means it ends with a dot ball. But those successive boundaries, that's the sort of impetus that the Sparks require here.
Yeah, I think that, and it just feels like it's just taken a sort of slight change of tone now. They're just slightly livelier, and I wonder what they're bringing back on Piper Cleary, I think, for the Friars. I was going to say what bowling Alex Hartley still got left in the locker in terms of her bowling attack to this partnership here of Jones and Wong. Wong will take strike from Piper Cleary's bowling, and Alex Hartley's moving the field and gone.
I was just going to say that this is interesting, isn't it? Because Piper Cleary is obviously going to have a little bit more pace on the ball. What effect will that have in a pitch where a lot of the pace gets taken out of the ball? Yeah,
we shall see. One of the handful of players from different countries. We've got Stair Callis, haven't we? From it's the Dutch international. We've got Piper Cleary, the Australian, and she's coming in a long run up right from the fielding circle into Wong, who knocks that down and bounces back up rather spectacularly off the pitch, and Piper Cleary does the tidying up of her own bowling. There is no run, 151 for 6. Yes, yeah. Will Cleary get the sort of? Will she get all of the value, I suppose, is what you're saying, out of the pitch?
But also, will it help the batters having more pace on, or will it just get stuck in that pitch and the task be similarly difficult?
We shall see. Cleary into Wong, who knocks that down into ground, and the mid-wicket fielder just tidies up for no run. Yeah, I mean there's no fielders close in behind the bat for Wong, so Cleary, one assumes, is aiming at the stumps and hoping that there is no glancing or late cutting. Cleary into Wong, bangs that into the pitch, and Wong just puts it straight to the fielder. It's Alex Hartley after that catch she took the other week. Just put one down that was certainly easier than the one she took.
It was miles easier.
But it was sent fizzing at her. I mean, Wong really got hold of that ball, and Alex Hartley will be mad with herself for not taking that. She's still holding the ball. She's not going to give it back, I don't think. She's like, I should have held that. She did get it into her hands, didn't she?
Yeah, I mean, she certainly should have caught it. It was a 10 out of 10 chance, wasn't it? The Wong just didn't get hold of the ball and didn't send it in the direction she wanted there. Again, stickiness of the pitch was earlier on it than she was expecting, I think, and ended up sending it in the air as a result, but she'll take the single. Western Storm batting against Southern Vipers, that one just underway. South East Stars have brought up their 200 now against Northern Diamonds. They have another 6 and a bit overs to add to that. Sunrisers 178 for 7 with 8 overs remaining, so a similar-ish position to this game, but this one's definitely the slowest of the sides setting in the games that started at 10:30.
Yeah, I'm wondering. It just struck me that the Thunder kit, which is a sort of battleship grey, it's a classy colour. I wonder whether the fielders are disappearing into the black sheeting at the far end, which is a sight screen. So Cleary's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Jones and bangs it in, and Jones really doesn't get anything on that. Goes straight through to Rachael for no run there. He almost didn't pitch then. It's
maybe that's part of the theory on the black and the grey kits, because we know Sparks requested one that, though it has the little flashes of colour and the stars and the sparks coming off it, it's that they requested a sort of black strip this season.
Yeah, Cleary into Jones, who takes a swing and straight to Piper Cleary's foot. She's been doing that a lot with her as the batter knocks it back towards her, and it's one of those ones where you just think, really, there's not much protection in the footwear that we have now. I remember she's like, I played in the skirt, but my first cricket boots had proper caps in the end.
Yeah, the old sort of steel toe caps.
Yeah.
Well, Cleary acted as if she had them on.
So old I am. Cleary to Jones, who knocks that down, and there's a gap. There's a pocket in the field there to short mid wicket, and they get through for the 1 run. And Marshall does the tidying up, and that's the end of the over. 153 for 6 off 43 overs, 7 to go. We're into the last magic 10 overs, and there's a quick sanitizer break or drink or something to Piper Cleary. Perhaps bringing her sunglasses on because of COVID. There, they have to hand any kind of kit to the 12th to just hold for them, and the umpire's not allowed to wear any jumpers and hats and so forth because of the COVID regulations, so the 12ths are busy bringing things on and off.
Emma Lamb to bowl from the New Road End. 700 of you watching on the live stream. Fantastic to have you with us today as Lamb bowls, and this one is defended by Eve Jones into the pitch. No run on offer.
I wonder if we've got Brazil cricket watching. Roberta, are you out there watching this year? They had it on the work monitor last week.
Here's Lamb, and this is 6. Fantastically hit on the slog sweep. Eve Jones went there for 4 in the previous over. She's got right underneath this one and sent it over the short side of the boundary and hit that very, very well indeed. 159 for 6, and that was a sublime strike from Eve Jones, and she's got power to add in this over all of a sudden.
Lovely one. Happy Central Sparks.
Jones has 78. The ball is short of a length, as it was after the boundary in the previous over, and that was backed up with a 4-through backward point. Couldn't be on that occasion. It was just a dot ball into the offside, but Jones looking to try and move this innings on, trying to just set something that will challenge the
Big
Thunder.
swing.
Another big slog sweep into the leg side. One taken. You're listening to Central Sparks versus Thunder in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. One of 4 games taking place today. And the Sparks move on to 160 for 6. So another 40 in 6 and a bit overs feels a big ask, but how close can they get up towards 200? Because it will be a challenge on this difficult wicket. Here comes Emma Lamb around the wicket, outside the off stump, and played to extra cover. No run on offer.
Yeah, I think the surface has been a bit interesting, so we'll see how it plays out as it gets drier this afternoon.
Here comes Lamb again. One goes for the slog sweep. I was worried for her. We're on an angle, but you always worry for a batter who misses a slog sweep like that, and there was no interest from the bowler, so must have been missing a set fairly clean in the end. And 160 for 6 is the score at the end of the over. So after the big strike through the leg side, Jones just wasn't able to capitalise on it and get the sort of over we haven't really seen much of in this game, the sort of the big double figures overs, the 10s, 11s, 12s. She got in the right position in the over to do that, but just couldn't get to the total. 160 for 6.
Yeah, it just depends on it, when they start hitting a 6 and a 4 and things like that, and then the score goes up much faster, as one imagine, as the batters have a drink of quick refreshment. And Eve Jones has been out there for a while now, so I think she'll probably want a big mug of tea when she comes in.
Claire Jenkins and Mike Perkins with you on the Central Sparks live stream and YouTube channel, as well as BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester bringing you this commentary through the BBC Sport website as well, so you can get to us in lots of places.
Cleary, long run up to Eve Jones, round the wicket, and Eve Jones knocks that through, long on, it's going towards the rope. Yes, that's 4. So Cleary bowling around the wicket and Jones deciding to put it the other side of the stumps and straight down the ground. Fairly short boundaries at either end here.
Straight and hard. Can't get
straight
much better
and hard,
than that.
and 4 runs, 164 for 6.
But it's capitalising on the boundary again, isn't it now?
Yeah. Cleary in from the fielding circle into the left-handed Jones, who takes a big swing, and it goes straight, unfortunately for Central Sparks, straight to the cover fielder there, and there is no run. It's a sort of big wind-up, and then it just sort of died, and she knocked it down into the pitch. No run.
Laura Jackson is vigorously warming up
She
at
is,
short
isn't
fine
she?
leg.
She's
Oh, short third now for the
hoping
left-hander.
hoping for a bit, another spell, perhaps a bowling, as Cleary gets the end of her mark, right arm pacey bowler round the wicket to Eve Jones, who takes another swing, and it goes into a gap this time just in front of the cover fielder, and they trot through for the single. And I think it's Alex Hartley just doing the tidying up down there, down the boundary at the far end. And of course it's a left and a right-handed bat here, so we've got Izzy Wong now on strike, and Piper Cleary deciding to go right arm over the wicket, and she's moving her field. There's a fine leg going out to the rope. It's down here, and bringing a fielder across to the offside. They're bringing in the third onto the ring here. Got Georgie Boyce moving into shorter third.
Lots of space in the leg
Lots
side,
of
but she'll be
space,
looking to
yeah.
head over the off, I would imagine.
Cleary this time to Wong, who's tapping a bat and getting ready. She takes a big swing, and it goes towards the rope. Lovely 4 there, through, long off, and the score moves on to 169 for 6.
Looking to go over the offside, and
yeah,
she did.
she did, and there was no risk in that at all, into a big gap.
Useful contribution all of a sudden from Izzy Wong.
Yeah,
17
so you
from
get
19.
yeah, good strike right there from. That's what Eve Jones will be wanting from her batting partner there, and Alex Hartley just giving Piper Cleary some advice, and Piper Cleary moving the field out on the leg side for Isabel Wong. You can see Nat Brown disappearing off towards the rope at Cow Corner, and Isabel Wong just watching where the players are going, and Threlkeld just moving somebody as well. So Cleary in from the far end to Wong, who knocks it down into the pitch and straight past the set of stumps at the other end, and the fielders just intercept that on the edge of the boundary, and they get through for 1 run. Moving on to 170 off 6.
Jones into the 80s. And is
84 off 136 balls. And Cleary goes back around the wicket, and the field do their dance as they move to the left and the right-handed plans to these batters. Cleary, right arm, pacey around the wicket to Jones. Ooh. I don't think she knew where that ball had gone. It sort of disappeared under her eye line, and he thought it was going out into the onside, but it just flicked off her bat and her feet. I think there was no run there, so they move on to 170 for 6, and Jones is on 84 off the 137 balls she's faced. Wong 18 off the 20 that she's faced, and that's the end of the 45th over. So just the 5 overs. Mike left. What do you reckon these last 5 overs?
170 for 6. Well, 30 runs would be the first target, which would get them up to.
Yeah, we want that 200.
That 200.
Central Sparks
that
will
would be 1 a ball, but then can they get more than that? We saw sort of Lightning last week really struggle against Thunder until probably the last 3 overs really, and got up to quite a decent total that was at least 10 beyond what we were expecting. So they've got a set batter in Eve Jones. They've got a batter who can hit the ball in Izzy Wong. They've only got 4 wickets left. Laura Jackson, who was warming up with great vigour, is back into the attack. I've been impressed with her bowling today. Actually, she's been very tight, very disciplined. So on comes Laura Jackson from the New Road end. And can she dismiss one of these 2 batters? You feel that will have a big effect on the total. 6 overs. 17 for 1, including a maiden so far for Laura Jackson. So very good figures indeed. Eve Jones dropped on 37, now has 84 as Izzy Wong plays into the offside.
Yeah, just picking up that Hypercourse is just saying that Naomi Ditani's got her first Rachael Heyhoe Flint half century, so that's great news for the Sunrisers. We need some good news for them. Need them to be doing well.
192 for 8 they are. They have just over 4 overs remaining as Jackson bowls. That will be a wide ball, and having praised her discipline, she just lost it slightly there as it went through outside the off stump, but she'll be back on this ball, you would imagine.
Yeah, because we've got the 50 partnership from Wongy and Jones as well as Central Sparks. Twitter just posted.
Look to add to it. Izzy Wong waits and swings, and it's high, and this will be a catch, and it is taken nonchalantly down at third
by the batting all-rounder.
Wong
Alex Hartley
is out for 18. It is Alex Hartley with the catch off the bowling of Laura Jackson. Wong out. We said a wicket could make a big difference to this total, and we've seen it come with a dot ball in the over as well, even if it was slightly cancelled out by the wide. But Izzy Wong out for 18, caught Alex Hartley, bowled Laura Jackson, 171 for 7, and it will now be Ria Fackrell to try and get Sparks up to that total. Thunder will be happy with this, but they know the runs will have to come from somewhere. Emma Lamb will be keen to contribute. Ellie Threlkeld, Georgie Boyce, Piper Cleary. There the batters will have to score the bulk of it. Somebody will have to match this Eve Jones innings, which has been patient throughout.
And I mean, we mentioned it last week. I think that for the general person watching this, they won't. I think that they will be pleasantly surprised. I hope that they will be pleasantly surprised at how far down these teams, particularly at this level, the 8 regional centres of excellence across England. I think they will, because it's commentators' goes, isn't it? But I think they do generally bat all the way down. Rhea Fackrell certainly can bat. So Eve Jones has been out there for a very long time.
So a partnership of 55 between Eve Jones and Izzy Wong. Very useful runs indeed. What will Fackrell and Jones be able to produce now? The left-hander did make her way down onto strike. The batter's crossing. And the ball is bowled in towards the pads of Eve Jones, who looked around desperately, almost trying to find a way to at least score off that delivery, having missed out as it was run into her pads by Jackson.
Of course, Rhea Fackrell's new to Central Sparks this season, so
has been making the most of her opportunity. Bowled very well at Edgbaston in the Bank Holiday Monday home game against Western Storm that Sparks won. They've won all their games so far, but will this total be enough to continue that trend? 172 for 7 it stands at, with the single that Jones was able to force out into the offside rather. Switches to the leg side now for the right-handed Fackrell as a cloud moves across the sky, and moving in towards the wickets is Jackson, who bowls short outside the off stump. That is a wide ball. Seems to be on occasion just going for that wide line and reaching too far in this over. 173 for 7, the additional run added to the total.
Yes, because Fackrell did really well with the ball, didn't she, against Western Storm? 4 for 34 off 9 overs. Let's see what she can do with a bat.
A few sat at the Diglas end, a few others in front of the hotel, and that's where the ball is hit towards. It'll just be a single from Fackrell, but a reasonable way to get your account started for the day. 174 for 7, nicely struck into the offside, and I suppose that's her job to begin with. Give Eve Jones as much of the strike as she can, and then if she sees 1 or 2 to hit, make sure she does it. Here's Jackson again, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander Jones, who's clubbing into the leg side, and that'll be 4 runs. Really good pull stroke, powerful and high over the ring on the leg side. There weren't many fielders in it, but it was beating the fielder on the boundary that was the priority, and it did that. And it takes Eve Jones on to 89, 178 for 7. And as I say, it just feels like she's just dragging the whole of her team along with her. It was the worst possible start in many ways, losing Millie home, run out, then Poppy Davis out LBW for 0. Gwennon Davis ran herself out for 0. 17 for 3 at that point, but they're just pulling themselves up towards this total, and on a difficult pitch they're just creeping up towards what they would regard as something defendable here, but it's going to be a tough task.
Yeah, and I think you said dragging. I think that's kind of how it feels like. Eve Jones has done all of the hard work really in terms of keeping it going, staying out there, and she's now almost into those nervous 90s. 89 off 140 balls, and she's now batting with Rhea Fackrell.
Thanks to the 700 watching the stream currently. Very good to have you with us, and you're enjoying another competitive game of cricket in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
I mean, that's the majority of the games have been very entertaining and high scoring, etc., which is brilliant. The standard has been noticeably better for the off season of professionalism, and that's Piper Cleary. Having said that, professionalism, Piper Cleary bowls one down wide straight to the fine leg fielder, and umpire Dolphin Cooper signals the wide, and they scamper through as well. So 2 off that one. 180 for 7.
Yeah, Rachael just couldn't quite gather there down the leg side.
No.
And it was a tough ask.
But yeah, there've been good scores, generally speaking, and particularly where they've been playing on the pitches, the Headingleys, the Tauntons, the Edgbastons, those full surfaces, and they're getting the value out of those in terms of the big scores, up and over 200 scores. So Cleary coming in from the long run up to the left-handed Jones, who takes a swing, and it's through a gap, lovely, carved around the cover fielder for 4 runs, almost golf-esque, bending that round the fielder for 4 runs. And we'll move on to 184 for 7, and Jones moves as I mentioned earlier, the nervous 90s, 93 off the 141 balls that she's faced, and Cleary goes back to the end of her mark.
To be fair, she's only just entered them, so we don't know how nervous she is.
And that's just dot down, and they go 3 for the 1 run off Jones into the onside there, just a single.
Sensible batting.
Sensible batting, indeed, sensible batting. The 4 and then a drop and a run.
And that's maybe what they've not been able to do enough of, is just when they have a big moment in an over where they hit a boundary, just sort of back it up with 2 or 3 singles.
Particularly with the advantage of left and right. Cleary into Fackrell, who just dabs that again. We're talking about dab and run as a knock and run. That was into a gap there, and Cleary does the fielding off her own bowling around at mid-on, and they get through for 1. Left and right-handed bat, so the field have to rearrange themselves. 186 for 7.
Plenty of you heading our way, 840 watching to see what sort of a total the Sparks can build.
Cleary to Jones, who knocks that to point, and they go through for 1 run. Score moving on quite nicely now, ticking over for Central Sparks.
Izzy Wong I can see over there in the Graham Hick Pavilion, just chatting through her innings with a few of her colleagues.
She had a helmet on, so we don't know what colour her hair is today, do we?
Oh, it's a bright blonde over there.
Bright blonde, excellent.
It was looking in
very
good fettle this morning.
Cleary into the right-handed Fackrell, and she knocks that straight to the fine leg fielder, who pings that into Ellie Threlkeld, and Ellie Threlkeld, then taking her glove off, then finds that she could have done with keeping her glove on, because that came zinging back in, and they got through for the single. The score moves on to 188 for 7. Jones on 95 off the 143 balls she's faced, and Fackrell on 3 off the 3 she's faced. As Piper Cleary comes in, the sunny end towards Jones, who's batting at our end, who doesn't quite know what the ball's going to do there, and just kind of looks dismissively down at the pitch, and they didn't get a run there. She just knocked it down, and it went straight to the cover fielder, and no run. So that's 188 for 7. 47 overs gone, 3 remaining in the sunshine here at New Road.
Now Fackrell will have a big role with the ball, you would imagine, as the spinner who's been featuring a lot in this competition so far. Georgia Davis as well in the side. She will look to contribute, and the likes of Claire Boycott and Liz Russell can bowl that sort of useful sticky seam. And of course the big name in there is Sarah Glenn, the leg spinner, who could be a real handful on a worn pitch. 188 for 7. Jones has 95. Fackrell is on strike with 3 off 3. And it is Jackson to bowl right arm over the wicket from the New Road end. This one is clapped away into the offside, and for the first time in her innings Fackrell is unable to score off a delivery. Emma Lamb there with the fielding. She will have a big role with the bat, as will Nat Brown, who's just in front of us at long on, hands on hips. Haven't seen Nat Brown with the ball too much. Had a couple of overs today, but she's not featured as much in the competition so far. Now that is very well timed and very well placed, and goes away for 4. You could see she'd picked the gap with the shot, but she also, Ria Fackrell, just managed to get enough pace on it to steer it away to the boundary for 4. 192 for 7. Very useful runs, and a 200 that was looking a long way off at various points in this innings, all of a sudden is looking very doable indeed, and as if they might have a little bit of time, a couple of overs, to add some more. But they're not there yet, as Fackrell is waiting, and Getting it into
That's
the
it.
leg
That's it.
side, and it's
she's
out.
clean
Bowled
bowled,
well.
Yeah, just
The angle seemed to sort of fooled us slightly as she looked as if she'd worked it into the leg side. It had actually come off the stumps. Rhea Fackrell's innings is over. She is out for 7. 192 for 8 is the score. And the Central Sparks, we said they weren't at the 200 quite yet, and well, it might be a little bit nervy with just 2 batters remaining.
Just I'm sat at a slightly different angle to Mike, and just the angle that I was at, I could just see the both bails come off simultaneously as Rhea Fackrell got bowled there, and she exchanges a chat with the incoming batter. But, cameo innings there from Rhea Fackrell. I suspect that this is Georgia Davis. Thank you for the PA. Georgia Davis coming in to bat.
We know when Eve Jones
captain
came and had a little chat with us on commentary, the former Lancashire player, now playing for Central Sparks, that she said Liz Russell won't mind me saying that we bat down to 10, so I don't think it's hugely surprising to see Georgia Davis next out onto the field.
Yes, we've got some mixed emotions, haven't we? Because we've got Eve Jones, who's ex-Lancashire. We've got Laura McLeod, who was ex-Lancs and Cheshire as well. So there's some cross-fertilisation here, which is good.
Here is Jackson to bowl from the New Road end, and Davis can't get any bats on ball. And, well, that wicket feels as if it may, and the one of Izzy Wong actually with a score on 170, as if it may slow the scoring somewhat. Although Eve Jones is the factor, but she's at the non-striker's end at present.
Yes, how much can she actually face in these last few balls?
Sturdy taps of the bat from Georgia Davis, who again just can't force the ball away from the bowler Jackson, who picks up in the follow-through and ensures there is no scoring opportunity from that delivery.
Yeah, you mentioned Wong's innings, well made 18, some really nice shots in there.
Here's Jackson, bowling, full toss, and it's going to be hit away by Georgia Davis to the cover boundary, the point boundary in fact. 196 for 8. Full toss, freebie for Georgia Davis, and she took full advantage of it, and that boundary helps the total a lot. So they're 4 short of the 200 mark. That'll be the issue in this over, to see if they can get up to that. You're with Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins on the Central Sparks website and live stream on YouTube, as well as on BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire via the BBC Sport website. So thank you for joining us, and we're creeping up towards the 1,000 mark. People enjoying watching this one, I think, just enjoying that jeopardy of will they get up to that 200. They should make it from here, but we will see. And how far past it will they get? Yeah,
and Central Sparks will be keeping their fingers crossed here for Jones, who's on 95, and the Sparks on 196 as a total. So Cleary into Jones, who knocks it up into the air, and it goes tantalisingly past Alex Hartley at backward point, and the fielder manages to stop it going towards the boundary, and they get through for 2 runs. Takes us a little closer again. Jones on 97 and Sparks on 198 for 8. I'm just pleased to see that Sunrisers have got a similar sort of total at the moment, 195 for 9 on the last reporting. They've got a similar amount of time left, so they will also be getting towards a decent total, which will be very welcome for Sunrisers. Cleary in, right arm round the wicket to Jones, who knocks it through point, and they go through for an easy single there to the total.
Just teased you there, Claire. You thought you were on for the big double, the Eve Jones 100 and the 200 for Sparks, but it was just a single in the end. Between innings now, Sunrisers 206 for 9, so they've set 207 for the Lightning to win. South East Stars are 248 for 6 they've made from their 50 overs, and Western Storm just getting underway in the 7th over. They are 16 without loss. So those are the other Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games, bringing the Test match score after this ball from Piper Cleary.
Into Davis, who takes a swing, and the bails go flying, but I don't know that anything actually happened there. So no run there, so that we're on 199 for 8.
Well, having been done by the previous rear factual dismissal.
Oh, maybe I missed something there. There was it sort of, it felt like nothing and something had happened all at the same time. I'm not quite sure. This is not very helpful if you're not seeing the live stream, but yeah, that's out. She's heading back towards the
another bizarre dismissal with the ball just touching the stumps on the way through, and Georgia Davis has to trudge off the pitch. 199 for 9.
She got 4 off the 3 balls that she'd faced, but we're now on to 199 for 9.
So 200 will be required by the Thunder, whatever happens here, but will the Sparks get up to 200? They have 1 wicket remaining to do so.
Yes.
And it was a good piece of bowling by Cleary, made sure it was clipping the stumps ever so finely, and the bails just knocked off. It was very unclear whether it was the keeper, Ellie Threlkeld, from our angle, but
we don't know whether it was bowled or
well, it was definitely bowled.
But what happened exactly? The story of the ball, as it were.
It was very.
Got Liz Russell coming in now to bat, and another of the Central Sparks stock of left-hand batters. So she's taking her guard there, and they're moving the field as they realise it's 2 left-handed batters, and Cleary's just moving out fielders on the extremes to the rope.
So yeah, we've got deep mid-wicket, we've got long leg, we've got third, and we have cover as the fielders back on the rope, everyone else in the ring.
Yeah, and Cleary's coming right arm round the wicket to Liz Russell and bangs it into the pitch, and Liz Russell squirts that very efficiently out to deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a single there, and the 200 is up as Mike's could just fall short of hitting me and banging the table. In case I've forgotten, which I had briefly. So that's the 200 up for Sparks, 200 for 9, and that also, not only was it a very efficient shot from Liz Russell, nicely down for the single, it also brings Eve Jones to strike, sitting on 98 of the 146 balls she's faced so far. Cleary round the wicket to left-handed Jones, who takes a swipe, and it goes straight to the cover fielder, but there's a misfield, and it goes underneath the cover fielder to the fielder at the boundary, and they go through for 1 run. So Eve Jones moves on to 99, but is now the opposite end. So we've now got...
Not a bad place for her to be with 1 ball left now.
Yeah.
Although Russell has to see this out. This is quite tense.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone's just explaining how the last batter was out to the scorers. I think weren't quite sure what was happening there.
Well, they had the same angle as us, which wasn't the clearest one.
There?
As I say, I think it just glanced the top of the bails as it went through the defences of Georgia Davis.
I think there's some hand sanitizer going on, maybe. Just a brief pause in the game there. Cleary is just moving the cover fielder a more exact sighting, and Cleary comes in round to Russell, who just defends the ball back. And
a round of applause for the dot ball from the Sparks players. They want to see Eve Jones get her 3 figures, and they knew that relied on Liz Russell surviving that ball.
Surviving the ball to keep Eve Jones on strike for the very last over. Mike, 201 for 9. 1 over left. Eve Jones on strike. What do you reckon?
They've got the 200, which I think is good going from where they've been in this innings. 17 for 3, 116 for 6. So from those positions, they've done well to get the 200 up. That's the main thing. This is just an interesting little subtext for the final over, and we have more than 1,000 of you who've tuned in to watch this. Obviously, at lunch in the test match they've been. 23 ahead New Zealand were at that point, but good to have you with us. Make sure you keep your screens on. And there is the 100 for Eve Jones, just nudged into the onside. Professional as ever. She's had a tough day out there as the Sparks skipper, and she brings up the 3 figures with just a little touch into the leg side. 202 for 9. Big hug from Liz Russell, who will have the job to do with the ball. But Eve Jones has, as we said, just dragged her team to that total. And you were there to witness it on the Central Sparks webpage and also via the BBC Sport website on BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester. Great stuff from the former Lancashire player Eve Jones, bringing up 100.
Yeah, and as if to underline that, Alex Hartley came over and made a point of bumping fists with Eve Jones for congratulating her colleague captain.
Liz Russell then, trying to just shape to play this one through the offside, but it's into the keeper's gloves, and there is no run from that delivery, and that's the slight drawback of the single now, is Liz Russell, the Sparks number 11, is back on strike and has to sort of get away from that really to ensure that Eve Jones has a couple more balls to try and add to the total now.
Nice
that was a decent shot in the end by Russell, clearing the leg and hitting it down to long on. It's done exactly what she needed. It's got a single, 203 for 9. So Eve Jones has 3 balls here, and she has to try and find the rope. She's hit the only 6 of the innings so far over mid-wicket on the slog sweep. Will that be where she goes against the seam bowling of Jackson as she goes for a big swing? I think it would have been offside because of where the ball went. Threlkeld has been hurt by that one, but has done well to stop it, actually, given everything that was going on in front of her.
Liz Russell was almost back for half a rounder there. She was keen to take it. I think this is like every run we get now. You know, it makes it easier for me to bowl that.
For me, I think Eve Jones may as well just try and hit a boundary off this one and then take whatever she can get off the last one.
Yeah.
It was a big old swing and she just failed to connect on that occasion. 2 balls to go. Jackson round the wicket. Jones does connect this time, but it's only going to hit it to Emma Lamb, and this looks like a run out. We wait for the signal from the umpire. It is. So the Sparks have lost a ball there because Russell couldn't get to the striker's end in time. She is run out for 2. Eve Jones carries her bat for 100 exactly. There's a really nice symmetry to that. Was dropped on 37. A tough caught and bowled chance for Alex Hartley, but it was firmly struck. But a wonderful innings there from Eve Jones. As we say, she was strong on that slog sweep. That seemed to be the way that she could get the ball away on this sticky pitch, but she hit some nice shots down the ground as well, particularly a straight drive from the New Road end towards the Diglis end that went all the way for 4 on the floor down the onside of the stumps ever so slightly, and there's going to be applause here in the Graham Hick Pavilion.
Great innings from the skipper of the Central Sparks.
And that is for Eve Jones's century. The players in the Graham Hick Pavilion very, very happy with that innings from their skipper. The Thunder staying out there for a long old chat before they go and prepare to chase these runs. You will hear that if you rejoin us in around about half an hour's time. Let's just run you through the completed scorecard. It all began with Millie Home run out, having faced 5 balls for just 1. Her skipper, it felt as if, was really at fault there, Eve Jones, but she made sure that she dug in and continued to make that 100, but lost Poppy Davis for 0, LBW to Laura Jackson, scored 13 for 2 at that point. It became 17 for 3 when Gwennon Davis seemed to run herself out, going for a single that didn't look to be there, so she was run out for 0. Steph Butler then batted for 2 minutes short of an hour, faced 56 balls and made 25 before she ran past one from Hannah Jones and was stumped by Ellie Threlkeld with a score on 79. Steph Butler making 25. Next out was Claire Boycott, who made 17 before firmly striking a caught and bowled opportunity to Hannah Jones, who'd seen one burst through her fingers the ball before actually, but managed to cling on to this one that was firmly struck straight at her and was a simpler chance. 40 balls she faced Boycott for her 17 runs, hit 3 boundaries in that 38-minute innings. Sarah Glenn didn't last quite as long. The score remained on 116 for the fall of the 6th wicket. Glenn out for naught, caught by Cleary in the covers off the bowling of Hannah Jones, faced just 6 deliveries. Izzy Wong, though, made a useful contribution and put on 55 with Sarah Glenn to take the score up to 171 for 7 before she was caught by Alex Hartley off the bowling of Laura Jackson. Jackson was again in the wickets, bowling Ria Fackrell for 7 off 6 balls, including a 4. Georgia Davis also struck a 4 off a full toss, but that was her only scoring shot before she was bowled by Piper Cleary, and then the run out from the penultimate delivery of Liz Russell by Emma Lamb for 2. Russell facing 4 balls, but the story of the innings was Eve Jones's century off 150 balls. She faced exactly half of the deliveries available, hit 14 fours, a 6, batted for 186 minutes. A really fantastic innings from Eve Jones. It means the chase will be 204 for Thunder. As for the bowling figures, Cleary 9 overs 1 maiden 40 for 1, Jackson 8.5 overs 1 maiden 35 for 3. Very impressive figures those. Emma Lamb 10 overs 2 maidens 44 for no wicket. Nat Brown bowled 2 overs, went for 11 runs and didn't take a wicket. Hannah Jones 33 for 3 of her 10 overs, it also included the maiden. And Alex Hartley 10 overs 2 maidens 26 for no wicket. A very economical spell from Alex Hartley. As I say, join us again in around about half an hour's time when the players will be coming back out for the second innings of this match. 204 will be the Thunder's chase.
You okay, Louis?
Yeah, good, thanks, mate.
Yeah, yeah. Is it sounding alright, your end?
Perfect.
Are you okay?
No, I don't think so. I mean, she took it in over the winter, so I think that the expectation was that she's like the most promising young cricketer we've got at the moment. She's in the batting department. People haven't played a huge number of games for England. As I pointed out last week, she hasn't yet kind of definitively stamped her mark on her international career, but she was clearly next in line. And let's hope that this summer she can kind of play that definitive innings and go on to have a great career. So congratulations, let's see her for getting there.
The refuge assurance that is my own something somewhere with 21 and 30
Yeah, I've known Kirsten for a long time, and I can tell you she will be very disappointed. She would have taken that quite hard. And it's kind of it's an interesting one really because actually in years to come, when she looks back, she's never played another cricket match. She's got some fantastic achievements in her career. She's had a player of the match at a T20 World Cup. She's played in a World Cup final, the T20 World Cup. She's played a Test for England. And she's made some real achievements. But in the short term, she's going to be really disappointed. And I think that we've seen that she's come out of training with great intensity, that she's kind of fired up and she's kind of back to being the bowler she was like 2 or 3 years ago, which kind of forced her way into that England team. It's easy to overlook the fact that in the challenge that she had to overcome by coming from Scotland, she had to make that switch. She had to sign a piece of paper saying she wasn't going to play for Scotland anymore. She took a big risk, and she made that count. Things haven't gone so well for her the last year or so, but does she look back to her best now? Well, what have we seen that?
Yeah, well, we saw her in the first round of our Second Reviews Bowl, and the likely society really we actually then she was coming very much at the end of the game and coming kind of said, I have to actually tap on the shoulder and say, look, just calm down a little bit. We were right up at the top of the pavilion and you could hear her saying, come on! So yeah, really fired up. She's going to take it to the right line. She made her arm now.
Yeah, so because she hasn't played for England for a while now, she'll actually qualify for Scotland again next summer, potentially if she wants to. But the one thing that perhaps gives her pause is that if she goes on to represent Scotland again, the regulations say that that's basically it for England. It is possible to get special dispensation from the ICC to do pretty much anything you want. So the ICC reserve the right to the regulations to go, well, we can do whatever the hell we like. But essentially the regulations say that if she goes back to Scotland, she can't play for England again. So that might be something that she wants to consider. On the other hand, if she goes back to Scotland, potentially she's got a future international career for her, helping Scotland into T20 World Cups and things.
Okay, now she's got down to
yeah, so what's that all about? Because it's so Sophia Dunphy has now
That's a rumour start. I've got enough here, even the journalists in Worcestershire.
4 contracts, and the Lightning have now got 6 professionals. So what's that all about?
yeah, I mean, it's partly to do with when they introduced the next So what they're going to do from now is to train the team so that they will next season and then from that point on then they in a contract for 2 years the next season but it will mean that they have this situation because at the moment whereby Lightning have suddenly got picked for the rest of the season
That's right, you can keep it on your back.
now this situation as far as I'm aware is
There's a word laptop in the diary, but they're both quite a shit.
that everything is set up. At that point then there's a bit of a decision to be made. On the table in the sense of I'm really interested to see how the season one of the guys is to start next for next season, and that will kind of even up to the contract. Potentially and the other option, of course, is that we interview and have to put more money behind her, and that's all the reason why we haven't put the contract and why we haven't sort of spend that will be really interesting to see what happens at that point. So things don't quite meet the eye, we might hope they would at the moment, but we obviously have conversations with them. And of course, it's very important to us to on the outside line. Now, another big thing we're going to do another piece of riders in there. I'll move on to our home player in a moment, but there are quite a few
yeah, I think that we definitely thought Danny White would be in the squad. Obviously, she hasn't actually played a test yet, and quite a long career around. We've got kind of candidate background, haven't we?
We do. Thank you for the fly hat. You, as always, have made some very interesting comments below the line on Cricket Her. And Hannah says, Danny White, boring a bit. Without playing test, her next nearest challenger is Alex Hartley, weighed in 32 matches. So that is quite a long time to be playing for the moment, and a lot of appearances for that.
Yeah, we expect her to be in the squad on the ground this year. She was clearly making runs. She scored 350 in her 3 RHS innings this summer, and she is an integral part of England's white horse. Yes, she's down. Might play for the Red Bull game.
Yeah, and it's hard to
One stuffy on top. They did say they did 2, I just don't know whether to go on. Oh, thank you very much. Good. Thank you.
That is a good question. I think she's definitely really interesting.
I'll just put another vertical. I know they've made it, they want to put it in the wrong place.
Long arms, just all down to quite hard.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Quite zippy, she does seem to have a little bit of pace over the wings as well. And we saw last weekend that Hampton Vipers found out, quadruple wicket maiden is not to be sniffed at.
Here we are. Gone to do the
I strongly suspect that Heather Knight and Rick Buster already basically made up their mind to select her prior to that. It wasn't that or anything like that. I don't think it was that reactive. I think they're much more considered about the selection. So she was already well on the radar, I think, and I suspect that that's just kind of put the cherry on the should she play, or will she play?
Yeah, I mean, they're two separate questions, aren't they? In terms of will she play, my feeling is that that's pretty unlikely. England are keep saying this, and they will keep saying it, they're generally quite conservative about their test selections. And so my feeling is that it's quite likely that they have to run the trust fund with their three teams with a netball as support there. And that therefore she won't play. Partly as a netballer, slightly army, the ball kind of reaching up high. So yeah, that's kind of my feeling. Should she play? Well, it's obviously a big ask to chuck somebody in at the deep end and get them, potentially open the bowling test with their first international appearance. But I suppose why not? If somebody is good enough to be a netballer, then why not have them actually chuck them in the 11? And as I talked about last weekend, in order to win this test, which England really should be aiming to do, is sort of bowl through that twice, and then choose a strike bowler that could potentially be a bit of a secret weapon in dealing with seam matches there, and get you that goal really. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm very much of the view that given that they've selected her, they've got her in the squad now, play the weapon that could get you those crucial wickets.
Okay, and England did release a couple of players back to play in today's matches. The test matches, Sarah Davies and Sarah Glenn. I think there's been quite a bit of surprise in the decision to release Sarah Glenn in particular. A lot of people are saying she was there longer than the final test 11 team.
Yeah, a lot of people did say that. I don't think the players themselves were particularly surprised. I think they had a good idea going into the selection process who was likely to be involved and who wasn't. And I think that what they're saying about Sarah Glenn is that they see her as a white ball player, and that perhaps in the longer format of the game, that she wasn't going to be the wicket in the same way that she will be in situations where people are trying to push on them. So she listed out there, but she'll almost certainly have to be one of the team. I expect her to be in the team, not just in the squad, for the first of the white ball game.
Yeah, and I think that what England have done here is actually allow her to become a selection rather than allowing her to get into the final 11. Obviously, the okay, final bit of news we've done. We've looked at 1 and 2. Bit of news 3. We'll crack on with one of the other ones now. That's the high score position of Rachael. Now, Heather tonight. She's obviously doing the job, subbing for Jim Shovkov over the winter. Shovkov out injured, and was involved in some tournament. What do you make of that, Steve?
Yeah, I think it's actually quite an interesting one. First of all, they decided that they no longer want Annie Kropsol to be the vice captain. Why would that be? Well, you want your vice captain to be someone with an automatic selection. It does seem that they're starting to think that Anya is no longer an automatic selection. I mean, we expect that she probably will be playing quite a lot this summer. We would think the expectation is that she'll be in the test lineup, she'll be in the overall lineup. But obviously not quite the automatic selection that she was. Whereas
JC, was there any left over? Because I didn't have any cake for that one.
I'll put it in.
You're not telling me to go to the Leaving Party Warriors today,
A crucial player. She's very much on that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the player that you go the way that the vice captain, what's the vice captain's role? The vice captain's role is partly to obviously deputise perhaps a player like Lee Field. She's got a very short-term injury.
Wednesday, Yorkshire.
Who's got a
David
secondary
asked me to stay on and do a couple of days because he hasn't got a chef.
Isn't playing over the next year or so, England are playing more games in the next year or so than they've ever played before. The rate of international cricket that England is going to be playing
I can't wait.
is very large. Remains quite a lot of next stage cricket from them playing.
Might be a bit different.
But I think
So throw on what he can. Go outside and do it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so I think there's quite a good chance
College are playing the academy on Monday.
Okay. Where they play?
At Malvern College. Yeah. The traditional game they play. Because they obviously work close. Well, you'll see all the lads.
Yeah, in the winter they go down the net and go college.
Yeah.
Well, until the new one's built in the unit.
Third role of the vice captain
Could be a few years yet. It's in the plans.
looking to become, they're looking to anoint someone as the captain in one.
Have you finished going for the day?
I'll go over there and wash up. Nothing exciting, but hopefully all the food's finished anyway. So.
Real thanks, mate.
No, enjoy it. 28, Heather 30. Heather could retire in, say, 2 years' time, and that's given us a couple of years of the captaincy. But she's not England's next long-term captain, not unless she stays carried over, which of course, which, in terms of athletes' careers, that should probably is, realistically. So, what else is going on there? Well, there is no obvious successor in the aspect of this is that you're being slightly cynical. If you're the captain, what you actually don't want is someone sitting, almost in the wings going, well, if the captain has any failures, then that person is almost, putting their hand up. And we saw that with Heather Knight with the kind of success of Charlotte Everett, you were remembering how it was that in the last kind of 12 months of Ross's career.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, the point that in that role, Heather was made vice captain, and it was obvious that the expectation was that she would be an England captain. She was vice captain for 3 years, I think it was, before she became captain. Certainly for the last year or so. And in the wake of that, she was asked to come and do actually zero messages at the time. There was a lot of stuff in the press, there was a lot of talk, speculation about, should Charlotte Edwards be stepping down from the captaincy and then allowing someone else to take over. Now we were quite sceptical about that. We felt that actually Charlotte would still have a lot to give in terms of leadership, and also that perhaps Heather Knight wasn't quite ready for the captaincy. But when she did take over, she proved us wrong really. She had to do it quite suddenly, in quite a surprising, difficult situation, and she certainly proved a very safe pair of hands. It wasn't her first job as captain. She fought like a championship fighter, and there you go, and that was great. So we were a little bit worried about that, but yes, certainly for Charlotte Edwards it was quite a difficult period, particularly with such a change in leadership. So I guess what we were saying is that to some extent England are trying to avoid that happening again.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue it's a tad cynical, but if you were in Heather Knight's position and you were thinking about it politically, what you don't want to do is anoint a successor that's sitting there ready to take over should you ever step up. So, that's cynical, you decide.
Anyway, thanks for tuning in as ever. We're going to go and watch a bit more cricket now and enjoy the sunshine. See you next week.
Let's give Heyhoe, please. Welcome. Central Sparks.
Well, welcome back to New Road for coverage of the run chase then. Thunder's run chase, 204 are required for victory. We have witnessed a terrific unbeaten century from Eve Jones. My word, she batted beautifully. And boy, did the Central Sparks need that innings. 100 not out, carrying her bat. And effectively scoring half the runs for her side. So, absolutely pivotal innings from the Central Sparks captain to get some runs on the board. 203 all out from 49.5 overs to 204 to win for Northwest Thunder. And well, we'll see if they can get somewhere near. Some good support from Boycott and Butler and Wong as well. Quick fire 18 from Izzy Wong from 22 balls. Just helping the skipper along. But we'll see Izzy Wong to open up the bowling from the Diglis end with one slip in place. The skipper there at first slip. With a couple of fielders behind square on the leg side. No, there's a fine leg and a deep third. The two outside the circle. One slip, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, extra cover, and backward point. So here we go. Here is Wong coming in and bowling. Oh, it's a shortish ball. It's going to glove down towards backward point. Wow, that's
physio for that, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hand, at least. Yeah.
Struggling there straight away.
As if to emphasise that the pitch was doing some naughty things the first half, and that one certainly popped up.
Yeah, and straight away she dropped the bat, didn't she?
Yeah, that was there's no question I'm really hurt there, bless her. That feels painful from here.
We did actually see a couple to bounce, didn't we, from that deepest end in particular? I think that's a little bit of uneven bounce. And Hartley, I think Alex Hartley got one to bounce pretty sharply, I think.
And yet the other end seemed to shoot through a bit, didn't always come up. But this is a proper nasty whack.
Yes. So need a bit of treatment.
Yeah. I think, you know, there's the pain, isn't there? There's also the shock of the ball coming nipping up at you. It's nasty. Physio getting all of her tricks out of her bag to try and help with this one.
Need the old magic spray.
Yeah, I think there's some ice coming on as well. Would be a good idea, potentially. Not how you want to start the second half.
No, it's a left hand that seems to be the
take the full brunt. She took the full whack, didn't she? That, unfortunately.
So just to recap then, while we wait for the for this treatment to be administered, and we hope obviously that
she can carry on.
And Milan can carry on. And this is just a little recap of what's happened in the game so far. Central Sparks 203 all out, just a ball shy of their allotted 50 overs. Won the toss, opted to have a bat first, the Sparks.
Yep.
And that wonderful 100 not out from Eve Jones from 150 balls, 14 fours and a 6. Carried a bat. Great knock from the captain. And the contributions as well from Butler, who made 25, a 17 for Boycott, 18 for Wong, 3 wickets for Jack. 3
you know, the spires, stands. Just great to see some spectators in again. We've got Russell just moving Izzy Wong to a slightly finer third there. Russell. That little bit, there's no run, and she continues open it. Use the and keep one side of that nice and shiny for Liz Russell, and Liz Russell goes to the top of her mark. Some speed here from Liz Russell. Right arm over to Boyce, who knocks it into mid wicket. There's a bit of a pocket there, and they go through for the one run, and that's fielded back to the wicket keeper Gwen and Davis. Neat fielding again by Central Sparks there. Georgia Davis on that occasion. Russell in, and it's knocked down again respectfully, and there's no run. Rachael goes in and just tidies the ball up. Boyce poised, nice and calm at the crease. Russell in. Boyce carves it to point, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. So late cut, but straight to the fielder. We stay on 18 for no loss. Sort of, you can hear the Central Sparks just encouraging each other. Russell into Boyce, who again comes forward exaggeratedly for a forward defensive and just knocks it down to the field for no run. Rachael tidies up again.
Good start by Russell, isn't it?
Yeah, keeping it nice and tight here. The bowling and the pitch keeping the batters concentrating on this. Russell comes in to Boyce, and Boyce knocks it up and over, and is it going to bounce? Just a one bounce forwards. A nice clean hit there, right through long on. Just the one bounce for Emma Lamb. Lovely shot from Emma Lamb. Very confident, leaning back, and over it goes. So there we are, 22 for no loss, and we're on a sanitise the hands break after the 6th over. So we have, because of the COVID regulations, they have to do hand sanitizer every 6 overs, just to make sure that we all stay safe.
You did that boundary, didn't they? Really, Thunder? Just
yeah.
To ease the pressure a little bit.
Nish Patel coming on there. She'll be keen to get a game at some stage. Bringing on the sanitizer. It bowled well this equivalent fixture last year that Mike and I were on the comms for. She had a good game with the ball that day.
Another wicket at the Test match. 8 down. I think I mentioned that, didn't I? Yeah, 8 down New Zealand. Mark Wood with another wicket. Matt Henry, the man, out for 12. So 3-5. 3 for 8.
Now I've just seen a Twitter message that Jane Powell is sitting in the sun watching, so I don't know if she's actually here. This is the ex-England cricket captain, ex-England manager. She went to England lacrosse to work, and she's, I think, back working for the ECB again now. So she says she's sitting in the sun. Now I don't know if that's, are you here, Jane, or are you sitting outside watching it somewhere in the sunshine?
Either way, sounds lovely.
Yeah.
Izzy Wong comes in and bowls, squares Boyce up, who's in behind to defend up to mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, it's been a careful approach from Boyce and Laming. There's a combination of some good bowling, a slightly dicey pitch from time to time, and the need to think a little longer Thunder will want wickets in hand, going deep into their innings. Target of 204 to win. It's been a steady, careful, cautious start from two batters in good form for Thunder. Flash down towards fine leg, just for a single. Boyce moves up to 7. Score moves on to 23 without loss.
That strikes me though, that watching a lot of these games, is that there is the one power play the first 10 overs. However, teams seem to have started, I mean, because the bowling has been very good, started slowly and it's just kind of reached a kind of crescendo as the game goes on, rather than the kind of pinch hitting that one might associate with the shorter form of the game.
Wong to Emma Lamb, who hops back into the crease and defends out to point, no run.
So we don't get that, you know, certainly the games that I've been watching closer with the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, they haven't been big scoring in those 10 overs. One might expect that, but there are different ways to get to totals, aren't there? Sometimes they're slow starts, sometimes they're quick starts, but we haven't seen that hitting up and over because of the fielding restrictions. Because I think, as I said, certainly the Western Storm game at Edgbaston, very good bowling, and Shrubsollen.
As he Wong in ball, just have a leading edge, the ball just balloons down towards third, and Lamb gets through for a single.
Yeah, Shrubsole and Trussell were just magnificent in their bowling attack. I mean, it was Central Sparks couldn't get the ball away at all, so power play gone. And it was an excellent bowling attack that day, but a good result for Central Sparks. They won the game.
I suppose you go into the start your innings with the power play, and there's almost a pressure to try and make the most of it, and to try and capitalise on the fielding restrictions, but can backfire, of course, as Boyce is nicely in behind to defend. Straight bat, ball deflects up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
And then you've got Central Sparks at Hove against the Vipers, and Emma Arlott just ripping through in the power play, getting those 4 wickets in, a hat-trick and 4 wickets in 1 over in the power play. I mean, this is proper destruction.
It's kind of game done then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wong bowls, follow ball on off stump. Boyce looking to drive, pushes into the offside, out to extra cover. No run. That complete the over. It does. We've had 7, so it has been a quiet start. 7 overs in, 24 without loss. So the total, or the target, has been chipped away by 24 runs. They need 180 more from this stage to win the game. The Thunder. Lamb has 12 and Boyce on 7.
It'll be interesting to see how these various matchups work. We're going to see Sarah Glenn bowl later, no doubt, and that'll be interesting to see how that goes. And Russell doing some really nice pace bowling here, right arm over, as she comes into Lamb. Lamb just forces that for no run, just to Eve Jones at short leg. There's no run, so we're still on 24 for no loss. Into the 8th over now. Just that first 10 as a power play in this competition. There is no other power play, so Russell turns at the top of her mark and into Lamb, who comes forward and just plays that respectfully back straight to the bowler. There's no run. Yes, I think Russell's doing well here. It must be a good line, because they're really struggling to get her away.
Yeah, it's quite straight, isn't it? Kind of wicket to wicket.
Other than that huge 4, where perhaps it was a slower ball that Lamb got hold of. So Russell in to Lamb, who flicks it up in the air, but just short of Gwen and Davis keeping. Again, I think possibly a sort of strange bounce or something there.
Strange bounce and a bit of a strange shot in the end.
Yes,
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a sort of swat. Russell, right arm over to the right-handed Lamb, who smacks that convincingly, but straight at the fielder, unfortunately, and they come through for the single, and Georgia Davis manages to stop that on the edge of the fielding restriction ring.
It's a good start, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a
'Cause
good start. It was, because it
that-
looked like it when it left the bat, it was on its way to the rope, I think.
It was. Hit pretty hard to it as well. But
Yeah, it was. Russell this time to the right-handed boys. Who knocks it, in the same direction, but this time successfully out towards the rope, and that's 4 runs. To the total, 4 runs to boys.
may have been a little concern for a fraction of a second.
Yes,
and
it sort of went upish, didn't it?
Yeah.
And then Georgia Davis, I think, thought she was going to be in the game then, but it went past her and well past her. And out for 4. Score moves on to 29 for no loss. And Liz Russell, what can she respond with to Boyce, who respectfully just knocks it down for no run to the point fielder. And that's the end of the over. 29 for no loss after 8 overs.
Sparks will be pretty happy with the start here. I suppose for the fun that important that it's the early stage of the innings, they don't lose a little rattle of wickets. You're on the back foot straight away there, aren't you? You can't win the game inside the first 10 overs, but you can go a long way to losing it.
Yeah.
With a shaky start. If it was a similar start to what the Sparks have and they're 3 down with 20 on the board, then that is a long way back, isn't it? When you're chasing 200 plus.
It's a good start without Emma Arlott. I thought Liz Russell did well there and Wong from the other end.
Who is continuing, tearing back in and bowling. Little glance off the pads down to fine leg for 4. And that's a little flick from Emma Lamb, steering it down towards the fine leg boundary.
The older faster they come, the faster they go, as they say, just to get a cliche in just while we can.
Got 4 for it, so it was up to 17. The ball's disappeared underneath one of the
Yes, there's
covers.
just legs, just feet sticking out from under the cover.
just sort of pair of
just Poppy Davis just almost eaten by the cover there as she went underneath that to retrieve the ball.
Bumped into her dad in the car park actually.
Oh yeah.
She was a relatively late call up for the Central Sparks. They got a phone call this morning saying,
Get your kit.
Get your kit, you're coming down, you're playing. There's Wong's in a ball that's muscled away through the onside, up by Lamb off the back foot, pulling out towards square leg. Yeah, gets the rope. 4 runs. Goes up to 21 not out.
Wong really banged that into the, really proper, right into the wicket then. It's a nice shot.
Score moves on to 37 without loss. So that was, I just thought it was just typical of so many cricketers can relate to what's happened to Poppy Davis today. Gets that last minute call.
Put your kit in.
Put your kit in the bag. Charge down to the ground as One comes in and bowls and it's driven through extra cover for a nice shot. Might be successive boundaries here.
It's going.
It is.
It's gone.
4 run through extra cover. Lovely shot. Score moves on to 41 without loss. So she does all that. She packs her kit. She gets in the car. Her dad drives her down. She's going to get here half an hour before the start of play. She's in early, batting. First ball out. Dear me.
Oh. It's a cruel game, isn't it?
It is
in that
indeed.
sense.
And moves to 25 now. Ball banged in
Oh,
short again and cut.
Gone. Yeah.
Another boundary. Is that 4 on the spin? I think that's 4 on the spin.
Maybe.
Little glance to fine leg,
Yeah.
pull to square leg, cover drive,
yeah,
and then
nice.
a cut down to backward point for 4 more. Moves to 29. Score moves on to 45 without loss. And that tight start that we mentioned, the shackles have been released a bit with this over.
Yeah. I mean, Lamb played the shot I think she was attempting to do when she got thumped that first ball. Nice cut.
2 balls left of the 9th. And the balls to Lamb. Just steers the ball safely off her toes out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Good response there, I think, from Wong. That's like, you're going to hit me for 4? No, you're not going to hit this one. Try and get that right in the block hole if I can.
Which is absolutely what she did. Just at the end, clipping the ball away towards mid-wicket for no run. So a dot ball to end that run of 4 fours. And then balls once more. It's squeezed away into the offside. Just for a single, and I think she's nicked the strike.
Yep, she has.
Yeah.
Yep, it's the end of the over.
So 9 gone, 46 without loss. Lamb 30, Boyce on 11. Thunder require a further 158 runs to win, 41 overs to get them, and all their wickets in hand as it stands.
Yes, finally poised. A quick drink to the batters, or change of gloves. Change of gloves.
Meanwhile, New Zealand are 9 down now, so 361 for 9. Blundell out for 34, so a lead of 58. Stuart Broad with the wicket.
Liz Russell to come into Emma Lamb. Russell in, Lamb, and it just bounces just in front of her and it goes straight through to Gwen Davis behind the stumps, and there is no run. Again, maybe slightly uneven bounce.
It's not been as much from this end, has it?
No, it's been more shooting this, going away from us towards the Diglis end. Russell in to Lamb. He just knocks that straight to the cover fielder and there's no run.
It's been a bit of a rattle of runs in the previous over, so Russell under a little bit of pressure just to try and have a quiet over here.
Russell, right arm over to Lamb. He takes a swing and it goes to the point fielder and there's no run. Straight to the point fielder. Liz Russell in to Lamb, and Lamb knocks it down to third, and they come through for a simple single to Isabel Wong on the boundary.
Clever cricket that, wasn't it? Just eased away down towards
it was
third.
Simple cricket there, low risk. Liz Russell to Boyce this time, and that's a full toss and it's dispatched behind square leg for a 1 bounce 4. It was a really nice shot, but it was a really rank ball. Full toss, and given the treatment it deserved, really. Back of the square, and it was a boundary before it almost left the bat there, I think.
Didn't miss out then.
No.
Georgie Boyce.
See ball, hit ball.
It's about I think it's the one bad ball she bowled, actually, to be fair to Russell. She's been pretty
patient. Russell, right arm over into Boyce, who ditched this one straight through the fielder, and he's gone for 4 through long off there. The fielder tried to get hold of it, but just didn't quite succeed, and it went through it and beyond and over the rope for 4 runs. So the score moves on to 55 for no loss, and that's 10 overs done. That's the end of the power play, and the only one and only power play. We have 40 overs remaining. We've got Lamb on 31 off the 40 balls that she's faced, and Georgie Boyce on 19 off the 20 that she's faced. And I think I'm getting given the push here for...
you can stay on, actually, if you want.
Can
Claire.
I?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's up to you whether you want a break, really. In theory, and this is very much theory, we should be able to get...
We've got a lot of cables here, so anything could happen at this moment.
The co-founders of Cricket Here, I am delighted to say, are about to join us here at New Road. We also have a bowling change to complicate matters slightly.
Okay. So we to do this while you do that, while you fiddle with the knobs?
Yes.
So we've got
Sarah Glenn coming on, and also, hello and welcome to Raf Nicholson and Sid Egan down in the other commentary box. But hello and thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
what have we been making of this game so far today then? Obviously Eve Jones's century has dominated proceedings to some extent, but we've seen quite an exciting spell of bowling, it seems, as well there.
Yeah, I mean, we thought that at the halfway point that Sparks were in pole position actually, but Thunder are making light work of the run chase at the moment, aren't they? So, I mean, you know, a few wickets here, obviously, could change things.
Big introduction of Sarah Glenn here. Her first ball is played into the leg side, 1 taken, and that will take the score on to 56 without loss. So a big chase here, another 148 required to win. Obviously the big talking point of the week really has been England's selection, and some big news in this part of the world, Sid.
Yes, absolutely.
Here's Sarah Glenn just to bowl this ball. It's a full toss, but not taken advantage of. No score there.
Of course, Emily Arlott, you're one of your Central Sparks players and one of your Worcestershire players. Makes her first England squad selection. It remains to be seen whether she'll actually make the test team, but certainly an exciting prospect.
As Glenn comes in once more to bowl to Boyce, who's working away with a bit of a twiddle of the bat into the offside. No run on offer on that occasion, and there seemed to be a bit of a nod in the comments from Lisa Kitely to this competition as Glenn comes in and bowls again. Boyce can't work away for a score on that occasion, so it remains 56 without loss. In the fact she was referencing the squad, and yes, they've got to keep a good number there for COVID reasons, but we're seeing Sarah Glenn bowling here, which I suppose is evidence that they're looking to release people back into the competition. What did you make of those comments, Sid, as the over comes to an end with a score of 56 without loss? One more ball, in fact. As Glenn just takes the ball again. We'll just get Sid's thoughts on those comments in just a second. Do we see one of the people who's in many ways at the centre of them, Sarah Glenn, bowling to Boyce. It's cracked away, and this will be 4 runs through extra cover. Really good shot from Georgie Boyce. Takes the score on to 60, another 144 required to win. Was that a bit of a nod for and a bit of a tick in the box? Obviously the Emily Arlott selection was as well, I suppose, but the fact that they're looking to release players back into this competition as much as they can.
Yeah, I think they were desperate to ensure that Sarah Glenn got plenty of white ball cricket. They obviously see her as an important part of their white ball team, and I'll expect her to be on the team sheet when the white ball series against India begins after the test. And she's certainly going to be crucial here. It's certainly the pitch is doing some interesting things, and if she can pitch the ball up into those areas near the crease where there's obviously been quite a lot of repairs carried on from the pitch after the men's game that was played on this, then she could be a very dangerous prospect. I'm not sure I'd like to be facing her out there.
No, well, we've seen Georgia Davis coming on now, another player with a lovely action, Raf. We'll let Claire bring you this over in a moment, but the other aspect of it, I suppose, is Emma Lamb at the crease at the moment. How much of a shout do you think she's in for the white ball series?
It's difficult. She's certainly in very good nick and looks great today. I think that England have got a very established batting lineup, and that's actually a bit harder to break into at the moment than the bowling lineup, which obviously we've seen with the selection of Emily Arlott that is possible to do. But dislodging any of the top order is quite difficult at the moment, I think.
Georgia Davis just a dot there from.
Yeah, just bringing the batter Lamb forward, the player we're talking about there, Raf. I mean, her chances have to be good.
And as if to emphasise it, it goes up and over the top, and Sarah Glenn does a good fielding job there of stopping that ball going for 4, and they just get through for 1. I was going to make the point to Raf, because you made in the vodcast last week, you were saying about that England need to bowl out India, and that was the reason that they might pick our lot. And we'll perhaps pick that up in a minute.
Mind you, you're listening to Cricket Commentary, BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, and via the Central Sparks website.
Georgia Davis to Boyce, who knocks that back straight to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, I think it's an attacking selection. She's obviously a strike bowler, and my point in our podcast is about that to win a women's test, obviously you have to bowl the other side out twice, but quite quickly, because we've only got 4 days in women's tests.
Yeah. Davis just knocks that one down, there's no run, and Gwennon Davis does the tidying up.
and a lot of recent women's tests have ended in draws, and so in order to ensure that kind of that you get an exciting match and a match that ends with a result, you really need to be selecting players like Arlott to achieve that.
Yeah. Davis into Boyce, who again knocks that forwards and just comes through for 1 run to mid-on. Yeah, so they've obviously taken your point there, Raf, that they need a strike bowler, bowl them out.
I'd love to
get
think
a result.
I'd love to think that Lisa Kitely watches our Cricket Her podcast. I don't know whether she does or not, but it would be nice to think so.
Davis to a switch hit, and it's going to be a successful one. That's going down to the boundary there. It was a great shot there from Emma Lamb. I think she's hoping that you're going to select her there, Raf, playing that reverse sweep. And that Raf Nicholson says that she should be in the England side.
Emma Lamb certainly played some lovely strokes today. It's been very impressive. But Georgie Boyce as well is quietly getting on with things. She's 24 off 28 balls, and she's sort of playing the junior role, but she's obviously very important here. And 66 for no wicket. It's going very well for the Thunder.
The voice you're hearing there, Sid Egan, co-founder of Cricket Her, alongside Raf Nicholson, who's also with us. Mike Perkins is my name. We also have Claire Jenkins, the former Somerset and Derbyshire cricketer. Seeing the sort of the switch hit there from Emma Lamb, she seems to be such an inventive player and also useful with that bowling option, as we saw in the first innings, Raf.
Yeah, she was actually selected for England a few years ago, and she did tour with them one winter, but didn't actually play an international. And at that point, I think it was Mark Robinson who was the coach, and he did largely view her as a kind of spinning option who batted a bit. But she's obviously proving today that she's very much a kind of impressive top order bat as well. I think it's only purely because that the England batting lineup is so strong that it's difficult to see people who are doing really well in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. We saw Georgia Adams, for example, last season, scoring 500 runs, and not able to break in. But that speaks to the quality of the competition, it's just that it's great for Emma Lamb.
Here's Glenn bowling to Boyce, who's cutting into the offside, only finds Russell at backward point, and there is no run on Arthur. The thing that impressed me about the Georgie Boyce 91 earlier in the competition was the way she managed to actually accumulate it whilst at the crease. She's just going to try and do that once more with Glenn bowling, looks for the sweep and picks up something here. We'll just wait for the signal to see if there was any bat involved. It's nothing involved at all. 4 wides, in fact, is the signal. So 5 to the total. 71 is the score, and that seemed to be a noticeable change for me between the two editions of this competition, if you like. I don't know what you two have made of that watching on. We'll get some thoughts just after this ball from Sarah Glenn, which is slightly back of a length and pushed into the offside. No accumulation from Boyce on that occasion. What have you made of the way she's gone about her business?
Yeah, I think it's really important, isn't it? It's partly about strike rotation, which sometimes players can get a bit bogged down, and that has happened to some extent. We saw that in the first match, Lightning against the Vipers.
Boyce playing into the leg side. It was a pull stroke, but standing in a fairly tall position to play it. She's going to get back for 2 runs here, take the total on to 73 without loss. A reminder, the chase is 204 for Thunder to win this game. They're going along very nicely indeed.
But I think that the teams who have struggled to chase down targets or to set targets are the ones who haven't managed to kind of go about their business, as you say, and rotate the strike.
Here's Glenn, and she's bowled Georgie Boyce, just as we've been talking about. It looks to play the drive. It goes in between bat and pad. 73 for 1. It's a fine opening stand, and it has put Thunder in a very decent position in this game with... We imagine it'll be Ellie Threlkeld who usually comes out at 3, but the first wicket has been taken, and Sid, it's the England player Sarah Glenn released back into the competition, into the competition, and has made the most of it by picking up the first wicket at very least, and could have an opportunity to turn this game in the Sparks' favour from here.
Yeah, nicely done. Just went straight through her, didn't it? And that's what Sarah Glenn's going to do to you. And she's been, doing that in domestic cricket for 3 or 4 years now. She was someone that came into the Super League and made a little bit of a mark in the Super League, but she was kind of plucked from a little bit of obscurity by England. She wasn't one of the players that everyone was shouting about in the Kia Super League, but came into the England team and immediately had an impact there. It retained her England place, so despite the fact of not being picked for the Test, she's going to stay in the white ball team, you'd imagine, and that's why.
Any surprise that she wasn't considered for the Test? I'll be honest, I think I had her in my team just because of the batting for almost well, Raf. I don't know what your perspective is on that as Rachael walks to the wicket.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of surprise about that because she is now pretty much an automatic selection in England's white ball side. Here
comes Glenn to bowl to Rachael, who works into the leg side. There's going to be a single on offer, 74 for 1 the total goes to. Boyce, the batter, out in this over for 26. It's a tough one because women play so little red ball cricket. I think that Lisa Kiteley would probably say we consider her to be a white ball player, and maybe a bit concerned that in the kind of 4-day Test format she wouldn't be so effective. But if you don't give her a chance, then how can she prove that she could be a red ball player? Lamb working off the hip will pick up 1 to Boycott, who's busily round on the leg side to pick up the ball and prevent a second being taken. 75 for 1 at the end of the over, the 13th of the innings so far.
Yeah, as you say, they play so little Test cricket, and also your point about the Ashes Test matches, it seems to be that Australia know how not to lose, but are not that kind of taking that attacking mentality to the Test match.
Yeah, and it's so important that when they do play a very rare Test match, that actually it's a spectacle, it's entertaining, and people think, oh, we'd like to see more of this. We're going to go and watch the next Test. We're going to kind of follow the next Test. I almost feel that sometimes teams need to be more attacking than they do in the men's game, because it's about kind of the integrity and ensuring the future of the format for future generations.
Absolutely. As we see Davis to Lamb, and goes straight back and hits the bowler, and they go through for 1 run, just through to mid-on. Yeah, I think the point is that they don't play much declaration cricket at all, do they? And then you kind of don't know how to play the format potentially, and how to make that kind of sporting declaration, to make it that cat and mouse that Test match cricket really ought to be.
Well, I think at 2019 in the Taunton Test, we very much saw Meg Lanning adopting some quite negative tactics, I would say. And
Rachael just knocks that one down for no run.
And to be honest, that probably had more to do with Meg Lanning's mentality, which is I never want to lose. And that, you can understand that is understandable, but I still think that I would rather see teams risk losing in order to attempt to win than just play out another draw.
Davis to Rachael puts that efficiently behind square leg, and the fielder's herring round, but it goes for 4 as the fielder flies across the rope there. There's a rear fackerel out there, isn't it? And that's 4 runs to the total and 4 runs to the bat.
An important innings for Ellie Rachael here. She's due some runs, and she really needs to be scoring big runs. She really needs to be showing that she's capable of coming in with the bat and making an impact there.
Yeah. We need to know who's in the shadow behind Amy Jones now, don't we?
Yeah, Sid wrote a piece about that for Cricket.
I saw that. Davis to Rachael again, who tries to attempt the same shot again, but there's a fielder there at short square, and that's fielded in, and it's just go through for 1 run.
Yeah, you very much feel that Amy Jones has obviously completely nailed down the wicket-keeper spot for the foreseeable, but there is an interesting question about who might succeed her as wicket-keeper. Sid, do you want to come in?
Just Davis. Oh, there's a switch hit here. Oh, and she switches it onto the stumps, and that's a wicket, and that's out for...
If you're going to play that shot, you have to...
Yes, it's a risky shot, isn't it?
39 for Emma Lamb from 47 deliveries before being bowled by Sarah Glenn there.
But, that was unfortunate, because that was a sort of messy end to what was a really nice innings there from Emma Lamb. Sorry, Sid, you were just saying...
So Ellie Rachael She's proved in the past that she can bat. She's had significant innings in the Super League, and she's had one significant innings in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy last year. But she really needs to start accumulating bigger runs. She needs to start, converting couple of those 50s into hundreds, and showing that she can have an impact with the bat. Because at the end of the day, that's what England are going to be looking for. The women play mostly white ball cricket, as we've just been discussing.
Yeah.
They're going to be looking for a wicketkeeper that can contribute significantly with the bat, and they won't be choosing the best wicketkeeper. They will be choosing the competent wicketkeeper who can make the runs that they need to bolster the batting lineup. So if Ellie Threlkeld wants to have a shout and throw her hat into the ring to be playing for England in 3 or 4 years' time, then she needs to start accumulating runs now. So big opportunity for her today.
Yeah, because you were making a point as well about their ages, weren't you, in terms of their, so you mentioned Gwen Davis is only a couple of years behind Amy Jones, isn't she? But if we want a young wicketkeeper coming through, that puts Threlkeld into the sort of box seat.
Yeah.
And that's just a dot back. Davis fielding off her own bowling, and that's 81 for 2.
So both the openers out now, and perhaps this is the point where Sparks can look to lay on the pressure, and it's the point at which the Thunder can potentially break away and win the game, or it's the point at which Sparks get another couple of wickets, and then they're back on top.
Voice of Sid Egan there with Raf Nicholson as well, the co-founders of the Cricket Her website. You're very much the authority on the women's game, I think, and you've mentioned the podcast. I mean, I've absolutely adore the podcast, and I would point any of our viewers in the direction.
We were going to give homework, weren't we, the other week?
We had several podcasts we wanted to recommend, so we were considering.
First, of course.
But I decided I didn't quite have the gravitas to do that. But no, I thoroughly recommend the Cricket Her podcast. It's something that I'd like to see getting lots more views. A very irreverent sense of humour as well to it, as Glenn comes in and bowls, and it's played down the onside of the wicket. I think it's
a nice way of saying bad jokes.
I was going to say, I think it's mostly deliberate. There's occasions where there's a happy accident in that regard as well. But I particularly enjoyed the shirts in the opening game of this tournament, as this one's swept by Threlkeld. It's very much her favoured scoring option. It's quite a wicket-keeper's shot, really, the sweep. 82 for 2 it goes on to, but you got a few looks there, Raf, down at the Ageas Bowl wearing the purple of lightning.
Yes.
I did.
Not so popular in the orange.
Exactly. So Sid is a kind of Southern Vipers fan through and through. People think that as journalists we're meant to be neutral, but we completely disregarded that for that opening game. So I actually bought Sid a Vipers shirt for Christmas, and he now sports it with pride.
Another dot ball to Glenn's analysis as Cleary, the new batter, just plays it back.
Did they try and kick you out though, Raf? Did they just take a look at that purple shirt and they're like, are you sure?
The stewards were very, very, gave me some very funny looks. It was actually a freebie, so that's my justification.
Worked away by Cleary into the leg side. There's a big old gap there, and it gets her underway in the innings. 1 to the total, 83 for 2. And the Viper shirt, Sid, was very orange, it has to be said.
They are very orange. It's the KSL shirt, so it's one from a couple of years ago, but yes. It can light up a dark room.
Yeah, certainly nobody was missing you in the dark that day. As Sarah Glenn comes in and bowls, floats it up, worked away by Threlkeld into the leg side, and these two just look to accumulate. 84 for 2. Reminder, the chase is 204, so that's another 120 required to win. How much? I mean, we've mentioned Threlkeld sort of needs to become a consistent performer with the bat. She had a 50 in the competition last year. I think a 50 in the build-up to this competition, the T20 county competition, as Cleary drives this one up the onside of the wicket. No run on offer there as the over comes to end. This feels like just the sort of challenge that an Ellie Threlkeld needs, really. A good start from the openers, but all of a sudden they're both out, and there's a big rebuilding job to do to ensure they keep accumulating.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go. We obviously saw that Sparks recovered quite well from being 17 for 3 to post over 200. So yeah, they've still got over 100 to get, haven't they? And these two need to kind of set about it. We've talked about it being a bit of a tricky pitch to bat on, and so that means that when you've got two batters who are kind of fresh to the wicket, then that makes it even harder for them. Not quite sure what this pitch is doing some of the time.
Davis to Threlkeld, but it's just dotted down for no run.
So yes, it's a challenge definitely for Threlkeld and also Cleary at the other end, and it'll be interesting to see how they go about it really.
Davis into Threlkeld, who crouches and then does a real textbook forward defence back to the bowl and no run.
Claire Jenkins, the voice you're hearing there, Raf Nicholson and Sid Egan from the Cricket Her website alongside us as well.
Davis to Threlkeld, who misses the ball and it goes straight through to Gwen Davis for no run.
So there's a kind of a surplus of Davises today. Have you
Yes.
discussed this?
We've had a brace of Bryces last week. I'm getting myself all tangled up, and Davis just pops the ball straight through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, we had a brace of Bryces last weekend for the game against Lightning, and we've got Boyce here, and then lots of Davis, as you say. Davis to Threlkeld, who again knocks it down for no run.
We were saying that the Davis of the Georgia variety was at least good enough to drop the E from the name to differentiate in some way.
Davis again into Threlkeld, who again knocks it defensively straight to mid-off. And that's 84 for 2, and that's 16 overs gone.
Just to whiz through the scores elsewhere, Lightning are 43 without loss. That looks a little bit on the slow side. 104 for 1 without loss, in fact, after 20 overs, chasing 207 to beat the Sunrisers. Diamonds are 84 for 5 against South East Stars, who made 250 for 6.
Ooh.
So a little bit of trouble there for the Northern Diamonds.
Is Sarah Taylor batted yet? That's what we want to know.
Are 112 for 4 in their match, which obviously started at 1 o'clock. Taylor has been to the wicket and has been bowled by Gregory for 2 of 5 balls as this first one is played back to Sarah Glenn, and there is no run on offer there. I mean, what did you two make of the return of Sarah Taylor? Had you been hearing any whispers of it being likely, or did it come straight out the blue? As this one is bowled by Glenn, this is going to be out, caught at mid-off, a simple dismissal. Butler, I think it is, with the catch there at mid-off.
Yep.
84 for 3, and well, disappointment here for Cleary. All she can really do is tap that bat into her pad and wish she'd maybe hit it a little bit harder and cleared the fielder. But another example of the ball seeming to just stick in the wicket there, and an easy catch for Steph Butler to dismiss Piper Cleary for 1 off the bowling of Sarah Glenn.
There, you were asking about what do you reckon about Sarah Taylor?
Well, she obviously played a couple of games for Sussex in the county T20s earlier in the summer, so that was great to see her back at the crease, and well, back behind the stumps really, because we all know what she's capable of, and I suppose it completely makes sense for her. It makes sense for Diamonds, who are kind of struggling for a wicketkeeper. I was a bit surprised. I think I wasn't necessarily expecting her to kind of suddenly make an appearance in this competition, but we were saying that I bet that some of the Diamonds ticket sales have gone up over the last 48 or so hours as a result of that news.
Yeah, Sarah Taylor is box office. You could just see the hundreds of retweets that there were of the announcement to know that she has an impact like almost no other player in the game, and quite rightly as one of the greats of the game.
Now Nat Brown has walked out to the crease at number 5. My feeling at halfway was that maybe in the chase Thunder needed to be halfway before Nat Brown walked out potentially, and they're not quite there. This is going to be tricky all of a sudden for batters coming in to get going, you feel. Here comes Sarah Glenn to bowl to Brown, who's immediately on the sweep shot as she realised it was missing leg stump. A wide ball is signalled as a result because no contact was made with the bat. A Thunder still in the pole position here. What does the Cricket Her team make of that? We'll just bring this ball from Glenn, which is going to be dabbed into the leg side. No run on off. But where do we see the balance of power in this game at the moment?
Well, I said that if they got a couple more wickets, then the Sparks will be right back in it. They've got one of those wickets, so if they get another one now, then they'll really feel that they've broken through.
Here's Glenn once more to throw the ball up again. Good flight, and that looked as if it might have been the second of those wickets for a moment, but it was the pads of Gwen Davis the ball came off. But it must have only missed off stump by a whisker there, Raf Nicholson.
Yeah, that did look. I definitely thought that was out for a split second.
Here is Glenn to bowl again. The cut stroke is missed, and that will be another dot ball to keep the score at 85 for 3, where it was when Piper Cleary was dismissed.
Brown looking very uncomfortable here.
Here comes Glenn, short of a length. Brown likes it there, but she's not got much of it, and there was a real effort from Davis running back. Davis of the Georgia variety, and just couldn't quite get her right hand to the ball, but that's the sort of area Nat Brown likes it, but just didn't get hold of it. 86 for 3 the single takes the score to, and this game just feels like it's tightening up the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time in the game, so I think that the key for Thunder is don't panic at this stage. You know, they can definitely afford to take their time and make sure that these two stay in, because if they do lose another wicket here, then you can see them all clattering down afterwards.
I think one of the differences between the Heyhoe Flint Trophy and women's county cricket is that I know that teams always say we bat all the way down, but it genuinely seems to be the case that you are kind of 2 or 3 batters deeper than you were in women's county cricket. So if this was the situation in a county game a couple of years ago, we might be thinking differently, but Thunder is still in it, definitely.
Davis to Brown. It goes straight through, and Gwen takes the stumps. Gwen and Davis behind the stumps takes the bails off, but no interest from the umpire.
Reminder, you're listening to this game on the BBC Sport website, thanks to BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester, and also the Central Sparks live stream.
Davis to Brown, who knocks that to mid-wicket, and it goes, and Claire Boycott dives over the top of it there, and unfortunately, and they get through for a single. 87 for 3.
The competition as a whole, the teams elsewhere, what do we make of things? Western Storm's struggling a bit, which feels unusual to say. They seem to have been perennial performers in both this and the Kia Super League.
Big sweep behind square leg again from Rachael, and the fielder's gone diving around and managed to stop the ball just on the rope, and they get through for the single.
Yeah, it is a bit strange to see Storm struggling, isn't it? They were so successful in the Kia Super League, and they were, we would probably consider themselves to have been unfortunate not to get to the final last year because of the way that the groups were set up. So it's been a difficult start to the season for them, certainly. It hasn't been helped that one of their main strike bowlers, Katie George, has been injured, although I understand she's back playing today.
Davis to Brown, who dabs it, I think, or possibly it went straight past the bat, but it's going towards the rope, but it's being cut off by the fielders, and they get through for 2 runs.
Katie George actually at the wicket at the moment, 31 not out. Storm, though, have lost Parfitt, Morris, Luff and Hennessy in their pursuit of 250, as they tried to set a total for the Southern Vipers in that game that started at 1.
Yes, Sid is watching that one very keenly, of course, being a Vipers man himself.
The chase of 250 is for the Northern Diamonds, of course, who are 93 for 5 at the moment.
Davis to Brown, who leaves that one well outside, and that's a wide ball. That's another one to the total, 90 for 3.
And Vipers obviously looking to recover from a setback last weekend. I think it was difficult for them because obviously you get very used to winning and the winning mindset and feeling excited and happy as a group when you're winning, but when you lose, it's a different story.
Davis pops that one behind square leg. Brown off Davis, pops that behind square leg for 2 runs.
So it'll be interesting to see how Vipers recover from that, really, against the Storm. It sounds like they're doing pretty well. I haven't actually seen the scorecard. Who's been taking the wickets?
So far, they've been 3 to Dean and 1 to Monaghan have been the wickets. So the change bowlers actually are the ones who've done the damage there for the Vipers.
Davis over the wicket to Brown, who swings and misses, and there's a scrobbling about for Eve Jones in the slip field. I don't know if it did come off any bat, but Eve Jones is rolling around as though she thought it was a catch.
8, judging by the reaction of the players, and I think it was a pretty clear outside edge in the end from
Yeah.
Brown as she pushed tentatively forward, and just as the bat came out in front of the body, there was an edge that took it in Jones's direction. It was to a left, which is always difficult at slip, but a key moment in the game there at 93 for 3 at the end of the 18th over of this innings, and that could be a very, very crucial moment indeed if Nat Brown can get herself going. But as you were saying, Sid, she's looked quite uncomfortable so far at the crease.
Yeah, you do need a little bit of luck though here. Eve Jones earlier, rode her luck a little bit.
Yeah.
That's true. We saw that with Amy Jones riding the luck the other week at Edgbaston. Got 164 from 163 from 114, I think it was.
Before
in the
she
end.
started that masterclass of knocking the ball into the holly stand, which was the only place there were spectators. They had to keep sanitising the ball.
She made Western Storm pay that day with some considerable skill. Threlkeld missing the first delivery this over on the back foot drive, connecting this time but only back to the bowler Sarah Glenn, and the result's the same, another dot ball. Thunder, to remind you here, are chasing 204 to win. They need another 111 as Threlkeld waits and watches and will have to drive here, and drives powerfully but straight at Sarah Glenn once again, who just rubs her hands in the dirt once more. Cloud moves across the pitch. It's a sunny scene here at New Road as this one's worked into the leg side. No run on offer.
Threlkeld struggling to find a scoring shot that isn't a sweep. She went through the academy at a point where they were kind of discovering the sweep, and there was a huge focus.
Here comes Glenn to bowl to Threlkeld. No opportunity to sweep that one. It was a good length and right on the stumps, and Threlkeld marks the guard once more.
So the England Academy had a huge focus on the sweep and on kind of scoring all around the wicket, and they identified sort of 7 or 8 years ago.
Here's Glenn bowling to Threlkeld, who is on the sweep. To emphasise the point, it goes fine. I don't know how much bat was involved in this one. A little bit would be my guess, and there is no signal. Yes, there is a signal. Just when you commit to it, there's a couple of taps of the knees. 94 for 3 the score then at the end of the 19th. I know Alex Hartley said to us last year, Sid, that it was very much their message to Ellie Threlkeld is if it's outside leg stump, get down on one knee and see where you can sweep it. So that's
they went a bit mad with it though, didn't they? Because
yeah,
they
put a lot of pressure on her
and
to kind of. They identified that playing the sweep was a productive shot that they could be using, and I think they in some cases went a little bit over the top, and they'd left some players with it being their one productive shot.
Right, yeah. Davis coming over the wicket to Threlkeld, who takes another sweeping shot just to emphasise Sid's point, and it's going down towards the rope, but it's cut off convincingly by Rhea Fackrell down there on the rope, and they get through for 1 run.
Yeah, one of the England players' parents said to me after the 2019 Women's Ashes, which was a bit of a disaster with the bat, she said, they keep getting out playing across the line. Mark Robinson should just ban them from playing across the line, ever.
Davis to Brown, who sweeps like it's the only shot, and it's given out. LBW, that's out, unfortunately for Brown. Is it Brown? He's number 6.
Was indeed, Brown out for 6 and trudging
LBW,
off.
Trudging off, so she's got 6 runs off the 9 balls that she's faced, although it felt like more than that for somehow. So the score is 95 for 4, and we are into the 20th over. We've got Threlkeld on 10 off the 21 balls that she's faced. Yes, they seem to have gone a bit mad with a sweep shot, and they were at Canterbury. I was there, and I just didn't want to watch the pitch. I mean, sweep out, and the Aussies had just worked it out, hadn't they?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I thought maybe not such a bad idea to just ban them from the sweep shot. It depends. I mean, obviously, Fran Wilson is very notorious sweeper of the ball and generally quite successful, but not everyone can pull it off.
I spy another celebrity about to join us in the box.
I was going to say, we have Marie Kelly arriving, so I think what we will do, I know Scott Reed's going to come back in for me in a moment. We will say thank you very much to Sid and to Raf. So thank you for joining us, and we'll get Marie to come in and take up the microphone that Sid had there.
I was just going to ask them as well about India, how they were going to feel after they haven't played for however long, but we've lost them briefly.
We might get them back in, after
we might get Raf back later.
Another little stint
leave
from
that
Marie
homework.
Kelly here. So the wickets tell you there, Georgia Davis getting Nat Brown LBW for 6. Claire Jenkins, I think, do you need a break, or are you going to... You need to complete this over, I think, to start with. But,
Davis,
and then we'll welcome Marie Kelly in as well.
Davis in over the wicket, and that's just respectfully dotted down towards the point fielder for no run. And because I've been so... Oh, it's Duckworth. So Duckworth just taking a bit of a sighter there from Davis, that first ball.
Well, what I'll leave you to do, Claire, is finish this over.
Yep. And Duckworth defends that one down for no run as well.
So we'll get Scott Reed on for me from BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester, and you can welcome Marie Kelly as well. So thank you for joining us, Marie.
Hello, Marie.
Hello, thanks for having me on.
Your sister was watching us the other week. So that was Davis to Duckworth again for just a dot. Yes, she sent a message via Twitter saying she was watching from South America. How exciting is that? We'll get you on about that.
All the way from Argentina.
Yeah. Davis bowling to Duckworth, who's struggling to get this away, but sweeps as if to emphasise Sid's point. Backward was square, and they go through for 1 run. Is she still out there?
Yes, she is. She's just got a job back in London, but obviously with the whole COVID situation, she still has to stay out there for quite a bit. So she's starting the job out there, and then basically as soon as she can come home, she will.
Yeah. Anyway, we shouldn't talk about your sister. So are we allowed to ask you about your injury, or are we going to see you back again?
Yeah, that's fine. So everything's been fine. Just woke up this morning and couldn't walk. So a bit of a shock. But I rang the physio straight away, and she was like, "Oh, I think I know what that is. Head on in." And she's been brilliant. She's known exactly what it is. So it's just it's not a long-term injury. I don't think it would just be a rest for a couple of days.
Great.
We should be back on the pitch soon.
That's excellent, because then hopefully you're going to get back for the T20s.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it shouldn't be out for too long. It just wasn't ready to get on today. So.
Sure. Sarah Glenn in over the wicket and just knocked down by Duckworth. No run.
Looking like we've got a bit of a game on our hands now.
Yeah, game on your hands. So what do you reckon from here then?
I think we'll do it. I know I'm slightly biased, but yeah, definitely confident.
Sparks will hope that you're right. So Glenn into Duckworth, who knocks that down on its head, giving the ball a bit of a headache there. No run.
I think spin's quite crucial in this. I think we saw in the first innings. Spin played a huge part for them, and I think it's going to be pretty critical here as well.
Yeah, as Glenn still to Duckworth, and she knocks that down again to the cover fielder, and no run. But this wicket's a bit interesting. We've seen some pops, we've seen some shoots.
Yeah, we knew that it was going to be quite quick and have some good carry. Nice to see a bit of turn as well.
Glenn comes in to Duckworth, who just knocks that back for a dot again.
We're going to change headphones, I think.
No, we need to hear Marie Kelly a little bit better, I think. She's just putting the headphones on, so she can't quite hear what I'm saying to her. As Glenn comes into Duckworth again, and Duckworth just knocks it down, and there's no run. Still on 96 for 4, and just coming towards the end of the 21st over.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
We're having some levels sorted. So Glenn comes into Duckworth, and Duckworth knocks that down again respectfully back to Sarah Glenn for no run. So that's the end of the over. 96 for 4 off 21 overs, 29 overs still to go in this 50 over Regional Centres of Excellence game. Central Sparks, the home team, against the Thunder, traditionally from Lancashire, from the northwest, and we're just trying to get sorted with Marie Kelly so she can hear us and we can hear her, because I've got a feeling I've been having a conversation with her on my own that nobody else can hear. I'm not quite sure. I'm having a nice conversation if nobody else can hear it. So Davis is in to Brown, and Brown again sweeps, but it's going towards the boundary, but Steph is out there and Steph Butler manages to get the ball back in, and they get through for a run. Davis once more. And that's knocked straight back to the Claire Boycott, is coming in to tidy up for no run. Okay, I think we're all sorted now.
We're back in.
Yeah, we're back in. Oh, I can even hear you. It's even better. Davis. And it's through, and Gwen Davis is stumping. I think we've got a stumping there, so that's a wicket. That's out. That's is that Duckworth, that end? You can probably tell me better than I can.
Yeah,
Duckworth has gone, unfortunately. Stumped there by Gwen and Davis. Yes, so what we were saying. So you're looking forward to the T20?
Yeah, definitely. It'll be we're in a really good position. We're obviously unbeaten so far, touch wood. And the team's shaping up really nicely, so we're just in a really good place as a team at the minute, and just hoping that we just keep this winning streak going.
Yeah, because we're looking forward to you giving us some nice runs and things.
Yeah, I think we're pretty good in the shorter formats as well. We've shown here our back end in particular are really explosive. So it's got some really exciting players. So I just think T20 cricket as well. We could be getting some quite big scores on the board.
I suppose the thing about 50 overs is that everyone's got a chance to have a go at something. You can use all of the skills of the whole of the team. With T20, sometimes it can be dominated by a few bats or a few bowlers and so forth. So how do you see that? How do you see the other team is shaping up with the T20 format?
Yeah, it should be good. I think each team, especially with the professionals in as well now, it seems like everyone's got a bit clearer roles in how they want to go about and do things, whether you're the batter that kind of sees the innings home, whether you bat the whole time, and then you've got some pinch hitters around you as well. And I think with some better pitches as well, I think we'll get some really good games on.
Are we going to see some pinch hitting? That would be exciting.
Yeah,
we were talking about that in the power play.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen that in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint yet. It's Davis into the new bat who knocks it back down for.
Well, there's been so many sixes already this year. There've been more sixes in one game we had. Sarah Glenn in particular hit more sixes in one game than we did the whole season last year. So it's a big thing that we've worked on this winter.
Davis into the bat just knocks it down to short square, and they go through for one run. I've been talking so much I don't even know who the new batsman is. Number 22. Is it number 22?
Is it Laura Jackson?
Laura Jackson, thank you.
So I've still got a few good batters to come. Laura Marshall as well should be in soon. So I've got a few good batters, so it's still going to be pretty tight.
Still a task. Davis into Brown, who knocks that to point, and they go through for one run.
Yeah, it's something we've been looking at really improving this winter, is our ability to hit strong straight. And a lot of the sixes that we've seen have all been over the top, hitting really strong areas. A lot of sixes and stuff over extra cover, over sort of cow area, whereas last year our kind of wagon wheels were fairly square of the wicket.
Because we saw that, didn't we? I mean, some of the Central Sparks people were driving back over Alex Hartley's head. And that will pay dividends on a pitch like this, where you've got a short boundary behind the bowler. So,
and it's a bit of just trusting the wicket as well. Like we've been practicing over winter, and then when you do get good wickets like this, and like we get at Edgbaston, then you can trust it and you can let your hands go through the ball.
Yeah, Glenn coming in from the far end. And a big swing and a single through there to Rachael. Glenn's just shifting the field, and she's putting Claire Boycott slightly squarer. Just to keep the batters thinking about it, I think.
Quite a few of these girls like to sweep quite fine behind square.
It's interesting you say that, because we had a conversation with Raf and Sid about too much sweeping potentially.
Yeah. That's what I was just going back to, about we've been trying to go stronger, straighter, rather than too much emphasis on a sweep.
Glenn in from the far end, and that's knocked down straight to the fielder for no run.
And then if you do sweep, obviously it's still an important shot in the game, but we've kind of said let's try and sweep on line rather than premeditating.
Yep. Glenn over the wicket, and it's knocked to point, and the fielder picks it up really nicely, and a dive to go with it, and that's no run. The thing is that there ought to be lots of value from that straight shot, and if you can get it in a gap and you're not going to hit somebody, or particularly be backing up batter, for example. Glenn in and that's knocked into square, and they shoot through for a single, I think, about a second, but there's a hesitation as Claire Boycott fields the ball back to Sarah Glenn, and they just get the 1 run and move through to 100.
Well, you can see the need for the sweep shot over the last couple of years where the wickets haven't been that great. You can see where with the turning ball there has been
the
quite
low
a
and
need.
slow.
Yeah, low and slow.
Yeah,
It's hard to hit straight, but with wickets like this now, we can trust to play straight.
Glenn to Rachael, who knocks that beautiful shot through the covers straight out to the fielder for 1 run. Yeah, I think I mean, how it seems watching it that the better pitches just have made the difference, as an extra difference. The hard work from the players, yes. The standard, yes. But the pitch, knowing that you can trust the line, is what you were saying, wasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. You get the carry as well. You get more slip catches. You get a lot of different aspects come into it.
Glenn just a dot there, no run. Yeah, I think it makes a better spectacle for the spectator as well. That they can see all the shots played.
Mm-hmm.
Those low and slow pitches really did not do the women's game any favours at all, did they?
No, definitely not. And I think it makes the bowling or makes the bowlers have to work a lot harder here as well, because they can't just get away with kind of relying on the pitch to do the movement. They have to be really structured and secure in their bowling. So it's a definite positive all round, I think.
It's great to have a plan though, and then be able to use the pitch as it should be used, which is great. Davis, and that's knocked down and no run. Yeah, it must be great to be able to play on those big pitches.
Yeah, definitely. I think batting aside as well, like, 'cause I stand at slip as well, so when there's nothing more exciting when you see a good amount of carry come through too.
That's what you want, isn't it? You want to be in the game.
Exactly. Like Emily Arlott's spell last week, me and
how good was that?
Me and Amy Jones just kept going further and further back because they carried up the hill as well, which was just fantastic. Right. It was a great pitch.
Davis in, and that's swept again, but straight to the fielder, who slightly misfield, but they still don't take a run, so no run there.
Yeah, so even that pitch was considered worse than some of the other pitches we've had. I think even
that was Heyhoe, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just started to break up later on in the day, so it just had a bit of everything, which is obviously beneficial for us.
Davis in, and that's driven through Claire Boycott, and they come through for 1 run. And Sarah Glenn does the tidying up. Yeah, because you've got it was Isabel Wong bowling down the hill. I was just thinking, down that hill at Hove, having been there for the KSL finals, that must have been quite a sight.
Yeah, it was great.
Speed of the down the slope as well.
Yeah, we planned that pretty well. Her coming down and with the swing, and then Em coming up the hill with the bounce and carry. It was a great opening partnership, and great to stand at slip for it.
Davis, and straight through the batter, then straight to Gwen and Davis, and there's an ooh from the fielders.
You can tell the girls are really up for this.
That was a game though, wasn't it? That Vipers game.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Such a game.
Well, and 4 wickets.
We've had some great games.
Yeah, they've been
games against Diamonds as well was fantastic.
Davis, and there's a big swing from the bat, and Gwen Davis thought she was in the game again then, but forgot to set the ball with her. So that's the end of the over. 103 for 5. We've got Marie Kelly, Central Sparks, with us in the studio here, as I say. Well, it's a studio. It's a big greenhouse, really. It's very warm in here, and I'm envious because she's dressed for it, and I've got shorts on. I could do with a few less clothes on. So it's very
I packed for the good weather today.
Yeah, smart move. So yes, you had some fun in the sun at the seaside at Hove.
Yes.
Some fun at Headingley.
Yep, we did. We've had and then a cracking game at Edgbaston as well against Storm, with watching Amy Jones do what she does best.
Yeah, the masterclass.
Yeah, she's brilliant. So it's been really good. We've had somebody else perform each time. It's been great.
Glenn coming in, and there's a trigger movement, but Rachael gets the sweep away to Claire Boycott for 1 run. Yeah, the Western Storm game, that was, Amy Jones' masterclass. A slow start, but when she got going, I thought Sarah Glenn was very respectful, because at least she was knocking the ball down the exits for the stewards to fetch the ball back.
She has. She's been on fire lately.
Yeah. Glenn in, I thought he was going to hit the bat, but it didn't. He went straight through to Gwen Davis, no run.
Obviously, it's bittersweet having Glennie back with us.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're all disappointed for her, but it's great to have her still stay in the side of us as well and make us that little bit stronger.
Yeah. Glenn in from the far end, and that's underneath the bat there, and it's a wide ball. Yeah, it's a difficult balance, isn't it, for Lisa? Well, I know you probably can't comment on that, but you want your players getting match practice at the best level, which is clearly Sarah Glenn is getting here, other than actually playing for England. So maybe hope for the white ball series, T20s and ODIs. Glenn comes in and the batter just knocks it down, no run.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be eyes on the ODI squad for sure, and just thinks she's just missed out this time, but hopefully she'll be there or thereabouts for the next one.
Yeah. Glenn in, and that's knocked back straight to her for no run again, and the umpire's just exchange a signal how many balls are left. Yeah, as I understand it, there's going to be different, we have to call them team environments, we can't call them bubbles now.
Okay.
Different team environments for each of the series, so just the test one that she's not in at the moment. Glenn, and that's knocked down just for another dot.
Well, she became third best T20 bowler in the world recently,
yes.
so
still not in the test team.
I should hope that she'll be in the T20 team environment.
Yes, team environment. Yeah, you see, you've learnt something now.
I have. Quick learner.
Glenn in. Oh, it's straight through. And what's the umpire going to give? It looks, it does. Well, Gwen's convinced, but
that looks out.
and even though we're nowhere near it, we're at 45 degrees. Marie Kelly's given that out.
Oh, guys, you nearly heard my massive appeal then, but I held myself in. Gosh, that looked very close.
We're going to have a drinks break. So we're at the halfway stage. 25 overs gone, 25 overs to come, and it's 105 for 6. We've got Marie Kelly, Central Sparks, in on the mic with me at the moment, and we've got Jackson at the crease and Threlkeld. Jackson's on 2 off the 13 balls she's faced, and Threlkeld's on 16 off the 30 balls that she's faced.
Run rate's gone up to 4 now, so I've been watching that quite eagerly, and it was at 3.2 when Lammy and Boyce were in, and that's climbing up to 4, so hopefully we can get that pushed up to 5, 6, start putting a little bit of pressure on, then who knows what can happen.
Yeah. So how's the mood in the camp at Central Sparks? And
Honestly, great. Well,
winning streak is always one for the optimism, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's great. We've got such a good squad, and it's difficult for the coaches in picking the right teams. We had a really good pre-season as well. We had a lengthy pre-season where everybody performed. So I wouldn't want to be a coach in this environment.
Well, and you made the point that in each game somebody different.
Yeah, somebody else has taken on the role. And then even today, so like now that Amy's not here, Eve has taken the role and scored a ton. Obviously Wongi's got a 5 for, Marlot's got a 5 for, other bowlers have chipped in, like everybody has done something. And the girls that aren't being picked are still performing runs, still performing and still scoring runs in our second team games as well. So there's a lot of people sort of crying out to be picked, but the girls in the team at the minute are still performing as well. So it's we're in a good place. I think it's good problems to have currently.
Yeah, it's a nice headache to have.
Yeah,
and you mentioned that. I'm going to ask you a bit about that in terms of the second team games. How much people who aren't here are getting a game, as we see Davis come into Threlkeld, who knocks that back to the square leg fielder, and they get through for 1 run. Sorry, my brain's working in different directions at once. So second team games, are they getting match practice?
Yeah, so quite a lot. So it's our academy squad as well as the girls that obviously aren't being picked in this currently. At least a game a week. So
Davis, and that's just dotted back to the bowler for no run.
So we tend to kind of train together as much as we can, because we want to create one big kind of unit. And it works well with the girls that are working as well, so some can come to the evening sessions, some can come to the day sessions.
Davis in, and that's it's squirted out, I don't know, squirted out, and Eve Jones has to go and tidy up and kind of not, well, it's no run anyway. Yes.
So there's quite a good schedule going on. They had a couple of games against Vipers a couple of weeks ago, a few double headers here and there.
Davis, and that's hit straight to the fielder. Well, but it was hit well, but straight to, is that Wongi there?
Wong, yeah.
Cover.
You can tell by the roll, surely.
I can. No, well, I've got a stanchion. I'm going to claim I've got a stanchion right where the fielders are. I can't quite
little
see it. I'm having to go either side as Davis comes in, and it's and it's just back to the bowler again.
Yeah, I think Izzy's perfected a role in the field. She looks great when she does it.
What made me laugh was when it was at Headingley. It was a huge boundary, and she had to patrol the whole of it. It felt like all of the game. Davis in to Jackson, who dots it to the short fielder, and there's no run.
If anyone's got the energy to do that, then
send her out there. She's got too much energy.
Yeah.
Excellent. So. You were saying about the academy spot. You're also saying that you all train. Basically, everyone's together.
Yeah, as much as we can. Much as we can. Because everybody's in such a different place in life. You've got some girls that have just finished university, some girls that are at university in Birmingham, some work full time. So everybody's opportunity to train is completely different.
Yeah, and I think I was listening to the comms at Headingley, and I wasn't sure if it was your strength and conditioning coach or the Diamonds, but they were saying we give all the players the same fitness, obviously it's tailored to each player, but we give them the same amount of work to do. So Glenn comes in, and that's Rachael just knocking it back for no run. Yeah, and that what I can't remember which one it was, but they were saying that everybody's really kind of raised their game, and even those who've got effectively a day job are still working almost as hard as the guys who are full-time cricketers. Glenn. And that's swept, and there's an appeal, and the Marie Kelly at 45 degrees to the wicket is giving that also out, and Gwen Davis is giving it the teapot, and umpire Dolphin Cooper has just signalled that as a leg by, so 1 to the total.
There's always a shout, because Ellie loves sweeping and she's great at it, so there's always a shout, but maybe that was sliding down.
Maybe, I'm sure. Glenn in. And that's dabbed lovely. And that's going to go for 4 there through third. That's 4 to the score. As we move on to 1-1-1. We're going to have Nelson here.
That was definitely something that we noticed over winter. So the 5 of us professionals had to train in a different bubble, as we did call it then, to the wider squad. So then when we could be reintroduced back together, we were all so impressed at the amount that the wider squad had improved as well, because they were getting increased contact time. They were still working really, really hard, and it just made us such a great sort of team environment.
Oh yeah, because you wouldn't have known what was going on.
No, we had no idea
beyond that. Sorry, I missed the ball then. It was a dot. There was no score there.
So we were all in the mornings, and then the wider squad would come after work and do evening sessions. Yeah. But they were still getting pretty much the same contact time.
That must have been a great surprise when you all got back together again. It's Glenn coming in over the wicket, and that's dotted down by Jackson for no run.
It was really nice because we played all together last year, but you still don't get to know people that well. So to see how much people have improved, and I think the squad really just gelled together over the winter. It was really, really good to see.
Glenn in over the wicket, and that's knocked down by Jackson for no run. That's 111. Nelson 111 for 5 off the 27 overs.
Just need to keep that run rate climbing. It's just about even at the minute.
Because didn't you also, as I was watching some of the social media, weren't you setting each other challenges?
Yeah.
Did it just split into small teams or something? And
that was
fitness
great.
Challenges.
Yes, we did sort of lockdown challenges just to keep us all going. We did an advent calendar one. We've done loads. Each week we had a different team would set the challenges, and it was some fitness ones, some funny ones, some jokey ones. So that was really good. Something to just keep you motivated over the winter and the lockdown period.
Davis to Rachael, who sweeps that again to the square leg fielder, who manages to scrobble that and then get that in. They get 1 run. Yeah, because wasn't there a make a shape with your run, or with the track a run?
On Strava, that was difficult. You had to spell out a word on Strava with each person of your team making the letter, and it had to be minimum 2 miles or something like that.
Davis to Jackson, who gets it behind square leg, and they run through for 1 run. Now they're coming back for a second, and there's a good throw into the. It was going to the wicketkeeper, but Eve Jones managed to intercept that. So we're on to 114 for 5.
Yeah, and so even all of that over the winter was still with all of the academy as well, because we wanted to make it less intimidating for when they kind of get into the first team.
Davis to Jackson, and that's straight back, but there is no run. Yeah, but I suppose it's important that you don't have an us and them. really, with
definitely.
the kind of contracts. Because I think that people who don't know will think that you're all contracted. Oh, well, it's all
Yeah.
professional now, because
Yeah.
they've heard that there are women's contracts, and they'll assume that you're all paid full-time professionals. And Davis puts the ball through, and Gwennon Davis takes the bails rather spectacularly, but I don't think necessarily with the ball.
Yeah, I think that was like a bit of a concern for us and the coaches as well. It was a bit of an unknown, because it's the first time. How were we all going to cope with that? But I think they've dealt with it brilliantly, and yeah, I don't think you'd be able to tell.
Davis into Jackson, and that's squeezed out to short leg, and the fielder goes round, and they come through for one run.
They're working these singles pretty nicely at the minute, building a little bit of a partnership.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get the breakthrough soon.
There's Liz Russell trying to wind them up down here, I think.
Yeah, she's great for that.
Davis to Threlkeld. There's another sweep, and that goes straight to the fielder. Steph Butler picks that up on the fence, and they go through for one run. Now, we were laughing because we were talking to Raf and Sid from Cricketer about sweep shots, and that there seemed to be a sort of outbreak of them from the England players, and it didn't work on all the pitches, and then they were getting out.
I think that's true. I think you have different coaches with different mentalities, and I think around that kind of time there was a big thing about sweeping, especially sort of slower bowlers, trying to work out how you can best score off those. And I think the sweep has been a huge shot in women's cricket.
I mean, I think it was right that possibly there weren't enough, that people weren't thinking of it as an option. But I think it just went the other way, didn't it? That they were trying to do it on every single shot, and if it's not the right pitch, and then you're going to get found out. I'm getting kicked out of my seat now. So it's been great to speak to you.
And you, nice to see you.
And I shall see you in a bit. I need a rest now, I think.
You have a rest, a well-earned rest. Mammoth stint for you. It's a good effort. You're giving everything out here, aren't you? Everything's out for you.
Yeah,
every LBW decision's been given out up here. There's a little play in the miss just outside the off stump and taken by the keeper, and there is no run. I quite like it.
I am at a funny angle though, so maybe that's what it is, but I do get a bit excited.
Nothing wrong with that. 117 for 5. Quite intriguing this, isn't it? 87 to win. 5 wickets in hand. 4 defence from Jackson, and there's no run. We're in the 29th over.
Couple of wickets here and it could change it all.
Indeed, yeah.
Just keep an eye on that run rate. It's going up. I'm watching that.
Jackson on 9. I guess a little forward press down into the offside, and there is no run. Well, the slow bowlers, the spinners in particular, have worked very nicely.
Yep. I think we worked that out pretty quickly from their innings, and we knew that our spinners would have to put in a good shift today.
Glenn's picked up 2 for 19 into her 7th over. A little clip away through mid-on, a wide mid-on for a single. Takes Jackson to 10, 118 for 5. What was the view? What is the view of the pitch? The nature of the pitch. It looks a little unpredictable at times.
Yeah. So we spoke to the groundsman yesterday, and they said obviously it's a 4-day used wicket, but they were still getting some real decent carry.
Glenn comes in and bowls, and Threlkeld just trying to clip it away through the onside, but it's down the leg side, so it's signalled as a wide.
Yeah, so we spoke to them yesterday. It's obviously pretty hard. They said it would stay the same for both teams throughout.
Okay.
I think it's just started to break up, and there's a few rough patches, which obviously we've seen have flown off the pitch.
There's been a few, haven't there, that have bounced a bit, certainly.
Yeah, kicked off.
This little tickle around towards backward square leg by Ellie Threlkeld for a single. Moves her to 21. Not out. Score moves on to 120 for 5. That's the end of the 29th over. Target, don't forget, 204 for the Thunder to win the game. Of course, the whole thing set up beautifully by your captain. Boy, what an innings that was. It's terrific to watch.
Yeah, she's done so well there. I think she had a really good start in pre-season, looked absolutely brilliant, and then I think after that she's been kind of struggling for runs, so I'm really, really pleased that she's been able to put it all together today, because she deserved it. She's worked so hard over winter, obviously looked fantastic in early pre-season, so it's good for her to get some under her belt today, and she really grafted today, didn't she? It was a tough one to get through, and we were just hoping that she'd get there in the end. hoping she wouldn't run out of partners.
There was a bit of pressure at the end there, wasn't there? As he drilled up towards mid-off.
down. Oh.
Come back for a second, might reach the rope for 4. It does. Starting the over with a boundary off the front foot. Nice little punch through mid-off for 4. 24 for 5 now.
Yeah, we've got a really strong batting lineup now, and I think even Liz Russell at the end used to open for Warwickshire, and I've seen her score many 100 before, so we're pretty confident in our batting lineup, and I know that she wouldn't have been nervous out there with her. She'd be pretty confident to get her back on strike.
I was a bit nervous. Final ball of the penultimate over. She had 1 to face with a skipper on 99 at the other end. I was a little nervous, but she managed to defend it all right. This is swept out towards deep square leg, just in front of square. Nicely scooped up by Steph Butler. They come back for a second. Yeah, they've run hard, run well. Got 2 for it.
So I think she's playing the wicket well here, really. I think it is a wicket that you can potentially sweep on. So obviously there's something in it for the spinners here, getting a bit of turn. So potentially a good option. But I think on the right line. I think the other two that have done it before, potentially just a bit too straight, whereas Throck seems to be picking the right time to do it.
Davis now 3 for 37. This is a 10th and final over. Glenn 2 for 32. These two have been terrific together. Forward goes Threlkeld in defence, pushing it back down the pitch, no run.
We've still got a couple of spinners to come as well, so should be interesting this next spell.
And this 30th over of the run chase. Another sweep here. On this occasion, it's burst in between the fingertips of backward square leg, so able to come through for 1. Bit of a bonus run that really. Moves to 127 for 5 now, the Thunder. Nearly Threlkeld on to 28. We've seen Emma Lamb for 39, Georgie Boyce for 26. Davis is in and bowling. It's pushed back towards her and there's no run. Jackson remains on 10. 2 balls left of the 30th. Been an intriguing game of cricket.
Yep, who's your money on?
It's a full toss, which is swatted away through the onside. Russell might try and get around the cut that off. She can't. And there's 4 swatted away through kind of wide mid-on for 4 runs. That's a nice way to start the over with that 4 punch through mid-off, and a nice way to finish it with a 4 pull through mid-wicket. So decent one that for Thunder. Jackson to 40, Threlkeld 28, score 131 for 5.
Shame for Georgia to finish on that over. She's bowled brilliantly.
Yep.
She'll be disappointed with that, but I think credit to her the way she's bowled in those first 9 overs.
Well, yeah, work has done for the day with the ball. 10 overs, 3 for 42.
Yeah, big last over for Lanks there.
Sarah Glenn's balled out as well. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 32. Those two have been terrific. So where's the captain going to for these remaining? Have we got 20 overs?
Yeah, we've got a lot. We've got both Rhea Fackrell, you can see is coming on now, and you've also got Steph Butler, right arm offie as well. So still plenty of options in the bag.
I think it would be a case of kind of sticking with spin then and just holding back Russell and Wong for later on, you reckon?
Yeah, she might potentially bring Wong back on early to try and get a wicket, but we'll see how these two go first.
So Rachael from the digless end, it's swept nicely out towards deep square leg, just in front of square. She wants a second. That's good running again. Threlkeld making her mind up. She ran the first quickly.
Yeah, chased well there by Millie Home. Good out there on the boundary on the ropes. There's England lacrosse, so she's one of the fittest girls in the team.
Does she pride herself on that, I guess?
Yeah, she's very, very fit.
This is Threlkeld going back, just pushing away into the offside for no run.
She actually had a year off cricket a few years ago to go and represent England in the World Cup as well. So very talented player, and very clever as well at Birmingham University studying economics. So very clever girl.
Comes Rachael and balls. It's driven by Threlkeld. Good stop at extra cover, but they do get through for a single. They're great, aren't they? These type of people that are just brilliant at everything, but they're also quite annoying, aren't they?
I know.
I mean,
I know. That's Millie.
Smart, great at sport. Dearie me.
Got it all.
Got it all. Aye. 134 for 5. Jackson on 14, just plays a little forward press into the offside, thinking of a single, but they decide against it. They're looking to obviously run hard and try and squeeze 1s and 2s where possible. Rachael from the Diglis end. Comes in again and bowls. Forward once more, pushing into the offside. Again, there's no run.
These two have got a good little partnership going here. Running hard, getting a few singles and then picking up the 4s where possible, so they're doing a good job.
Keeping it ticking over, certainly. A little clip around the corner, a little hesitation, but there is a run. Throw comes in towards the bowler's end. Score moves on to 135 for 5. Expect these two, Jackson and Rachael, just to keep ticking around, just keep wickets in hand, ticking over. They can go at something like 3.5 and over. That will do, I guess, won't it, for the fun to keep ticking on?
I think they'll be happy with that, the way that they're going at the minute. They still seem to be picking up the bad ball here and there, so I think Sparks need to just cut out those 4 balls, get a few dots in the bag, and then if we can squeeze a couple of wickets here, next couple of overs, then it'll get quite interesting.
Drinks break, 31 overs gone, 135 for 5. It's a warm day.
It is, it's lovely.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, terrific.
After the month we had in May.
Tell me about it.
We're not complaining about the heat now.
Absolutely not, no. Quite happy to take this.
And even hotter tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm back here tomorrow for the men's game, for the T20 match here, yeah.
What time's that on?
It's a 2:30 start, that.
Okay, nice. That'll be hot then.
Well, indeed. Quite pleased for being in the shade.
A little bit of shade, yeah.
135 for 5. So a good start then to the season for Central Sparks. 3 wins from 3, top of the group. I know it's early on, but must be a pretty happy camp.
Some big wins as well against some strong teams, so we're pretty happy with that. I think we set the tone first match in Headingley, and then we've just followed on from there really. We've just really dug in this year, took it as deep as we can, and just done whatever we can to get over the line. It's been really exciting.
You like the competition, the format continuing from last season? Is that?
Yeah, I think it's good. I like having 50 over first. So you can obviously spend some time at the crease, get a bit of runs into your belt, get some balls bowled, just spend some time out in the field, and then kind of ramp it up then for T20, and then obviously we've got the 100 as well, which quite a few of us are involved in. So that'll be quite interesting as well. It's a good season full of lots of cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the 100, I think is quite intriguing. I think I'm looking forward to watching it. And
yeah, it should be interesting. We had a warm-up game the other day, like midweek, playing the 100. So that was good to try and get your heads around the rules, kind of the pace of the game, how to approach batting and fielding, and then obviously bowling, who's going to bowl 10 balls and that kind of thing.
Steph Butler coming into attack from the New Road end, bowling. It's driven down the ground. Little deflection back onto the stumps, actually. But
that would have been good. A bit helpful.
I think Ellie Threlkeld had her back grounded, so she was okay. Quite cute, that, wasn't it, from Butler? Just diverting it onto the stumps.
We've had a few of those this season, actually, both against us and for us. So whether it's accidental or not, we don't know.
Butler in and balls. It's driven, but straight to extra cover. There's no run. So you went the full rule regs for your warm-up 100, which kind of five. Was it 5 balls from each end?
Yeah, 5 balls from. Well, it's 5 balls from the same, and then another 5 from the same, and then you swap. So it's almost 10 from each end.
Oh, blimey, right. Butler in and ball. It's squirted out towards the offside. Through point for a single by Jackson, moves to 16. I see, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, whether we got that right or not, there was a lot of discussion about it, and they got the rules out, because we did want to practice properly and make sure we were doing the right thing. So that was probably the strangest thing, batting, doing that, was that you didn't swap at the end of each 5. So that felt quite strange. You were like, oh, we're going to chat, but we can't move. It was odd.
Butler bowling, forward again, pushing into the offside, no run. And you can have one bowler bowling 10 deliveries in the spin, can't you?
Yeah, but you can do that at any point. So
right.
The umpires hold a little card in their pocket, and when you tell them they raise the card, it's almost like you've been red carded.
Oh, right.
And they let everyone know that you're going to bowl 10.
But the ball's again. This is turned by Threlkeld into the onside, picked up by Eve Jones, and there's no run.
It's quite exciting, actually. I got to bowl 10. I was like, you bowl a few dots, you're like, oh, go on, Skip. Can I bowl more? So that was quite fun, actually.
Butler over the wicket and bowling. Pushed away to mid-wicket, no run. That's the end of the over.
You look a bit stupid then if you go for some runs in those next 5 balls.
Well, that's it, yeah. I guess you're never going to bowl 10 on the spin if you start badly, are you? It's unlikely,
No.
isn't it? You need to start well if you're going to have 10 balls on the spin.
Yeah, and I think the best thing to do, though, this is what we're trying to work out, is to not premeditate who's going to bowl 10. You've got. I
Okay.
think you just got to do it there and then, based on dot balls, wickets, if any matchups, things like that. But it'll be interesting to see how other teams do it, whether you do premeditate and dictate who's going to bowl 10 first or not. So yeah, lots of things to think about.
I mean, I guess that's one of the biggest kind of tactical elements of it, isn't it? The one bowler can bowl 10 balls in the spin. But when you bat it, is there much difference? I mean, it's 20 balls less than a T20 match, isn't it? Is it just like, do you view it like a T20 game? We'll start the fresh over now, the 33rd of the innings. Little cut by Jackson out towards extra cover for a single.
Yeah, I'd say we kind of spoke about potentially breaking it down into sort of maybe 25 ball spells, so like into quarters. Seeing where we'd want to be after the first 25, what we want to be in the middle, and then last 25, how many we'd want to get. Oh wow!
Well, this one bounces over the top of Ellie Threlcold, who was in position to try and sweep the ball, and the ball kind of ballooned over her head, over the keeper, down towards the boundary, then scooped up. It's gone for two very unusual byes.
Wow. We've seen a few of those today, haven't we? Ellie Threlcold had a few of those keeping. It's straight over. Just kicking off the footholes, I think.
139 for 5. So 65 more runs required. What have we got left? 18 overs remaining, including this one that we're in. And played forward by Threlcold in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was quite strange batting in it. It was I think it feels slower paced batting, but then from the side looks quicker. So it's a bit of an odd. That looks out. Yes.
That is given out. You've called that one. You've been asking for them for a few times, and you've got
finally we got one.
You've got your wicket you wanted. Threlcold looking to sweep. I agree entirely. It looked out, and the finger came up, and Threlcold departs for a very good 31 in a good partnership with Jackson. But blimey, that was a big breakthrough that for the Sparks. Needed that, I think.
We did need that, and I think Threlks is a big wicket because she could see it through to the end. Hopefully as well now, just with the new batter, we can just squeeze a few more dots, add a bit more pressure, and hopefully that will create a few more wickets.
139 for 7. Correction, 6.
It's very hard not to shout, I must admit.
It's okay.
It's very hard not to appeal from the side.
We can forgive you for that. You're it's instinctive for you.
It is, it really is. It's hard not being on the pitch.
Are you not a good watcher then?
No.
Right.
No, I'm awful. I hate watching cricket. No, it's difficult, especially watching batting. Yeah, I struggle a lot. I just want to be out there. I want to help the team. When we lost a couple of wickets earlier, I was like, I want to be batting now. Just settle it down. But yeah, a win will help change all that. A win cures everything, doesn't it?
You're not expecting to be out for too long then?
No.
Okay.
I think it's just a couple of days, perhaps. I haven't torn anything or anything like that.
Right.
Nothing too serious, but quite bad this morning. So just wasn't going to be ready for the game, unfortunately.
Well, with such a big summer and loads of cricket, you're right to not take any risks, I guess. So, new batter is Laura Marshall. This is a little cut down to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, we're in good hands with our physio as well. She's one of the most experienced females going. It's just, she's so good. Worked with a lot of female sports.
Marshall waiting. Driving, and on the ground through extra cover for 1. Off the mark with that as well. 140 for 6. So if the physio says no, that's it, is it?
She just works a magic. Like when I obviously woke up this morning and pretty much just couldn't walk, and it was so strange and alien, and I rang her straight away, and I pretty much described the things, and she went, yeah, that sounds like this, come in, I'll have a look. And she knew exactly what to do, just couldn't quite do it in time to be able to get on the pitch. So you're in good hands, and she's seen this kind of thing countless of times before. She's worked a lot with rugby players, footballers, other female professionals, so she's quite nailed on with that kind of thing. So I feel like you're in good hands, and it's confident then for future games, so that's good.
I like a diagnosis without actually even seeing you. That's
ridiculous.
superb.
Like, bearing in mind I could barely even verbalise what I was feeling myself. I pretty much just told her I think I had a dead leg, and she went, yep, it sounds like SIJ, and we're going to come in and do this. But that's just her experience. She knows how other girls describe it as well.
Start of Butler's next over. It's driven down the ground, stopped off her own bowling, there's no run. 140 for 6.
I think it's great having someone that kind of has worked with so many female players as well, because there are certain nuances and differences. So she's really, really switched on with those kind of things. Oh,
Marshall's
well
beaten. Yeah, just pushing half forward really. Ball into the gloves of Davis, and there's no run.
This would be nice for Steph here. She's got quite a few variations, so she can get genuine turn and then hopefully get one going the other way or something later as well.
And bowling played late and cut down towards at third, just 4-1. No, they're going to come back for 2. Throw comes in. Squeezed a second run out there. Marshall moves up to 3. Score moves on to 142 for 6.
So they've still got a few decent batters as well. So Marshall used to open for Lancashire County Cricket all the way through. She opened last year for these guys as well. So they've clearly got quite a strong lineup as well.
For defence from Marshall back down the pitch. And
there's that variation from Steph there, just out the front of the hand. Hopefully one of those can creep in.
Managed to keep it out on that occasion. Keeper crouching down behind the stumps. We're in the 34th over. Butler ball and just dabbed off the front foot by Marshall. Maybe a little cautious, having seen the variation in the previous delivery. And just content to rock onto the front foot, defend, playing it safely back down the pitch. No run. 142 for 6. Butler over the wicket and bowling. She was back this time, Marshall. Plays it a little uppishly, but safe enough through mid-on for 1. Moves up to 4. Score to 143 for 6, and that's the end of the over. So 34 overs gone. That's 61 required to win. So having just seen the end of the partnership between Ellie Threlkeld, who was dismissed for 31, just, I think, moving it back in favour of the Sparks.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think you never quite know, do you, at this stage? And I think we always just want one more.
You're always greedy for one more.
One more. Just settle the nerves a little bit, but you know they'll fight till the end and they'll give it all they've got, so hopefully we can pull through.
I guess for Thunder, having lost the 6th wicket, this is tossed wide of off stump, it's singled as a wide. Just try and take it as deep as you can, really. As the batting side, just still got bags of time. 16 overs left. There's loads of cricket.
Yeah. It's all about who's going to withstand the pressure, isn't it?
Playing a miss, looking to try and cut the ball, but taken by the keeper, no run.
Just see who gives first, who can hold out the longest, who can control their skills better for a longer amount of time. See who breaks first.
The thing that might play in the favour of Sparks compared to Thunder is as it punched away into the offside, but for no run, is just actually having won games. I mean, Thunder have not won many matches, didn't win a game last year, only won one so far. So the fact that you guys have won 3 already, kind of know how to see games out, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. We have a saying that winning becomes a habit.
It's playing a miss from Marshall.
And it really does. Once you have to kind of learn how to win. You can have all the best players in your team, but there's an art to cricket. There's an art to learning how to get over the line. And once you've done it a couple of times, it definitely becomes a lot easier in the future.
It's clipped out towards mid-wicket by Marshall, and there's no run. I remember speaking to Kate Cross a couple of years ago now during the Kia Super League, and she said the same thing, that just not got into a habit of being able to get used to or learn how to win games. And I guess you got to do that, you've got to win, haven't you? I mean, it's a bit of a vicious circle.
It's one of those, you just need one win just to get you going. And we've all been in teams that have had great players, but you just struggle to get over the line, and you're just constantly searching for it. And there's always a different reason as to why you haven't been able to do it.
Played off the open face of the bat down towards backward point. No run. End of the over.
I remember a couple of years ago for Warwickshire, we lost pretty much every single game in the 50 over competition, and then on the last one we got a win, and we went on to win the T20 competition because it was just something that, like, we were so close in all the 50 over games. So we'd lost by 4 runs, lost by 2 wickets. That was all really close games, but that kind of shows you how you can win. And then once you get that one win, you end up getting on kind of a winning streak, and you learn how to get yourselves over the line. So it definitely helps.
Isn't it? I find it quite interesting, all that, because most of it, isn't it? As we start fresh over from Butler, that's a thick edge down towards third, probably for 4 runs. Will it be cut off? Oh, it will.
She's just got it. Claire Boycott running down there.
Good effort. Looked like 4 off the bat then to begin with, but just 2 in the end.
You can tell they'll be thinking every run here to try and save as many runs as we can. Particular boundaries. I think that boundaries become crucial at this kind of stage of the game. If we can just dot them up.
Jackson's on 19. Plays a 4 defensive and there's no run. Yeah, that kind of psychological aspect of the game. You know, I find quite interesting. And I suppose almost impossible, is it, to coach that type of thing?
Yeah, it's just something that you just learn, and it's different in each team.
Butler in, worked her way across the pads into the onside, but for no run.
It's kind of learning how other people react in your team as well. Who gets stressed out, who can kind of cope in those big moments. Giving Liz Russell a little wave there.
Butler in again. Pushed away along the ground through extra cover.
Right, what gossip can I spread about Liz Russell? Who wants to know what? Let me know. But yeah, going back to our point, yeah, it's not something that you can coach. I don't think you literally do it through learned experiences.
Butler in. Marshall goes back, plays a late cut down towards deep backward point. Just picked up.
Oh, she's done well there to save that for a single. Again, Millie home there. Can go all day, that girl. Legs of steel.
Well, in a great position then, out on the sweeper boundary then.
Yeah.
A lot of ground to make up, left and right.
That's all tactical, don't worry. It's things like that though as well, like learning who's better positioned in what places.
It's a full toss, which might well be given as a...
Oh, it was given a no ball.
No ball. Indeed. Umpires just having a little kind of glance with each other to see if that was a no ball. It was, so it would be a free hit.
It's not what we need. It might come in Lancs' favour here. Or Thunder's favour. Sorry, I keep calling it Lancs.
It's okay. No, it's habit for me. I've done it myself. I was speaking to Alex Hartley a few weeks ago, and I almost said it then. She said, "You almost said Lancashire, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah."
It's because all of them. We've played against them for years, for Lancashire, so it's difficult getting it out of your head. Same with Lightning. I keep calling them Loughborough Lightning, and they're not there. They're Lightning cricket.
So this is a free hit.
Oh, bold. Oh no.
It might go for 4. It will go for 4. For what? I'm not certain. Is there anything on that? No.
Oh, yeah. Runs.
Yeah, little inside thin edge. 4 runs down to the boundary. So that was
valuable runs there.
It was.
For Thunder.
What does that take it down to then? 50, isn't it? 50 required.
3.5 and over.
It's perfectly gettable.
It is. Wickets are needed. I think Skip might be thinking a change of pace here. Maybe switch it up a little bit. See if we can get a couple of wickets here.
Well, yeah, you suggested that might well just be holding Izzy Wong and Russell back, perhaps, just in case you need to try and break a partnership.
Yeah, we've got Claire Boycott as well in the ranks. So whether she comes on now or not, we're not.
4 defensive into the offside, no run. She's not bowled yet, has she? No.
She hasn't, so it might be a difficult time to bring on a fresh bowler. But I don't know. We need wickets, and Claire does take wickets, so we've got plenty of options, that's for sure.
1-5-4 for 6. Glance down towards deep backward square leg. Get through for 1. Who's that limbering up at mid-on?
That is Izzy Wong.
Okay,
that is Izzy Wong, yeah. I think if anyone is going to come on pace-wise, it will be her to try, because we did that at Vipers as well, and she did take the wicket of Danny Wyatt, so that plan worked. Oh, that looks close.
Squeezes through, doesn't it? Maybe keeps a little low.
Ooh.
Marshall bringing the bat down, beaten though through to the keeper. Every time you see a delivery like that, you're kind of tempted just to stick with it.
You can tell the girls are still very much up for it.
This is Marshall going back and easing the ball off her hip down towards fine leg. Comes back for 2.
That's Poppy, who came in for me today after she'd already been for a morning run. She got the call. So I think she might be a little tired in the legs. Bless her, but she's doing a really good stint there today.
I was saying a little earlier on, I followed her into the car park today. This is pushed wide of off stump and signalled as a wide, and I got chatting to her dad who brought her in, and it was kind of a last minute thing. Chuck everything in the boot of the car, get down as quick as you can, and then blimey, get a first ball duck. You're like,
I know, feel for her.
Absolutely. But plenty of cricketers can relate to that. This is fizzed in as Marshall tries to flick it away through mid wicket. It's a scamper through for a little, it's a run, little bottom edge off the bat.
She's also a wicket keeper as well, so I'm not sure how much she enjoys being out in the field. But she's done it a lot for us now, and she's certainly improved her fielding over.
Full toss, which she's cut away out through extra cover. That could be flirting with a no ball as well.
I think it is. Yeah.
It is. Yep.
Change of batter though, so we should be able to change the field. Helps just have a little bit of protection.
Free hit signalled. Or the deep square come into the circle.
Yeah.
And there's a long off and a long on. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep extra cover. Again, final ball of an over, been given as a no ball. So Thunder made the most of it in the previous one. This is slapped back down the ground, but just for a single.
I think we'll see Uzi Wong coming on very shortly. I see her warming up.
Into the 37th, that's a 13 remain. 13 overs, 42 to get.
42 to him.
Nicely balanced.
It is. I think we did feel that we didn't get enough runs on the board.
You felt a bit light, did you? Right.
Yeah, we were happy from the position we were in at the start to get to 200, but we were looking at probably 230. It was more of a pass score in here, so we take it and we feel we can defend it. But obviously, just to feel like a little bit more comfortable with the lights, just a few more.
Just a few more runs, just a few more wickets.
Yeah.
It looked a really tricky pitch to score on. So
it's odd.
I was quite surprised when you said that you felt like you were light, but see.
Yeah, it's one of those you feel in the game both ways, because I think there's something in it for the batters once you get in. Like you saw Eve there, once she's kind of scored a 50 or 60 as she was working towards 100, it was coming on a lot nicer. So it's one of those, once you get in on it, I think it does play pretty well. But obviously, as we've seen, there's a few discrepancies, aren't there? A few odd balls that stay low and some that seem to fly off. So it's by no means a bad pitch, but there's something in it for everyone, isn't there? So it can definitely go either way.
That first ball that Emma Lamb received. Well, you called it. It is Izzy Wong back into the attack.
It's a good decision there. I think if we're going to try and go for a wicket, now's the time to do it. Try not to leave it too late.
She's got 5 left to bowl, hasn't she? So
exactly, yeah.
Don't want to leave players light on their allocation. There's not time really going to cloth away to the onside by Marshall for no run.
I think sometimes as a captain as well, you just feel the pace of the game. You feel just momentum shift here and there, feel a bit of pressure here and there, and sometimes you just need a change-up. And when you've got someone like Izzy Wong in the attack, I think she's a great option to turn to in this kind of situation.
First 5 overs, 1 maiden for 24. It's into her 6 now, but the first of this spell. It's a foolish ball, an off stump, which is driven away into the offside. 1 bounce out towards extra cover, no run.
They both looked fairly comfortable against spin as well, so it'll be interesting to see now how they fare against a bit of pace.
I guess you can just get into, if you're facing the same type of bowling kind of over after over, can you just get yourself set to...
Yeah, and it's just like a rhythm, isn't it? And once I think coming into spin can be quite difficult. So if you start well, I think it's quite good then.
Long ball, slow ball.
Nice. She'll be looking to go very full here. A few variations. Anything to squeeze through onto the stumps, I think.
Take the pace off then.
But yeah, I think if you start well against spin, sort of in this kind of situation, then you can, when you only need 3 or 4 and over, you're not having to go at 6 and 7s. You can very easily find those runs.
1, 6, 2 for 6. Wong in again. Low full toss, which is driven down the ground. Just for 1. Just for a single.
I think as well on a pitch like this, where some are turning and some aren't, I think it's been quite difficult for the spinners to kind of hold their lines. We've seen quite a bit, either turning quite a bit, starting on middle, turning, and then being able to then work that through the leg side, and then another couple outside off that are staying straight and they're getting a nick behind. So it's quite difficult on these kind of pitches just to get the control.
G1 comes back in again, another full length ball and off stump. Again, just holding the pace off a little bit there. Squeeze down through mid-on for a single. Up comes Liz Russell to field. Get through for one. Might see a burst from your mate Russell as well here, because she's warming up as well.
She's getting the cap off ready.
She is.
She's great in these situations as well, lots of experience. This is great here, you got the youth and pace of Wongi, the experience of Russ.
Wongi's in and bowling. This is a cut away through the offside. Out towards the deep point boundary just for a single. Do love a cricketing nickname.
Wongi, yeah. Well, I actually grew up calling her Belly. That's her kind of family name. So
Right.
my mum actually taught Izzy.
Oh,
at
right,
school.
okay. Right.
Yeah, and she's from Bentley Heath, and actually she taught Liz Russell as well. Mrs. Kelly did, well, so both still call her. So I've always known her as Belly, but then obviously at Warwickshire as well, we've got Ian Bell. So then when she started playing for Warwickshire, we were like, okay, let's twist it to Wongi as well. So yeah, she's a good girl. And my mum always tries to claim that she was the one that taught her to play cricket.
Is there any foundations in that?
Well, she did chance to shine at
Okay.
Bentley.
Right.
Mum is good, to be fair, at spotting a sporting kid and giving them the confidence and giving them the kind of airtime to go and explore that. I think Izzy holds like some sort of records as well in the school for like the longest throw and things like that. So she knew she'd do well at something, whether it be cricket or not. But yeah, same with Liz Russell as well.
Who was coming back into the attack. So that period of spin, which must have been the thick end of 15 to 20 overs or so between the slow bowlers, it's come to an end.
Yeah, at least how many's Elizabeth got left? She's got
She's
5 as well.
5 as well, yeah, she has. Yeah.
So Skip will just be trying to get some early wickets here and hoping that either way it probably doesn't go to the end.
Just have a little scoot around the other games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
The Diamonds are struggling, weren't they?
They are. They're now 199 for 6 after 42.
Okay. Chasing 250.
Chasing 250.
Okay, still doable, but
46
bigger.
off 6.5 overs left.
Who's in batting wise?
Callis on 74 and Langston 24.
Oh wow, okay. Still on there then.
Last wicket to fall was Jenny Gunn for 50.
Wow.
And Sarah Taylor on her return out for 2.
Oh. Ooh.
Chopped away by Marshall off the bottom edge, and there's no run. But that, I mean, regardless of her score with the bat today, I mean, it's almost irrelevant, isn't it? The fact that she's back playing,
yeah,
that's
definitely.
just absolutely superb.
100%. I think they needed a keeper as well, didn't they? Because we've got Bess Heath struggling with an injury. So hopefully she'll slot in well there. I mean, they've already got a pretty strong side.
They look a good team, don't they? Yeah.
They're shaping up even better now.
Russell in balls. Marshall plays it through straight mid-on for a single. Up to 16, scored to 166 for 6. So that's actually the Northern Diamonds now up to 205 for 6. It's down to 46 needed.
Good job we beat them when we did. That was an unbelievable knock from Amy Jones and then Sarah Glenn. Just unbelievable.
Russell in and bowling.
Oh.
Into the pads of Jackson. It deflects into the onside. I'm not sure there's much bat on that. No, there wasn't.
Yeah, leg by.
By signalled. 167 for 7. Where was that game played?
At Headingley.
Nice,
At Headingley,
okay.
but yeah, we had quite a short boundary on one of the
Right.
sides, but Glennie hit all of her 6s to the longest boundary and hit 6 6s before she even hit a 4. It was like, where's this come from?
She was seeing it well then.
Yeah.
Russell to
Stop.
Marshall. Yes, stopped beautifully off her own bowling, low down to her left-hand side. No run.
Well, she started off fairly slowly, Glennie did. She was just getting herself in and then was kind of plinking it for a few 2s. And we were all like, okay, she's getting herself in. And then suddenly, bombs just hit. Bombs. They were so big into the stands. It was really exciting for us, obviously, and then got the win.
Russell balls and Marshall down on one knee trying to carve the ball away with a play and a miss.
Against such a strong bowling attack as well, I think that was the most pleasing thing for us. I think Diamonds have got one of the strongest bowling attacks in the competition, both with experience and skill. So for the girls to play the way we did against all of those bowlers, especially up top, and then to come in and hit all those sixes, fantastic.
Russell in and balls again. Another play and a miss. A little quicker.
Quicker ball.
Keeper does well there, standing up to that. End of the over. Good one, that.
Yeah, she's got a lot of variations up her sleeve as well. Lots of cutters. That quicker ball you saw there that just carried through.
11 overs remain, 37 required, 167 for 6. So that's how the Diamonds and the South East Stars are progressing. That game's at Headingley as well. Western Storm against Southern Vipers. That was a later start, 1 o'clock start.
1 o'clock, wasn't it?
Western Storm 177 all out.
Oh, wow. Right, okay. So Vipers will be happy with that.
Vipers in with a great chance.
I wonder what the wicket's like at Taunton. Is it the used one from the T20 last night?
Yeah.
Or a fresh one? Be interesting.
I mean, they can be quite slow wickets at times, can't they, at Taunton?
Yeah, at Taunton.
Is at Wong in balls, nudged away into the onside, no run. We do have one result which has come through, which is Lightning against Sunrisers, and Lightning have won by 5 wickets.
Yeah, I saw Sunrisers were struggling a little bit earlier. Yeah. Lovely place to play as well, Taunton. One of my favourite grounds.
I would agree with you. I think this place here and Taunton are right up there for me. Wong is in and ball, it's back of a length and cut down to point. There's no run. I'm fortunate enough that I get to follow Lancashire's men's team all around the country, commentating for the BBC, and I think a little trip to New Road, little trip to Taunton. Get me down to Canterbury, quite like Canterbury.
That's nice. We can't complain, can we, getting to play grounds like this? It's wonderful.
Superb. 16746. Just put off the back foot, pushed away through extra cover. Just for a single.
She's doing a good job of keeping the runs down, but we need a wicket. Sparks searching for one here. You can tell they're all up for it. The Thunder just clinching on.
Thunder bat through the 11 overs. Did they win?
Yeah. They shouldn't lose it from here. If you were the batting team, you'd be pretty confident.
Lindsay Wong in bowls. Sliced away through the offside for a single.
But as we know in cricket, anything can happen. So Sparks will just be trying to take it as long as they can.
Goes back to our conversation before, doesn't it, really, about that? The nearer it gets towards a Thunder win, you wonder then the kind of the psychological challenges, the battles that come into play, trying to get over the line to win the game.
Definitely, it's all those things that add up, like the LBW shouts. If they'd have thought that they were out and they weren't given, a few little nicks here and there, all those things tend to add up.
You were giving them out.
Yeah.
Long balls, full of length and off stump and driven down the ground, just for one.
Always look out from an angle, though, don't they? I'll have to watch them back later and see if I was right or not.
Just when you're wearing your Central Sparks training kit, they're bound to look out then.
Of course, I'm sure if it's the other way around, I'd be saying, nah, it's going down leg. We'll have a look afterwards. We'll see.
Final ball of the over. I think we're going to have a change in the commentary box. It's been fantastic for you to come and join us. We really appreciate that.
It's okay. Thanks for having me.
There's one ball that's cuts emphatically through the offside. That's a glorious shot for 4.
That was a lovely shot by Marshall.
Was timed to perfection. End of the over. So 10 remaining. Good luck with the injury. Hope you're back soon.
Yeah, me too. Thanks for having me on.
No, it's a pleasure.
It's
always better when we get players in. You get a different view altogether when you get a kind of an inside track as to what's going on. So much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we are going to have a double change. I think I'm on my way out as well, but we'll let everybody get into position there. But thanks to Marie, that was really nice. Really good to get the view from the dressing room as well. A little insight into the pitch, and interesting to hear that she felt that the team felt that they were a little bit light on 203. We'll see if it's enough. Yeah, we're down to the final 10 overs. 30 to win from the last 10, so 3 and over. Even I can do the maths of that, and I can assure you that's a rarity. Thunder 174 for 6, Jackson 26, Marshall 21, and Mike Perkins is nope, he's going to be in a minute, but we're just going to have a little fettle with the equipment, plugging things in and plugging things out. So I'll start this over from Russell from the Diglis end. And where's Jackson looking? She's looking leg side, her bat resting on her shoulder, and a little tap of the bat. Keeper crouches down. And that's hit firmly, and it bursts through the hands of Russell, and that's 4. That's a powerful looking shot by Jackson. Moves up to 30 from 54 deliveries. Score moves on to 178 for 6. 26 required to win. And Thunder are in a position now, these two batters, with still some to come, just starting to think, yeah, this is doable.
Feels Thunder's game, but it's not quite there yet.
Yeah, it's a conversation we were just having before about that kind of interesting dilemma when you're not used to winning too many games. You get nearer to the finishing line, it will be a real test for the Thunder players. It will be a terrific win for them as well, just their second of the competition this year. Oh, that's Rachael onto the pads, that could be tight, it's out! Russell strikes, Jackson's gone. Out for 30, 7th wicket to fall. 176 for 7, Jackson LBW. And you can see just how important that wicket was for the celebrations from the Sparks players. They needed that, and in truth they probably need 3 more if they're to go on and win the game. As Marie said, if Thunder bat through the overs, you'd probably expect them to win the match. We're requiring less than 3 and over now from this stage. But just 3 wickets left. 178 for 7. Jackson's gone. LBW for 30. I shall make way, Mike, and we'll bring Claire back in.
Thank you very much to Scott Reed there. And he was saying as he departed that it was very much a case of if they can get another wicket and put some pressure on a team that haven't won many games, there might still be a chance here. Well, they've got one. Danielle Collins has headed to the wicket to try and find a way to get these final 26 runs. That's the challenge that is left here, and they will need to find a way over the line as the batters continue to just make their way through this chase, and it's tense and it's difficult, and we will bring Claire Jenkins in just a moment when we've got the kit connected up. But in comes the bowler here, Russell, and it goes out into the leg side. And I'm not sure if I'm going to have you here, Claire, but are you there is the first question. No, you're not. That means I've got the wrong wire. Hold on one moment. As Russell, back of the run, on her way now, and puts it into the leg side. And there's no run on offer there. I think I've got you this time.
Right, let's hope so. I can hear myself.
That's good.
That's good. This is good. Oh, it's exciting now, isn't it, for the neutrals?
It is. As I said, it feels Thunder's game, but as Scott was saying, they have, and as Marie was saying, they've not been used to getting over the line, and they've got a new batter at the crease now in Collins. Was an appeal for LBW. It felt as if the angle was always going to be difficult. Obviously, we are on an angle, but right arm over to a left-handed batter in Collins is always a difficult angle to get an LBW, and I think that helped Collins there. 179 for 7 the score moves on to. Russell to the back of the mark. You're at New Road, Worcester, Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy Cricket. 821 of you on the live stream at the moment. Just clicking our way to try and see the conclusion of this game. We have people on the BBC Sport website as well, thanks to BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester, as this one's driven straight by Laura Marshall, who is a good player to have still at the crease in this situation. Has battered at the top of the order, and she adds another one to her total, 22, so she's managed to get herself in. But we have 24 more runs to win. The score is 180 for 7. Sparks top of the table. Thunder looking for their second win of the competition. It is very, very tense indeed. However, it feels as if Thunder, surely here, Claire Jenkins, are going to get over the line, or are they? Well,
we've got a change of bowler. We've got Claire Boycott coming on for her first over of this season's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Claire Boycott is a Worcestershire player, so maybe she might know what the cricketing gods have for this particular strip and what she can get out of it.
4 for 49 last season in the fixture between these two sides at New Road. Leading wicket taker in the competition for the Sparks, but as you say, Claire, first game today, and has not bowled.
Yeah. Welcome to the competition. It's a tight game.
We've already seen Lightning beat Sunrisers by 5 wickets. Diamonds need 26 more in 3.5 overs to beat the South East Stars. They're 7 wickets down. Thrilling game that one too. And we have a chase of 178 for the Vipers against Western Storm. That game started later, the first day-night game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And it's Stair Callis who's done the damage with 76, but has been run out by Gibbs in that match with a score on 209 for 7, and it's up to Langston on 41 and Lindy Smith on who's gone in at number 9 to try and finish it off there. Here we also have a number 9 at the crease in Danielle Collins and Laura Marshall.
Yep, we've got Boycott for her first ball coming in from our commentary position to Marshall. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed batsman. He swings and goes straight to the cover field, and there's no run.
And it would be easy to almost forget about the Test match where New Zealand and England are playing at Edgbaston. England 3 wickets down, 27 behind.
Boycott to Marshall. Marshall swings again straight to the point fielder this time. No run. So keeping her tied in the crease, doing well for the fact that it's her first bowling spell of this whole competition, the first game she's played this season with Sparks. She comes in over the wicket, and Marshall manages to get that out of square leg, and the fielder runs in and they go through for 1 run. It's Izzy Wong out at deep square leg on the boundary there.
England in their second innings there, 3 wickets down, 27 behind. So there's lots of intriguing cricket, but little more intriguing than this game here. It is a game that you just think Thunder are going to get over the line, but you're not quite sure how they're going to do it just yet.
No, it's a tight one now, isn't it? You know, 181 for 7, and a new bowler coming in. The batter's not sure what the crease is going to do, what the pitch is going to do, and we've got a left and a right-handed bat, which is always making the field think about what their positioning should be for the left and then the right-handed bat.
Eve Jones maybe just making Danielle Collins wait a little there as well.
Boycott into Collins, who dabs it back, and it's fielded for no run. There's a bit of Sparks are busy geeing each other up in the field, and those dot balls are going to be precious as they try and strangle the Thunder batting here. Boycott right arm round to the left-handed Collins, who knocks the ball straight to Eve Jones, and that's no run.
I definitely thought she was making a weight there, because the field didn't actually seem to change a great deal really, other than Eve Jones walking back to her position at extra cover.
Maybe just trying to keep a lid on the game. So Boycott around the wicket, and that's there's a big appeal. There's a lot of jumping about, but the umpire is not moved there, so we're Still on 181 for 7 as we finish the 42nd over. We've got 8 overs left now. And I mean, the DLS is sometimes helpful in terms of a kind of a par score. So DLS is showing 172. So Thunder are a little bit ahead of that. So we wait to see. We haven't seen Alex Hartley, the ever entertaining Alex Hartley, bat yet. So still got that. She was second top scorer last weekend when you and I ran up for
might need to help knock off the last 10-15 here. Who knows? The factor for the Sparks here is that they're 3 balls away from winning the match. That's what they will be looking at. But the Thunder are further in that sense, in that they need 23 runs, but they're closer, it feels, in the balance of where this game is going. However, it can all change.
Do Sparks know more about winning? That's the question.
Of course, Thunder were narrowly beaten in their first game of this season's competition. Went to the last ball in the end. Right arm over the wicket. Marshall cutting into the offside. It's a very good stop indeed. Ria Fackrell getting across to her left, keeping it to 1.
Keeping it inside the fielding
bringing
circle.
The number 9, Danielle Collins, back onto strike. 182 for 7. Collins has faced 6 balls so far. Just needs to keep things ticking. Keep chipping away at those 22 more runs that are needed for victory. Sparks making 203, largely thanks to their captain Eve Jones, who was 100 not out, carried her bat through the innings. Holding the bat now is Danielle Collins. On her way to bowl to her is Russell, and this one is played into the offside to Eve Jones. It was a dramatic start to the game, with Millie Home run out for 1, Poppy Davis LBW for 0, Gwen and Davis run out for 0. But then the Sparks began to build, with Butler 25, Boycott 17, Sarah Glenn was out 0, Izzy Wonga 18, Ria Fackrell 7, Georgia Davis 4, Liz Russell, who has the ball now, 2. And this one's played away, and it's fine. It's going to be a difficult chase for Davis, but she does well. Slides into some quite dry turf by the looks of the way it sort of, the sort of dust that came up as she slid there, but she prevented more than one being taken. 21 to win, 183 for 7, a tense game, a relatively low scoring game by the standards of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season, but nonetheless an intriguing one. Sparks trying to maintain their unbeaten record. Liz Russell bowls. Laura Marshall finds a gap in the leg side. They thought about 2, they thought about it quite hard, but whilst they were thinking, the opportunity just disappeared. 184 for 7, 20 to win. It sounds like it'll happen, but will it?
Defending the rope is going to be really important here, making them run.
887 of you listening on or watching on the live stream. Many more listening, I'm sure, on the BBC Sport website as that goes down the leg side, and the bails were taken. A wide ball is signalled. 19 to win. That's a very helpful extra indeed. 185 for 7.
Sparks will be hoping not to give any more bonus runs.
Collins just looks up at the bowler, doesn't really even survey much of the field. If she did, she'd see mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, mid-wicket, square leg, a cover point and a backward point. Picks out cover point. No run on offer. 1 ball to go in the Liz Russell over. 19 more required for victory. The only other 2 fielders we haven't mentioned who aren't in the ring are down at 3rd and long leg. Blue skies above Worcester. The cathedral silent away to our left hand side with its pane glass front. There'll be plenty of activity, I'm sure, down on the riverbank of the Severn over there, but as a fielding change is made, Georgia Davis coming up inside the ring on a sort of 45-degree angle. The cover sweeper going back. Here's Liz Russell. Bowls, and Collins drives, and they'll accept the one up to long on, who'd gone back as well. 186 the score. 18 more required. Overs, not a problem. There's 7 of those left. You would expect there to be no issue with 2.5 runs and over required. However, can Thunder just hold on to their wickets long enough? And how much pressure comes on to batters coming in here? It feels as if Laura Marshall's got to take the bulk of the responsibility.
Yes, there's a conference going on between Eve Jones and Boycott, and they're just trying to work out what the plans are. Just a clarification from earlier, I did mention that Jane Powell, the ex-England captain and coach, I inadvertently promoted her to manager, and I know this because Jane Powell's twin sister is in Australia and listening. I'm sure she's asleep now, but earlier in the game perhaps she was listening. So via Australia I know that Jane Powell is in the stand here somewhere, live with us at New Road, and her sister has been listening in Australia. I don't know if she still is listening, but yes, I would just to clarify, Jane Powell was captain and coach of England, but she was never manager. Boycott into Collins, and there's a big appeal, and the Sparks are interested, but the umpire is not interested at all, and Boycott gives a big grin as she comes back down again, and she realises also that as much as anything a dot ball will be key at this stage. Yes, Jane Powell is sat in, by the Wong family in the D'Oliveira stand apparently. Boycott around the wicket to the left-handed Collins, who just dabs that forward and looks like she's going to take a run, and that there's a bit of a shy at the backing up batsman's end, but still no run. So we remain on 186 for 7. We're into the 44th over.
Yeah, there's a good smattering of them in the D'Oliveira stand at the far end, the Douglas end. Good to have the Powell family with us, both virtually and in person, yes, so to speak. Boycott
to Collins, and they go through for 1 run. It goes behind square leg, and Boycott gets a different batter to bowl to this time, as Marshall takes a guard, and the field change for the left and the right-handed batters, and Rhea Fackrell's making the journey from leg side to off.
Slightly strange not to push for 2 there. I felt Collins was interested, but Marshall has decided with 3 balls left in the over she wants to have a look at Claire Boycott's deliveries and see if she can strike a decisive blow.
Yeah, and they've moved Sarah Glenn in front of us to long on the rope. Boycott there's still some adjustment going on. They're dropping 3rd onto the rope, the far side from us. Boycott in over the wicket to the right-hander, and that's knocked straight to Liz Russell for no run at mid-off.
Remaining tense, this one, remaining very tense indeed. We said overs shouldn't come into it, but they need 2.5. They've only got 1 off this so far.
Yeah. Boycott to Marshall, who takes a big swing and it goes in the air, but it's over Eve Jones, and Sarah Glenn tidies up at long on and throws the ball back to Boycott, the bowler. And because it's a left-hander, the field swap round again, and Rhea Fackrell keeping herself warm, going from point to point.
Well, they've got the 2, so if they get 3 next over, they're absolutely fine. But
another conference to give Claire Boycott some advice from Eve Jones. Maybe slow the game down a little bit.
Just a competitor, Boycott, isn't she? She just
yeah,
thrives, and whatever it is, battle ball, she just thrives and getting involved. And
she enjoyed the batting, and I know she wants to. That's part of her profile. She wants to be known more as a batter this season. So she comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Collins, who swipes at the ball, and it goes wide, and they take a run as well. So that's 2 runs to the total, as the umpire gives a expansive wide signal.
Costly that, because they'd only conceded 2 off the over to that point.
And then they run under wide, and we move to 190 for 7. Last ball of the over. Boycott in, swing from Marshall, but they go straight to the field, and there's no run for that one. So that's the end of the over. 190 for 7 off 44 overs. 6 overs left. So there's enough balls there, isn't there, to get the score?
Well, as I say, it was a costly wide
wicket.
there. A costly wide. But it feels just as if
40.
it could all finish very, very quickly.
Yes, either way, couldn't it?
Yeah, but certainly in terms of runs, you feel it could, it could just be a couple of fours. But we might have to wait 3 overs until we see them, and it will just keep edging down to that point.
Just those 14 runs off 36 balls.
190 for 7, 14 to win. Liz Russell coming on to bowl and bowling well and at the stumps and pushed into the offside. Russell just trying to find a way through. It's a 9th over. She'll have one more after this, and then Sparks will be looking to fill out the overs from there, but she's doing her utmost to win this game now, and so is Collins with a big swing, but it goes on the opposite side of the wicket to where she intended. The sun shining brightly here. It feels as if it should be good for batting in many ways, but a used pitch and a tense situation making it anything but easy for these two Thunder batters to get to the win. We have another result. Northern Diamonds have won by 3 wickets against the South East Stars, having been in trouble, as this one is played away into the leg side. Davis will slide round again and will prevent 2 again. So 13 to win, 191 for 7 here. The Diamonds were in trouble at 70 for 5, but have gone on to chase 251.
That's happened quite a lot, hasn't it, in these games? That, there's been a cluster and then there's a rebuild.
Vipers going along nicely in pursuit of 178 to beat Western Storm. They're 27 without loss. Here, 191 for 7, 13 for victory for the Thunder. Russell trying to stop that happening for the Sparks. This is pulled away. This has got a chance of being 4. Poppy Davis chasing all the way. She went for a run this morning, we were hearing, before being a late call-up, and she has not quite been able to keep that one inside the rope. She gave everything she had there.
Did.
195 for 7. The requirement is now 9 runs, and it now feels like Thunder are going to get there. We said it sort of just needed a boundary, but we weren't sure where it would come. Well, there's one for Laura Marshall.
They picked the biggest boundary there, but the 2 of them went herring after it.
And it's good to see this from Laura Marshall. She was bowled at Edgbaston first ball of the match, and it's taken a lot of character here today, and it's good to see her working hard. Can she get her side to the victory target, though? She will be very happy indeed if she's still there when the next 9 runs have been scored. She's come in, she's worked hard, she's in a different spot in the order this season, not opening the batting anymore, but this is a very, very useful contribution of 30 so far from 43 deliveries. As she waits once more. It's bowled outside the off stump by Russell. No more opportunities to score in the over. Comes to an end. 195 for 7, 9 runs required for victory. The number 8 Marshall at the crease though, and on 30 not out, and just guiding her side slowly but surely towards victory, it feels.
Yeah, she's got 30 off the 44 balls she's faced. Collins got 5 off 18, and we've got Isabel Wong. So Boycott just a brief bowling stint there. Izzy Wong comes back on our end. I think this is a last throw of the dice really from in terms of bowling. Let's have a go. We need a wicket, which is right. So Eve Jones is just moving her field round now.
And if Arlett's off with England, the person who's likely to take 3 wickets for 9 runs is probably Izzy Wong here.
Yeah.
Equally, it could nick off the outside edge and it will be more or less game over.
Yeah, you might want those third and fine leg on the ropes there, just thinking. Yeah. Isabel Wong's just sending that as if listening to me. God, sounds like I know what I'm doing with the field and position, but I can assure you I don't much. and Eve Jones is moving back into her more traditional cover position as Wong comes in to Collins, bangs that ball in, and the ball goes straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run. We stay on 195 for 7. 9 runs to win off 29 balls.
Collins can almost afford to just see this one out.
Yeah, if she doesn't fancy it very much, she could wait, couldn't she? So Isabel Wong right at the top of the mark, and Ian right arm over to left-handed Collins, who has a swing, and there's a muted appeal. There's a noise that's a bit sort of pad batty. But more importantly for Central Sparks, it's a dot ball.
Big smile on Isabel Wong's face
a
still.
Big smile. Distinctive bleached blonde hair. And her run-up is going from the fielding circle. She winds herself up, comes in to Collins, who takes a swing and a miss, and it goes down the left leg side, and rather disappointingly, that's a wide ball. That's giving away a free run there, unfortunately. Central Sparks can ill afford at this stage.
So it's been 2 boundaries for a while, but it can be 2 boundaries along the floor now if that's the way Thunder want to finish this one off. They look set for victory.
Wong into Collins, bat raised. Big swing, it goes to Claire Boycott short, and they go for a run out, and it must have been quite close, and Claire Boycott fielded that really well and zipped it in, but Liz Russell rushed round and fielded that backing up, and
I was doing my best to keep
single.
stum there, but I had to give a sharp intake of breath, because if that had been a direct hit, it would have been very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we were at the wrong angle again, but it did look like it was going to be close. So Wong in this time to Marshall, and Marshall takes a swing, and it goes straight to Eve Jones at the short field there, and it's no run. So we're still on 197. They still need 7 runs off 27 balls. How is this going to play out for us? So for the neutrals, another fairly high scoring game for the fact that the pitch has been a bit naughty. For the neutrals, it's a close fought game. So Wong into Marshall, speedy run up and a bang into the pitch, and Claire Boycott dives rather spectacularly, but Sarah Glenn does the tidying up, and then no run. More importantly, another dot ball for Central Sparks.
Marshall really needs to get down the striker's end off this last ball.
Yeah. Claire Boycott throwing herself fully into that stup.
Anything into the leg side you feel would
Wong
bring
to
it.
the right-handed Marshall. He does a big swing, but squirts, and they don't get a run. She looks like she might have just mishit that or something. She's sort of pulling her arm or something.
It was actually a very good Yorker from Izzy Wong.
Yeah, and I think
all she could really do was hit it into the floor. She does seem to hurt herself slightly with the swing, but 7 to win.
Bit of vibration rather back up the bat.
The game is there for Thunder to finish off. They've got there really with contributions from several batters. 39 from Lamb, who looked very fluent, it has to be said, in her 47 ball innings. 26 from Boyce, 31 from Threlkeld, 30 from Laura Jackson at number 7, and 30 now from Laura Marshall at number 8. Collins has 6, and if she can find another 7 to put with that, her team will be able to head back up to the northwest with this victory. But it's not quite done yet.
Nope.
4 overs to go. Russell to deliver the first of the last 24 balls, and it's on the stumps, and it's played away by Collins, and Millie Home is there at cover to do the fielding. So still 7 to win. Just need to keep chipping away at this to Thunder. They don't want to make it too tense. You feel there's going to be an almighty eruption from over by that marquee where the players are using it as a makeshift pavilion, as in comes Russell, and This one's dabbed away behind square on the leg side. It's an easy run, and it's completed swiftly by Laura Marshall, who's at the striker's end now and has the responsibility to find these remaining 6 runs. 198 for 7. It's one big hit away. But that would be a bold, bold way to try and win this game. You feel it may well have to be 6 more singles like the one we've just seen.
Sparks would be happy for her to take a big swing for a big finish.
Maybe that's what Gwen and Davis is just whispering in the ear of Laura Marshall.
Go on, finish it big, finish it big.
Izzy Wong is being brought inside the circle. Sparks know they've got to make the singles as difficult as possible. There is a fielder down at third, everyone else is up in the ring. It goes in the direction of backward point. Gwen and Davis comes across with a glove in the end in front of the fielder there, Rhea Fackrell. Single taken, 199 for 7. 5 more to win. It feels as if they could happen in singles here, but we will see.
Central Sparks hoping for a wicket.
Here is Russell to Danielle Collins, who's on the sweep, and it's just short of Fackrell. I think she might have just got a hand underneath the ball for a second, and then it's out. It was a very difficult position to be trying to take that catch. She's at backward square leg, so she didn't get much time to have a look at it because it was a sweep shot. It brings a single, 200 for 7. The 200 is up, but it almost doesn't matter to the crowd because they're engrossed in whether Thunder can get the last 4 runs they need for victory. Russell on her way in. It's short of a length. Marshall drives up to mid-off. It's a brave piece of fielding. If that had gone through Steph Butler, that would have pretty much been the game. That's the stage we're at.
Barrier there.
Thunder, after their second victory of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season. They recorded a couple over Lightning in last year's competition. Up at the far end, Liz Russell, who's been delivering 10 overs, and this is the last ball of them, and it concedes a single again. Butler has to be on hand. That one was really fiercely hit by Marshall. She won't mind the single though. 201 for 7. Liz Russell has bowled out. Izzy Wong is going to try and do something very special indeed, but 3 runs to win. Claire Jenkins, it looks as if we're going to see the winning moment very shortly.
Yeah, the helmet, Gwen and Davis is swapping the helmet for the cap, and looks like we're going to have that last roll that I mentioned where Isabel Wong is going to try and get some wickets.
A reminder that we switch into T20 mode after this. Thunder will begin at Headingley against Diamonds, and we will be at Edgbaston for Sparks in their opening match of the competition against Vipers.
Wong to Marshall, banging it into the pitch, and that's another dot ball as the ball goes straight to Liz Russell at long off.
So this game,
Liz Russell has given just about everything, hasn't she? She's really thrown herself into the
to come back and bowl a second
game.
spell at that
Brilliant.
stage and keep it as tight as she did.
I like the start of Isabel Wong's run up. It's got that sort of wind up. Right arm over to right-handed Marshall, swings and it goes through.
And she'll just be feeling she needs something on this through the infield, who are all up in the ring, and it's game, particularly with the pace of Wong.
It's a sort of time when Anya Shrubsole would have just smacked that through point, I think.
Well, Thunder have been on the wrong end of that. They'll be looking to be on the right end of this. They need another 3 to win.
Wong into Marshall. Oh, and it's got the middle stump has gone, the leg stump has gone cartwheeling out of the ground. That's out. That's Marshall bowled Wong. So we move on to 201 for 8. Is there a final sting in this tale?
Well,
is it not going to be quite what Thunder? I mean, who knows?
We know who it is. Alex Hartley is on her way to the crease to try and win this game for Thunder. She needs 3 more to make that happen. I felt that was a pretty bad bounce for Laura Marshall there. That seemed to keep quite low from quite short of a length.
We've seen them go. We've seen them shoot through that end, haven't we? And that's probably a wise move to have Isabel Wong on there. But yeah, so we should wind Kate Cross up and say that this brings the batting all-rounder Alex Hartley to the crease, and see how this plays out.
The pull stroke there, I think, was the right stroke from Laura Marshall, but didn't get the bounce that was required for it. No little skill from Wong to bowl at the pace she does and as straight as she does, but I think she got a little bit of help from the bounce from the pitch there.
Yeah.
Although it has been indifferent all day. Maybe Laura Marshall should have been more circumspect, but I think you can forgive the pull shot there, and I think she's got fairly unlucky.
Yeah. Spectacular stump bringing out. Wong comes into Hartley, bangs it into the pitch again, and Alex Hartley just defends that to point for no run. Textbook up on her heels and knocking it down into the pitch.
It was a little on the jumpy side.
It was a bit jumpy. That was a jumpy as opposed to a shooty. We've had some jumpies and some shooties.
I more meant the way Alex Hartley went back into her crease.
Back and across. Back. Defending that the back foot. Wong into Hartley. And straight through. And Gwennon Davis behind the stumps is interested in that and waiting for an edge, no doubt. Wong getting some speed in here, and more importantly a dot ball again. So they're sort of running out of chances potentially, but it's just that needing the 3 off the.
2 little bits of housekeeping. Laura Marshall 32 off 53 balls with 3 fours before she was bowled by Isabel Wong. I'll give you Liz Russell's figures in just a moment.
Wong into Hartley, and Hartley pushes that on. This is going to be the winning runs. She's Captain Courageous. She's hit the winning runs through third man. It's gone for 4, and the batters embrace at the middle of the wicket. And of course now Alex Hartley, the ever-entertaining Alex Hartley, can now go back to National Treasure Kate Cross and say, because we didn't need you. We beat the unbeaten Sparks, and I hit the winning runs.
The margin of victory for Thunder is 2 wickets. Alex Hartley with a guide through third, bringing the Thunder total to 205, passing the 203 that the Sparks made. A fantastically entertaining game of cricket. Thank you for joining us. As I say, we move on to the T20s now with the Thunder away at Headingley against the Diamonds, and myself and Claire Jenkins will be at Edgbaston for, in fact it'll be myself and Samara Afzal, in fact, who will be at Edgbaston for the day-night game. It's a double header, that one, Central Sparks versus Southern Vipers. So thank you very much for joining us. We'll just run you through the card as the players go to bump fists, as is the tradition at the moment. The game started with Sparks making 203, and in their pursuit of it, Thunder lost Georgie Boyce first with a score on 73. A fine opening partnership between her and Emma Lamb, but it came to an end in the 13th over when Boyce was bowled by Sarah Glenn. Emma Lamb was next out with a score on 81. She was bowled by Georgia Davis, the 2 spinners coming in and really having an effect on this game. Cleary next to go to Glenn, caught by Butler for 1. Then it was Brown who was out with a score on 95 for 6. LBW to Davis as the 2 spinners continued to share the wicket. Davis got another one in the form of Duckworth, stumped by Gwennon Davis. Duckworth out for 1, facing 12 balls in a 6-minute innings. That left work still to do with a score on 97 for 5. Rachael took it up to 139 for 6. She made 31 before being LBW to Ria Fackrell. Jackson next to go, another useful contribution there, 30. She was LBW to Liz Russell. The Thunder team just managing to find contributions the whole way down the list, and Laura Marshall at number 8 got 32 of the runs, took the team up to the brink of victory, but then got a ball that didn't seem to bounce as much as you would expect from Izzy Wong short of the length. Izzy Wong bowling Marshall for 32, faced 3 balls and hit 3 fours in that innings. So it was left to the captain, Alex Hartley, to accompany the not-out Danielle Collins, who made 8, and Alex Hartley guided one through third for a boundary. She faced 3 balls and was 4 not out at the end. The bowling figures: Izzy Wong 9 overs, 1 maiden, 40 for 1. Liz Russell 10 overs, no maidens, 48 for 1. Sarah Glenn, impressive figures: 10 overs, 2 maidens, 32 for 2. George Davis, also impressive figures: 10 overs, 1 maiden, 42 for 3. Ria Fackrell bowled 4 overs without a maiden, 15 for 1. Steph Butler 3 overs, no maidens, 14 without a wicket, and Claire Boycott 2 overs, 5 runs without a wicket or a maiden. So the game has been won. It's the second win of the competition by Thunder. It came from the blade of Alex Hartley, eventually guiding the ball down through third. She's just coming over to do a few interviews, and she will be very happy indeed, because the Thunder have won this game against the Central Sparks by 2 wickets.